Inaugurated by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1939, this prestigious IMC building stands in the heart of South Mumbai. In 1967, as a memorial for the late Mr. F.E. Dinshaw, a well-equipped commercial and financial library was built. The then Honorable Chief Justice of the Mumbai High Court, Mr. Mohit Shah, inaugurated IMC's International ADR Centre.
Cases are pending for years and years. IMC has taken a lead and set up an international ADR center which will cover all alternate dispute resolutions, including reconciliation and mediation.
The IMC Provincial Ravi Gandhi Chair in Banking and Finance was instituted to perpetuate the memories of late Sri Praveen Gandhi, who was a trustee as well as a past president of IMC. The chair serves dual purposes: promote our own National University of Eminence, that is the Mumbai University, and secondly, fulfill the long-felt need as there was no chair for banking and finance in the University of Mumbai.
IMC also has a strong ladies' wing, promoting professional excellence of women entrepreneurs.
In these past years, we have achieved a lot. We have empowered a lot of women from the urban sector for impact, which we hold on Women's Day. We found that the woman artisan in the rural area is to be celebrated. So we synergized with the urban woman and the rural woman and brought each other into focus.
IMC initiates a number of conferences on topical national interests in various sectors like infrastructure, banking, financial services, aviation, urban development, railways, and many more. IMC also hosts a number of foreign and Indian dignitaries.
IMC approached me to help them get involved in actually creating a startup committee. Our agenda, therefore, was defined as thought leadership, advocacy, and partnerships, and extremely excited to participate with several youngsters from across the state, and we spoke about building companies and entrepreneurship.
A variety of awards have been initiated by IMC to encourage innovation, quality, and development in various fields.
IMC is very proud to have the Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award and the Juran Quality Medal. This we started over 20 years back to get Indian corporates to assist them to be able to focus on quality and compete in the world. I must also mention the IMC Juran Quality Medal, and that is given to an individual. The Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award is for corporates, the most prestigious quality award in the country.
IMC encourages innovation, recognizing outstanding services and accomplishments of organizations and individuals with the Inclusive Innovation Awards.
And there was a reason to create these awards, Inclusive Innovation Awards. See, India needs growth, but it has to be inclusive growth. And for that, you require inclusive innovation, because it is only innovation-led growth that can take India up there.
In terms of social responsibilities, IMC has been active through a number of forums. As India races towards a bright future, the IMC is accentuating its progress with its vital strength and leadership by aligning its aims with those of the governments, ensuring India's transformation to a fully developed economy.
IMC will do everything in its power, and so will its members, to achieve this objective, to put India on that pinnacle which India deserves to be.
Our collective ambition must be to take India, Indian enterprises, and the Indian economy to the top of the global ladder. Let us build a grand coalition of all Indians under the auspices of IMC for building a new India today. IMC will have a big role to play in building
को योगदान दिया है और इसके लिए आपकी संस्था प्रशंसा के पात्र है। आईएमसी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all our participants, dignitaries, our esteemed speakers, panelists, and especially our chief guest and guest of honor to the online event Maharashtra Driving India's Next Agricultural Revolution, organized by the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Agribusiness and Food Processing Committee. All participants will be muted to avoid any disturbances during the course of this session. To consume less bandwidth and have clarity, you are requested to stop video streaming. Kindly post all your relevant queries in the chat section so that the same can be addressed. We take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Myco Private Limited, for making this event possible. So, as we commence with the inaugural session, may I request Shri Juzal Khorakiwala, President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to present the welcome address. Over to you, Mr. Khorakiwala.
Thank you, Selby. Good morning, respected speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you. It is indeed a delight for me to welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, respected Shri Dadaji Dagdu Bhuse. Thank you for gracing this event with your august presence. IMC Chamber of Commerce has enjoyed a strong and abiding relationship with the Government of Maharashtra for decades. So your presence here is heartwarming and we are keen to hear your words of wisdom. I also welcome our guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Commissioner of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Malhotra, thank you so much for sparing your time to be with us this morning. IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents a significant section of business, trade and industry. The theme of the seminar, Maharashtra Driving India's Next Agricultural Revolution, is in sync with IMC's overarching theme of engaging Maharashtra, building India. Agriculture and allied activities are the mainstay of India's rural economy. Admittedly, the sector employs as much as 50% of the country's workforce, but its contribution to GDP is less than 20%. Yet, in the last 2 years, in the challenging period of COVID-19, agriculture remained a beacon of hope for our country and ensured food security. Its resilience is now admired by everyone. Sir, Maharashtra state leads the country's economic growth and has a big stake in agriculture and allied activities. Not just food grains, cereals and pulses, but also fruits and vegetables, dairy and poultry. We have large areas under soybean and cotton, as well as fruits and vegetables. Grapes, mangoes, pomegranate of Maharashtra enjoy excellent demand within the country and in the export markets. All these crops lend themselves to value addition through processing. The current level of value addition leaves large scope for expansion. To deliver greater financial benefit to growers, a boost to productivity, value addition, and marketing is called for. On behalf of its members, IMC would like to engage with the government to design strategies to achieve this objective. Unlocking the true potential of agriculture and allied activities requires continued efforts and strategies, including infusion of technology in production, processing, and supply chain management. Long-term sustainable growth is possible in the farm sector when sector is made competitive and remunerative for farmers. Sir, the day-long conference today will have eminent speakers and domain experts engage in in-depth discussion on a range of sub-themes, including policy, technology, market linkages, food processing opportunities, investments, and so on. We hope to present to you a set of policy recommendations that come out of today's deliberations. So, before I conclude, let me brief you about IMC. The IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a premier chamber of commerce in the country with a rich legacy spanning over 100 years of excellent service to trade and industry, with its membership base of over 5,000 members and 150 trade associations affiliated to it. Chamber represents and advocates the interests of 400,000 members across the country from diverse sectors of the industry. Through its various expert committees, IMC provides policy input for the government, both central and state, and is continuously engaged in interaction with policymakers at various levels. The Chamber is now a cradle for nurturing young talents and promoting emancipation of women through Young Leaders Forum and Ladies Wing, which have become embodiment of youth, enterprise, positivism, proactive thought leadership, and movement for women empowerment and entrepreneurship. As I said earlier, IMC's theme for the year is Engaging Maharashtra, Building India. Importantly, IMC is also a SEBI-accredited training institution for commodity derivatives. Friends, as we have lined up excellent speakers with domain expertise, I'm sure their insights will benefit all participants. Once again, I welcome you all to this interesting seminar, and I'm sure there will be a lot of take-home messages. Have a great day with learning and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kharakiwala. I now request Sri Ashish Barwale, Chairman, Agriculture and Fruit Processing Committee, to present the opening address. Over to you, Mr. Barwale.
Thank you, Shalby, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Agriculture Minister Shri Bhuse Saib, Honorary Commissioner, Government of India for Agriculture, Mr. Malhotra ji, IMC members and guests, a very warm welcome to the IMC and today's conference organized by the Agribusiness Committee. Our aim of organizing today's conference, titled Maharashtra Driving India's Next Agricultural Revolution, is to highlight the varied opportunities that exist in the agriculture sector in Maharashtra and India, and how Maharashtra can be a role model for India's agricultural growth. Through various panels led by experienced participants, we hope to have engaging discussions on the themes of agriculture policy, innovation for sustainable agriculture production, value-added opportunities and food processing, market linkages, and investments to further drive agricultural growth in Maharashtra and India. Long gone are the days when Maharashtra and India were reliant on external sources for satisfying its food and fiber needs. Since the ship-to-mouth existence of the 1960s, India is now blessed with overflowing stores of grain and a flourishing cotton and fiber industry. Today's India has other challenges, however, the most important of those being the heavy reliance on imports for our edible oil needs, fertilizer requirements, and fresh and processed fruit needs. In 2021, India's edible oil imports increased by 61% from the year earlier to 1,17,000 crore rupees. India imported 52,800 crores worth of fertilizers in 2020-21 and was a large importer of fresh fruits and fruit concentrates. India's share of fruit exports in major markets also remains low in the single digits. Although we can feed our nation, a large percentage of people are still malnourished. Questions on equitable access to a varied diet remain, and for a growing country, nothing can be more important than a fitter population that doesn't have to worry about availability of nutritious food. What role can policy and technology play to help alleviate these problems that face Indian agriculture? Can value-added agriculture drive the transition to higher farm incomes and help India become a major exporter of agricultural produce? Where does India's true competitive advantage lie when it comes to agriculture? These are some of the questions that we hope to debate in today's panels. At times, it can seem like it's difficult to make changes in India, whether it's policy or technology or otherwise. However, the lessons of the 1960s prove that we can achieve difficult tasks if we persevere. India is a unique country which has the environment and geographical depth to grow a varied crop basket, tropical, subtropical, and temperate. Not only can we produce apples in the north, but also mangoes in Maharashtra. We can also become a pioneer in labor-intensive exports where India has a natural advantage. A prime example of this has been grapes from Maharashtra. We hope this optimism pervades our discussion today, and combined with strong analytical and intellectual rigor, we can come up with a set of policies that can make a difference. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and we hope you have a good conference today.
Thank you, Mr. Barvale. And ladies and gentlemen, I now request our respected chief guest, Honorable Shri Dadaji Dagdu Bhuse, Agriculture Minister, Government of Maharashtra, who gratefully accepted our invitation to grace this occasion to address all the participants. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. आवाज येतो?
Yes, yes. हो sir.
भारताच्या पुढील कृषी क्रांतीला चालना देणारा महाराष्ट्र या विषयावरील ऑनलाईन परिषदेच्या निमित्ताने आज उपस्थित सर्व क्षेत्रातील महानुभाव, उपस्थित शेतकरी बांधव, उपस्थित बंधू आणि भगिनींनो, मराठीमध्ये बोललेलं मला वाटतं की मुद्देसूद होईल आणि म्हणून मी मराठीमध्ये बोलायला घेतो. मी आपल्या सर्वांचं या ठिकाणी अभिनंदन करतो की शेती क्षेत्राच्या संदर्भामध्ये देशाच्या पातळीवर महाराष्ट्र आपण कुठे आहोत आणि भविष्यामध्ये आपल्याला काय मार्गक्रमण करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे, यासाठी हा सेमिनार आपण या ठिकाणी आयोजित केला. या सेमिनारच्या माध्यमातून, विचार मंथनाच्या माध्यमातून जे काही मुद्दे पुढे येतील तर त्या मुद्द्यांचं मार्गक्रमण करणं, त्याचं निराकरण करणं, त्याची अंमलबजावणी करणं कृषी विभाग आणि महाराष्ट्राचे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आपलं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार त्याचं मार्गक्रमण करेल हे मी आपल्याला या ठिकाणी आश्वस्त करतो. आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्ताने, संवादाच्या निमित्ताने आपल्याला सगळ्यांना ठाऊक आहे की महाराष्ट्राचे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेब, ज्यांची संकल्पना आहे बाजारामध्ये ज्या वाणांना मोठ्या प्रमाणात मागणी आहे ते वाण शेतकरी बांधवांनी पिकवावे, पिकेल ते पिकेल, त्याला बाजारामध्ये डिमांड आहे, त्या माध्यमातून शेतकरी बांधवांना 2 पैसे जास्तीचे मिळू शकतील. माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांचे जे धोरण आहे की शेतकऱ्यांना 2 पैसे जास्तीचे मिळाले पाहिजे आणि त्या दृष्टिकोनातून कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून अनेक योजना आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी कार्यान्वित करायला घेतलेल्या आहेत. महाराष्ट्राच्या कृषी विभागाची शेतकऱ्यांची जी काही शक्तिस्थानं आहेत त्या शक्तिस्थानाला आणखी बळकट करणं, त्यांना पाठिंबा देणं. आपल्याला माहिती आहे की वेगवेगळ्या प्रांतामध्ये वेगवेगळे जे काही वातावरण आहे, जे काही प्रादेशिक परिस्थिती आहे, त्या भागातला जो काही क्रॉपिंग पॅटर्न आहे त्या पॅटर्न अनुसार त्यांना आणखी पाठबळ कसं देता येईल, काही ठिकाणी क्रॉपिंग पॅटर्न मध्ये बदल कसे करता येतील, याही दृष्टिकोनातून कृषी विभाग त्या ठिकाणी काम करायला घेतो आहे. आणि म्हणून विकेल ते पिकेल ही कन्सेप्ट घेऊन आपल्याला माहिती आहे की ज्या पद्धतीने जगाच्या पाठीवर वातावरणामध्ये बदल झालेले आहेत किंबहुना होत आहे, मग चक्रीवादळ असेल, गारपीट असेल, अवकाळी पावसाचं प्रमाण असेल आणि वाढलेलं टेम्परेचर असेल, थंडीचा प्रादुर्भाव असेल, या वातावरणामध्ये बदल जे होत आहेत त्याच्या अनुषंगाने महाविद्यालयांना पण महाविद्यापीठांना पण आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी याच्यावर संशोधन करून शेतकऱ्यांनी कोणत्या पिकांवर गेलो पाहिजे, कशा पद्धतीने शेतीवर आपण बदल त्या ठिकाणी अपेक्षित आहे, या संदर्भामध्ये संशोधन करण्याच्या सूचना दिलेल्या आहेत. आणि याच विषयाला अनुसरून पाठीमागच्या काळापासून नानाजी देशमुख पोखरा ही जी काही योजना आहे त्या योजनेचीही प्रभावी अंमलबजावणी आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी करायला घेतलेली आहे. आपल्याला माहिती आहे की विद्यापीठांमध्ये झालेलं संशोधन असेल किंबहुना जगाच्या पाठीवर नवीन नवीन काय संशोधन झालेले आहे, देशाच्या पातळीवर काय संशोधन झालेले आहे, त्याचं अनुकरण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आपण जलद गतीने कसं करू शकतो, त्याला पाठबळ कसं देऊ शकतो, या दृष्टिकोनातून आम्ही काम करायला घेतलेलं आहे. आणि विद्यापीठातलं झालेलं संशोधन शेतकऱ्याच्या शेताच्या बांधापर्यंत शेतापर्यंत कसं जलद गतीने पोहोचवता येईल, त्याची अंमलबजावणी जलद गतीने कशी करता येईल, प्रभावीपणे कशी करता येईल, याही दृष्टिकोनातून कृषी विभाग त्या ठिकाणी काम करतो आहे. एकेकाळी सेंद्रिय शेतीचा जो काही अवलंब आपण प्रामुख्याने भारत देश पातळीवर करत होतो, मध्यंतरीच्या कालावधीमध्ये वाढती लोकसंख्या पाहता हायब्रिडायझेशनवर आपण गेलो आणि त्याचे मोठे निगेटिव्ह परिणामांना पण आता आपण सामोरं जात आहोत. आणि म्हणून जुन्या काळाच्या सेंद्रिय शेतीला परत प्राधान्य कसं देता येईल, त्या दृष्टिकोनातून एक टाइम बाउंड कार्यक्रम तयार करून त्याची अंमलबजावणी कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून करण्यात येते आहे. एकेकाळी महाराष्ट्र हा सीड हब होता आणि मध्यंतरीच्या काळामध्ये ते प्रमाण थोडंसं कमी झालेलं आहे आणि म्हणून तोही विषय फोकस करून परत एकदा सीड हब महाराष्ट्र, स्वयंपूर्ण बियाणं समृद्ध महाराष्ट्र ही संकल्पना घेऊन जास्तीत जास्त बियाणं महाराष्ट्रामध्ये कसं तयार करता येईल त्या दृष्टिकोनातून काम कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून करायला घेतलेलं आहे. माननीय बाळासाहेब ठाकरे स्मार्ट योजनेच्या माध्यमातून शेतकऱ्यांचे गट असतील, फार्मर प्रोड्युसर कंपन्या असतील, महिला शेतकऱ्यांचे बचत गट असतील, यांच्या माध्यमातून संघटन करून कृषी अन्न प्रक्रिया योजनेच्या माध्यमातून जास्तीत जास्त पाठबळ कसं देता येईल. आपल्याला माहिती आहे की मोठ्या प्रमाणात जर शेतमाल पिकला तर त्याची साठवणूक करणं, त्याच्यावर प्रोसेसिंग करणं, ह्या ज्या प्रक्रिया करणं आपल्याला अपेक्षित आहे. या योजनांची मोठ्या प्रमाणात अंमलबजावणी होण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून प्रधानमंत्री अन्न प्रक्रिया योजना असेल, मुख्यमंत्री अन्न प्रक्रिया योजना असेल, मी आता त्याचा उल्लेख केला, माननीय बाळासाहेब ठाकरे स्मार्ट योजना असेल, पोखरा योजना असेल, या सर्व योजनांच्या माध्यमातून जी काही प्रोसेसिंग युनिट्स आपल्याला करायचे आहेत ते अंडर वन रूफ आम्ही करायला घेतलेले आहे. आणि एका छताखाली या सर्व योजना त्या त्या भागातला क्रॉपिंग पॅटर्न काय आहे आणि तिथे पुढे काय करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे त्या दृष्टिकोनातून एक आराखडा तयार करून त्याची अंमलबजावणी करायला घेतलेली आहे. आपल्याला माहिती आहे की फळे असतील, भाजीपाला असेल, अन्नधान्य असेल, फुलं असतील, याच्यामध्ये देश पातळीवर महाराष्ट्राची एक्सपोर्टची मोठी भूमिका राहिलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून आणखी निर्यातक्षम शेतमाल कसा तयार करता येईल याही दृष्टिकोनातून शेतकऱ्यांना मार्गदर्शन करणं, शेतकऱ्यांनी कष्टाने पिकवलेला माल थेट ग्राहकापर्यंत पोहोचवण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून त्या शेतमालाची स्वच्छता करणं, त्याचं ग्रेडिंग करणं, त्याचं पॅकिंग करणं, स्टोरिंग कॅपॅसिटी, प्रोसेसिंग, या सर्व गोष्टींच्या साठी एक स्वतंत्र युनिट आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी तयार केलेलं आहे. काही अधिकाऱ्यांवर तर फक्त ही जबाबदारी निश्चित करून त्यांना शेतकऱ्यांना मार्गदर्शन करण्याची जबाबदारी त्या ठिकाणी देण्यात आलेली आहे. मला वाटतं की आजच्या या सेमिनारमध्ये अनेक तज्ञ या ठिकाणी उपस्थित होतील. वेगवेगळ्या क्षेत्रातला त्यांचा अनुभव, आधुनिक टेक्नॉलॉजीचा काय आपण वापर आणखी प्रभावीपणे करण्याची आवश्यकता आहे, हे जे काही मार्गदर्शन, याचा जो सारांश पुढे येईल त्याचा आम्हाला सुद्धा निश्चितपणे मार्गदर्शन होईल, हा मला त्या ठिकाणी विश्वास आहे. कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून आपल्याला माहिती आहे की जास्तीत जास्त IT टेक्नॉलॉजीचा वापर करून प्रभावीपणे शेतकऱ्यांच्या पर्यंत ते तंत्रज्ञान कसं पोहोचवता येईल. आता सिंगल पेज ऍप्लिकेशन शेतकऱ्यांना ऑनलाईन घरी बसून सुद्धा त्यांना कृषी विभागाच्या कोणत्या योजनांचा लाभ अपेक्षित आहे ते घरी बसून त्या ठिकाणी अर्ज करू शकतात. एकदा अर्ज केल्याच्या नंतर परत त्यांना अर्ज करण्याची आवश्यकता नाही. अर्ज केलेल्या वर्षाला जर त्याला त्या योजनेचा लाभ मिळाला नाही तर पुढच्या वर्षाच्यासाठी तोच अर्ज ग्राह्य धरून लॉटरी सिस्टम मध्ये त्या अर्जाचा समावेश त्या ठिकाणी केला जाणार आहे आणि यामुळे शेतकऱ्यांचा वेळ आणि आर्थिक बचतही मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी होणार आहे. येणाऱ्या कालावधीमध्ये महिला शेतकऱ्यांना विशेष फोकस करून त्यांना पाठबळ देण्याचा मानस कृषी विभागाचा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांच्या आदेशानुसार त्या ठिकाणी असणार आहे आणि म्हणून महिला शेतकऱ्यांना आणि शेतमजुरांनाही पाठबळ देण्याची भूमिका कृषी विभागाची त्या ठिकाणी असणार आहे. सेंद्रिय शेतीचं वाढतं महत्व लक्षात घेता सेंद्रिय शेतीच्याही संदर्भामध्ये एक खास टास्क फोर्स नेमून आम्ही त्याला पाठबळ कसं देता येईल, त्याची प्रभावी अंमलबजावणी कसं करता येईल, अगदी त्याच्या सर्टिफिकेशन पर्यंत यंत्रणा त्या ठिकाणी उभी करायला घेतलेली आहे. महाराष्ट्राच्या अनेक जिल्ह्यांमध्ये तिथली जी काही स्पेशालिटी वाण आहे ज्याला आपण GI मानांकन दिलेलं आहे, साधारणतः अशा 24 वाणांना ज्यांना GI मानांकन ऑलरेडी मिळालेलं आहे त्या वाणांना फोकस करून देश पातळीवर तो वाण मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्याला व्हॅल्यू ऍडिशन करून कसं उपलब्ध करून देता येईल आणि शेतकरी बांधवांना 2 पैसे जास्तीचे कसे मिळतील याही दृष्टिकोनातून आपण काम करायला घेतो आहोत. पाण्याचं महत्व लक्षात घेता आणि ड्रीपचं महत्व लक्षात घेता पाण्याची बचत, त्याच्यामध्येच उत्पन्नामध्ये वाढ, क्वालिटी फूड ज्याच्यातनं आपल्याला मिळतंय त्या ड्रीपवर महाराष्ट्र सरकारने क्रांतिकारी निर्णय केला आणि आपल्याला माहिती आहे की 75% आणि 80% पर्यंत सबसिडी ओव्हरऑल महाराष्ट्र ड्रीपला देण्याचा निर्णय त्या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्र सरकारने घेतलेला आहे आणि त्याची प्रभावी अंमलबजावणी मागच्या वर्षापासूनच आपण त्या ठिकाणी सुरू केलेली आहे. जास्तीत जास्त शेतकऱ्यांचे गट, फार्मर प्रोड्युसर कंपन्या, महिला शेतकरी बचत गट या माध्यमातून शेतकरी बांधवांना संघटित करून मग कोणाला गोडाऊनची अपेक्षा आहे कृषी माल स्टोअर करण्यासाठी, कोणाला ट्रान्सपोर्टेशनची व्यवस्थेची आवश्यकता असेल, कोणाला प्रक्रिया उद्योग त्या ठिकाणी अपेक्षित असतील तर त्याचा एक आराखडा तयार करून त्याला चालना आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी द्यायला घेतलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून मला वाटतं की हे प्रमुख मुद्दे मी आपल्या समोर या ठिकाणी ठेवलेले आहेत. आपल्याला सर्वांना माहिती आहे की एक्सपोर्ट पासून तर देश पातळीवर अगदी मग द्राक्ष असतील, डाळिंब असतील, संत्रा असेल, आंबा असेल, अनेक फळं असतील, भाजीपाला असेल, फुलं असतील, याच्यामध्ये महाराष्ट्राची मोठी भूमिका त्या ठिकाणी राहिलेली आहे आणि म्हणून या सर्व गोष्टींना चालना देण्याच्या दृष्टिकोनातून आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी प्रयत्नशील आहोत. अगदी नैसर्गिक जी काही साधन संपत्ती आपल्या निसर्गाने आपल्याला दिलेली आहे त्या नैसर्गिक साधन संपत्तीलाही जनतेच्या पर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचं, नागरिकांच्या पर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचं हे काम कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून करण्यात येत आहे आणि तेही वाण, ते भाजीपाला असेल, ते फळं असतील जंगलातली, ते नागरिकांच्या पर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचं एक काम त्या ठिकाणी कृषी विभागाच्या माध्यमातून आम्ही संपन्न करतो. मला वाटतं की मी थोडक्यामध्ये या ठिकाणी मी माझं मनोगत ठेवतो आणि तज्ञांचं मनोगत आपल्याला सगळ्यांना त्या ठिकाणी ऐकायचं आहे, त्यांचा अनुभव ऐकायचा आहे आणि म्हणून या वेबिनारचं ऑनलाईन करोनामुळे आपण आयोजन केलेलं आहे. मी आपल्या सगळ्यांचा आभार व्यक्त करतो. निश्चितपणे या विचार मंथन चर्चेच्या माध्यमातून अनेक चांगल्या बाबी पुढे येतील. आमच्यासारख्याही कार्यकर्त्याला त्या ठिकाणी मार्गदर्शनपर त्या सगळ्या बाबी असतील आणि त्याची प्रभावी अंमलबजावणी कृतीतून करून दाखवू हा विश्वास मी तुम्हाला देतो. मी आपल्या सगळ्यांचा आभार मानतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
आम्ही तुमचे आभारी आहोत सर, तुम्ही आल्याबद्दल. थँक्यू. I now request our respected guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Commissioner of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, who accepted our invitation to grace this occasion to address the participants. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Namaskar. Honorable Minister and Mr. Barwale ji and many of the other dignitaries, whosoever are present here. So I'm really very happy to be here with you all on the occasion of this important program. I know when I discussed this matter with Mr. Barwale, then I really appreciated the idea of organizing such event. And here Government of India has already taken many initiatives, and agriculture is in focus, and many new initiatives. Particularly, I would like to mention that safe pesticides are required to be used. From that point of view, biosolutions are now promoted in the country. And if I speak about the biosolutions, then it will cover biopesticides, biofertilizers, and biostimulants. So biostimulants is another area, because fertilizers and biopesticides, everybody is conversant with both of these aspects, but biostimulants have been brought into the picture now. And government has come out with a kind of recommendation and a set guidelines for biostimulants. And now we are having a set system in the country where these biostimulants are now being regulated. So another point is drone technology. That's a recent introduction which has come into it, because we want to increase our capacity and we want to increase the efficiency into it. And so far we are having only 1,000 these drones which are available for use in agriculture, but there is a tremendous scope. 3 lakh drones are required in the country, and agriculture is, I should say that particularly this pesticide application and fertilizer application, liquid fertilizer application, I should say, would be done through drones. And here with the greater efficiency, we can do all these practices, and with a more precision, we can do this. So Government of India has made a SOP, standard operating procedures. Those standard operating procedures have been approved, and I got the chance to chair that committee. And here those guidelines are also now available for pesticide application. Guidelines are available for application of fertilizers through drones. And now industry has started doing experimentation, because they need to submit the data. They have started doing it. So another part which relates to is that how we can increase our production and productivity for food grains as well as for horticulture crops. So I'm really very happy to share with you all that recently data which we got, that 306 million ton of the food grains production has happened. It's a record production. And similarly for horticulture crops, 328 million ton record production has been achieved. So now our emphasis is that how we can increase our quality. That's why good agriculture practices are required to be followed. For that purpose, we need to have a kind of a certification system in the country. So now guidelines have been made for good agriculture practices certification. Earlier we were having only Eurogap, as well as we were having Eurogap as well as Global Gap. So now India is having its own gap, IND gap we call it, India Good Agriculture Practices Certification System. That certification system has been started now, piloting has been done, and it has proved very successful. So it will be introduced for many other crops. The basic objective is that we adopt these good agriculture practices and certification system when we have to export, but our own people also, they need safe produce. So that's why these good agriculture practices IND gap has come into the picture. So this has been now considered, and that has been done. So very recently, United Nations has declared International Year for Millets, because we are equally worried that food security, nutritional security, both aspects are required to be addressed together. So from that point of view, International Year for Millets proposal from Government of India has been accepted by the United Nations. And here 2023 year has been allotted to us for celebration of the International Year for Millets, where India will get the lead to guide the world that how we can take forward these millets in the worldwide for address of nutritional security. This is one part. Another is the last year 2021 was celebrated as International Year for Fruits and Vegetables. When I presented the proposal of International Year for Millets at Rome, FAO Rome, and I carry forward that proposal was from Government of India. I made a presentation on behalf of government, and that proposal has been accepted. And at that time, International Year for Fruits and Vegetable proposal was also presented by some other country. We supported them. They also supported to us. So now these are the two things where, because each and every platform I'm utilizing to disseminate the our objective that International Year for 2023 will be celebrated, where we need to have support from all sectors, industry, government, states, and agriculture universities, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So this all system will support us in observance of the International Year for 2023, where we will address the security issue already prepared. So these are the few points and new initiatives which just I wanted to share with you all. And definitely this food and nutritional security aspect both will be addressed together. So this is the basic motive, that we want to increase our production per unit area with the introduction of new varieties, and then with the multiplication of seed of those new varieties. So our emphasis as well as focus is more on oil seeds now, because we have attained self-sufficiency in case of food grains. If we speak about rice and wheat, and then pulses also recently we have become the self-sufficient. So oil, palm as well as oil seeds, these are the two crops which are in picture, and we have focus on these points. So these all are the priority areas where we have started a national mission for oil seeds and oil palm. This mission will specially address this issue, how we can increase our production, productivity, as well as I should say quality of the produce. So we are going to promote the varieties which contain more oil in the seeds as well as varieties. So these are the few initiatives which just I wanted to share with you. So my best wishes to the Maharashtra state also. I should say that Maharashtra state has done wonders, because when I was Horticulture Commissioner earlier, I remember that many of the programs were started, and now Maharashtra is a leader, I should say, in the world market for pomegranate, for grapes. So these are the two areas where we have a kind of leadership. So further, Maharashtra is a leading state for many of the horticulture crops, and also for millets. So millets and millets again, Maharashtra government has signed one MOU with Indian Institute of Millet Research, and all these millet research technologies will be taken forward and it will reach to the farmers. So thank you so much for inviting me at this occasion. I'm really very happy to be here with you all, and in presence of the Honorable Minister. It's a great opportunity for us. with his blessings, we will take all these things forward. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude the inaugural session, may I request Sri Anand Singhania, Vice President, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, Mr. Singhania.
Thank you, Selby. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to propose this vote of thanks at the end of this very interesting and thought-provoking inaugural session. Agriculture continues to be the country's lifeline. I genuinely believe in the long run, growth in this sector will ensure India's food security and supply chain in a self-sufficient manner. We could actually be the agricultural supplier to the world since we have such high resources, and in the case we increase our productivity, we could continue to do so. As you know, it continues to be the Prime Minister's vision of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, or a self-reliant India, with a very strong focus on agriculture. During the first year of the pandemic, this sector was solely responsible for growth, while several other sectors floundered during the difficult times. As our ministers mentioned, new technologies leading to higher productivity at lower costs and better produce using Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, satellite imagery. Our minister talked about drones, use of drones for spraying of fertilizers and using GIS, GPS data is leading to growth in this very essential sector. On behalf of the IMC Chamber of Commerce, I'd like to thank our chief guest, Shri Dadaji Dagdu Bhuse, the Honorable Agriculture Minister for Government of Maharashtra, for gracing this event with your august presence and words of wisdom. I'd like to thank our guest of honor, Dr. S.K. Malhotra, Commissioner of Agriculture, Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Malhotra, thank you for sparing your valuable time with us today and giving your inputs on, the new technologies and what the government is doing, especially on drones. I'd also like to express our deep sense of gratitude to our eminent speakers who will be gracing the occasion and sharing their valuable expertise through the course of the day. We wish to extend our thanks to our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Myco Private Limited, for their support. We also like to put on record our gratitude to Mr. Ashish Bharwale, Chairman of the Agriculture and Food Processing Committee of the Chamber, as well as to all the members on the organizing committee for conceptualizing and structuring such an interesting conference and bringing together prominent personalities to speak and address the conference. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates for joining, and not last but not the least, thanks to the IMC team for organizing this event. Once again, I thank you all for being here with us today to share and learn with the benefit of all these speakers today. Your presence is a source of encouragement to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singhania. We request all the participants to stay connected till the end of this event, as we are going to bring the various facets of agricultural scenario in our state, Maharashtra, in the coming sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our first session, Policy Initiatives to Spur Agriculture Development. The session would be initiated by our esteemed moderator, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, Economic Advisor, IMC, and Director, IMC ERTF, and the elite panelists joining him in this erudite panel discussion are Shri Eknath Dhavle, IAS Secretary, Agri, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Parmesh Shah, Global Lead, World Bank, Dr. Srimati Purvi Mehta, Head Asia, Agriculture Development, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Dr. Srimati Usha Zair, Executive Director, Grow Indigo Private Limited. Over to you, Mr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you very much, Selvi. Namaskar to all my co-panelists. It's such a delight for me to be the moderator. I'm actually standing in for Dr. Goyal. He's a little unwell, and therefore I've kind of stepped into his shoes, but his shoes are too big to fill personally, but hopefully I'll try and do what best I can. And of course, we have a fantastic panel, and therefore that makes my job much lighter. But before we start with this wonderful panel, I'm so thrilled and I'm so impressed with what the minister mentioned, in particular, Bhuse Sahib, and he so beautifully captured the spirit of what's required. And I particularly found this impressive. One, he talked about the focus on research. I've always believed our budget for agriculture research must rise year after year, but that has not been the case. And there's a strong case for increasing our budget for agri R&D year after year, and then have a system of monitoring and evaluation, and look at the outcomes at the end of the year or at the end of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever is the time frame. Therefore, I think that pitch was very, very interesting. You also talked about how Maharashtra can use research findings across India and across the world to help Maharashtra growers realize what they want to do, how these research findings can actually help. And therefore, there is some work to be done in that area. He talked about supply chain efficiency through infusion of technology. And of course, he talked about Maharashtra as seed capital. Of course, Maharashtra is already the seed capital of the country. And obviously, there is a great opportunity to further entrench this position in our country. And last but not the least is certainly the role of women in agriculture. I think that's a very, very important area. They are actually, the women are unsung heroes of our agriculture, and we know what happens in the rural areas. And he actually flagged that issue, he highlighted, and for me personally, as someone who's been tracking this sector for very long years, I felt quite excited. And of course, Mr. Malhotra also talked about the biosolutions to our agriculture, that we need about 3 lakh drones, record food grain production, yes, of course, and horticulture production. But the focus of the policy will now be on quality improvement, which again is important. Most important is end gap. Good agriculture practices in around the world, we know what they are, but we are now adapting and adopting them to the Indian situation. I think these are, for me, quite exciting developments, so good to hear from the policymakers. Okay, thank you very much, and I welcome Mr. Parmesh Shah from World Bank, of course our own Usha Zahar from Mexico, and Purvi Mehta from Melinda and Bill Gates Foundation. Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining. We are going to discuss in this session policy initiatives to spur agriculture development in our country. I suspect Mr. Eknath Davle, Secretary Agriculture, hasn't joined. Has he? Okay, no, that doesn't matter. I'm sure, I know. I'm sure he must have, there must be something more pressing for him. I have no doubt at all. But let's take this thought forward of policy initiative to spur agriculture development, not only in India, but also in Maharashtra, because we at the Chamber believe Maharashtra is capable of leading India's agriculture and driving India's agriculture growth. And therefore, let me start with let me start by requesting each one of the panelists, maybe starting from Parmesh Shah. What are your initial thoughts, maybe over 5, 7, 8 minutes, even tap to 10 minutes? What are your initial thoughts on what kind of policy initiatives are required, both from the government of India and, of course, more importantly, from the government of Maharashtra, that would actually spur agriculture development? And when we talk of agriculture development, we are actually looking end to end, right, from the input stage, cultivation, processing, consumption. What are your thoughts initially, if you could share? And I would actually pose the same question to both Usha and Purvi after Mr. Parmesh Shah responds to this.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and thanks for inviting me It's a great opportunity. Maharashtra is a state which I have visited a number of times before. And there are a number of initiatives going on in Maharashtra. But the main issue in Maharashtra is they are sporadic and one-off, and they never get integrated when in terms of an overall integrated policy solution. So clearly, the issues, what we have done in the past, done a little bit on agriculture competitiveness, a number of producer organizations in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is the epicenter of producer companies and producer organizations. It's got a lot history of organized farmers trying to do things and really going and becoming more competitive both nationally and globally. But if you look at the percentage of farmers who are organized in Maharashtra, even after all this, it's hardly 9%. And you really, the intensity and the density which is required to do this is of a much higher order. So you have a lot of initiatives, but they are like boutique and they don't add up. The second part, which I think is happening very importantly in Maharashtra is very climate variant. And there are a lot of climatic changes happening in Maharashtra, and the number of events which are happening in terms of climate and weather, which have impact on production, productivity, and resilience of farmers is very variant. And with that, we had started a climate smart project in Maharashtra, where we wanted to pick up about 40 to 45 adaptable technologies and practices and wanted to invest in creating an ecosystem for that. And thirdly, I think on the livelihood side, a lot of, as we discussed, a lot of women farmers, a lot of micro entrepreneurs in Maharashtra, and there are many instances of that. Again, so just working with some commercial farmers and not working with lots of other farmers who are small and also are working on micro enterprises related with agriculture is also required at the same time. So it needs a 3 to 4 pronged kind of an effort. But what I would like to say is that the new kind of agriculture, as we see globally, requires a lot of focus on data and agtech and fintech. And when we see the other states in the country, whether you take Andhra, whether you take Telangana, whether you take even Orissa, I think there's a lot of focus on creating big data centers where a lot of data is available to convert into products and services for both private sectors and new generation of agtech and fintech entrepreneurs to emerge. That is something which is missing in Maharashtra. Maharashtra has not really incorporated the agtech and fintech revolution which is happening globally and in the country. So I would say that there is a policy required now of really building kind of agtech, fintech startups in Maharashtra, and also developing and collecting data more systematically, weather data, climate data, transaction data, and really looking at creating a new ecosystem for agriculture transformation. And finally, I think world over, we see that productive alliances between private sector, public sector are required to do this. So I think the role of the state is still quite predominant in the way we look at agriculture and food systems. It's not about Maharashtra, it's generally in India. So I think a framework for public-private partnerships is also required, which allows private entrepreneurs to really participate in everything from inputs to outputs to service delivery as we go along. So to summarize, I would say that you need a data and agtech policy. You need a public-private partnership policy, and you also need a policy which integrates all these efforts together. So we have a lot of projects which are smaller in scale, but I think it needs to be integrated into a much bigger initiative. I'll stop there. Those are my initial thoughts. And I'll come in and join once the discussion
Wonderful,
is.
wonderful. Thank you. Parmesh Shah. I think you are candid, and I quite like it. It's very important, and I'm sure your thoughts will most likely get converted into a set of will be a part of a set of recommendations and will reach the government of Maharashtra, because finally the purpose, the very rationale of this event is to get the views of all the stakeholders and give it to the policymakers so that we'll have growth-oriented policies in Maharashtra. Thank you very much. I think you talked about policy integration that is need to strengthen the FPO movement, make this more and more inclusive, get more farmers to join farmer producer companies, the challenge of climate variability within the state. I think that's very important. Of course, there is a World Bank project on climate smart agriculture and data and access to data. I think extremely important. I completely endorse what you're saying. Finally, everything is these days data driven. All decisions, all policy making is data driven, and therefore data becomes data is the latest currency primarily. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Let me go to Usha. Usha has been in the thick of all these activities, agriculture activities, for 2 or 3 decades that I am aware of. And she is somebody who's completely hands-on. She knows this industry, this sector like the back of her hand. Usha, what are your thoughts with your headquarters in Maharashtra and Jalna as a seed capital of the state, and you've been in the thick of activities? How would you think, what kind of new policy initiatives are required for the state?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Good morning, everyone. You mentioned that I've been in the thick of it for the 2 decades or so, but the reality is that I'm a daughter of a farmer and have grown up in the seed industry. So all of my life, actually, seed has been integral part of it. And I was very pleased to see the minister's remarks, what Bhuse Sahib mentioned on the research focus, because that has really been at the core of what Mahiko does. Right? We have been a research-focused organization with the belief that research, innovation, technologies bring value to the farmer, and particularly the smallholder farmer. So the notion that smallholder farmer will adopt or will not adopt does not really hold. We have shown it over and over again. And how this emphasis of the government on research, I feel, is such an important declaration, and the most important thing now would be how is it translated on the ground in terms of policies, in terms of facilitation and support to the various organizations who are engaged in the seed part. So for Mr. Chandrasekhar, I will split my remarks in two parts. First on the seed, and then I know Goyal Saab had asked me to speak also on digital. So if you want, I can come back to that second part later. But on the seed front, I had 2 specific things that I wanted to highlight. So the key element on the research focus that Minister Saab mentioned is also finding research which is you don't need to reinvent the wheel. We have so many innovations already available. And that, to me, some ways is actually not a shortage. We have so many technologies which we need to move forward with. The challenge, of course, remains around access and evaluation. So how do you access those technologies? What could be the role that government plays in accessing some of these technologies? And how do we evaluate the same for suitability in Maharashtra? Now, when we talk about access, I wanted to use one example, and that is around the point that Malhotra Saab made on the biopesticides, biofertilizers, and of course there is this whole conversation around how do we do agriculture sustainably, and so use of biological treatments and so forth. So when we look at the biological treatments which are available globally, And if I have to access a bio product, a microbial product in particular, from some other country, it takes me almost 1 year before I can get that product. So I have to make an application to the plant quarantine form, and then it will get evaluated by various committees. But in the process, basically, you've lost an entire year from even beginning to do your evaluation. And these are products which are commercially being sold in other countries. Now, so of course, in-country research is one element which we will always continue to focus on. But how do you also use technologies which are already available to bring immediate benefit? So I think this is, this is so important, because now, for instance, we have biological microbial treatments which provide better water use efficiency. So if we look at Maharashtra in particular, and stay in the regions of Marathwada where I come from, where drought is a common theme every year, having technologies like this could really be a game changer for the smallholder farmer and increase their productivity. So that was one element that I wanted to highlight in terms of government's role nationally, but also at state level, what is it that we could do which facilitates this further. The second one is the availability and access, and especially for microbial technologies, unlike fertilizer, you get NPK, everyone knows what NPK is. But when I say that I have biological treatment which will replace or substitute part of your current application protocol, the farmer doesn't really buy into it right away. So you have to do a lot of education, extension, demonstration. And I think this is where, given the emphasis of the companies as well as the state and national government, that we could have very focused effort in how to promote these technologies collectively, not by just government, but how can we work together to move that forward. And I move on to my next point, which relates to this, in the sense that how do we, so we have subsidy for seeds, for instance, which typically goes to the Maharashtra State Seed Corporation. Now, one is that can we include some form of token or coupon or subsidy for the farmer for use of biological treatments? But instead of giving a subsidy to the seed company, our suggestion to the state government would be to do direct benefit transfer to the farmers. Farmers can use that then towards the product of their choice, from whatever state seed corporations or from public sector university products or from a private sector product. So I think this subsidy change to a direct benefit transfer would be another point. Then I could talk about the digital initiatives, Mr. Chandrasekhar, if you like, or I can take a pause here.
No, fine. Please go ahead. I think it's the good flow.
Okay. Please. Okay. So digital. So I've been recently more engaged with the digital agriculture platforms that Grow Indigo, which is a startup in ag tech space. So our digital platforms actually focus on the key theme of sustainability and how do we increase livelihoods of the farmer, particularly the smallholder farmer. And to this effect, Grow Indigo aims to look at the input side of the agri value chain, the output side of the value chain, and lastly, we have recently in Punjab, Haryana launched a voluntary carbon marketplace, so which allows the smallholder farmers to also farm for carbon. Yeah, so in addition to farming for rice, at the same time you are also farming for carbon by adoption of regenerative agricultural practices, by which you generate a carbon credit, which credit can be traded on a voluntary marketplace, and the farmer gets that income for carbon farming. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. Farmers getting additional income, which provides incentive for the farmer to adopt the regenerative agriculture practice, because traditionally we have otherwise put the burden of the adoption of regenerative agriculture practices on the farmer, saying you do it because it's good for all of us. but there is nothing in it for you other than you doing it because it feels good. But as we know that smallholder farmer, the bottom line is extremely important. And so if you look at doing the regenerative agriculture practices which generate carbon credit and move to income generation for the farmer, I think this is one area. So we've already enrolled 12,500 farmers in Punjab under this program for the carbon credit generation. And we hope that by end of this year, the first lot of the carbon credit could potentially be issued. So similarly, I think Maharashtra has, one key practice when I think about Maharashtra agriculture that stands out is that our tillage practices, right? So we have almost very little area which is under no-till or low-till agriculture. Now that is one practice which if the farmer feels does not impact productivity, right? So in all of these carbon credit programs, one very important thing is that the productivity cannot be impacted. So, it has to be it has to be minimum of 95% of what the farmer gets today, plus whatever additional benefits they will have. So how can we move to a more sustainable practice and in the process reward the farmer for generating the carbon credit? So you have a local impact, you have a national impact, and of course the sustainability agenda for agriculture is enhanced. The second element on the digital platform that we are focused on is on the input side of agriculture, which is where we feel that the access to inputs by farmers is limited by what the retailer is able to offer. Right, so typical farmer will actually reach out to the retailer within 20-30 kilometer radius, and whatever is the availability of product, that is what they end up purchasing. So the digital platform, which again, as Dr. Shah mentioned already, that data is very important, in all of this that we do. And so what data we are able to garner, and then how we use that data to inform the farmer better in terms of, so the platform, for instance, today allows us to tell the farmer that these are the 5 retailers near you, these are the products on their shelf, and this is the price at which these products are available. Now, you can go and access any of those products as per your understanding. And of course, there's information flow which can happen through that. So this is a national program. So that we are focused right now on the central states. But in the coming years, we would go have more intensive programs in the other states as well. The second part of this is on the output side of it, which is called Grow Mandi. And again, it's to create discovery as number one item, create transparency in terms of what is the transaction price, and connecting farmers, FPOs, small traders, large traders with buyers of various sizes. So these are some of the initiatives which we have ongoing. Again, coming back to the overall theme in terms of how do we do agriculture differently, how do we empower the smallholder farmer with information, both on the input and output side, and also encourage on the regenerative agriculture practices. So I think I'll take a pause there, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and thank you so much again for the opportunity to be here.
Oh, perfect, Usha. Wonderful. I think these are very, very important issues that you've flagged, and the points that you've raised and suggestions you've made. I'm now going to turn to Dr. Purvi Mehta, who doesn't know her. She's done a lot of work, and probably, I suspect the foundation may not have focused so much on Maharashtra, but I know you're doing a lot of work. Therefore, please, what would be your initial thoughts on the theme of our session? Policy initiative to spur agriculture development is one. Number two, if I can pose the second part also to you right away, are there learnings from other parts of India that you think can be recommended for adoption and application in Maharashtra? So that's the kind of question. Yeah, and then take your time, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar, and really good to be a part of this panel, which are some of my favorite agriculture people of India, Dr. Shah, Dr. Usha, and thanks very much. I really enjoyed the remarks that that the minister and also the Agriculture Commissioner made. I think, both Dr. Shah and Dr. Usha has made some very, very important points. So let me, rather than repeating, let me re-emphasize a few and sort of add to some of that. And I think I wanted to highlight 4 points, which especially are very important from a Maharashtra agriculture perspective. One is diversification. Second is cooperation and aggregation. Third is agribusiness. And the fourth is, of course, the climate adaptation part and the opportunities that it presents. I think Maharashtra has one of the highest diversification index in India, in terms of its ratio between the area covered under cereal, pulses, of course, cotton, sugarcane, and of course, very importantly, horticulture. So the diversification index, which we mostly, in most other states, we complain about being a low diversification index. I think that complaint doesn't extend to Maharashtra that much because it is already a very, very well diversified system. But within that, I think, livestock would present a very, very important opportunity. And we know that Maharashtra is really in the forefront in terms of milk production, especially from the large ruminant like buffalo milk production and so forth, and also the processing value chain and so forth. But I think I wanted to, from a policy perspective in the diversification angle, wanted to make 2 concrete suggestions. Number one is a very unique system in Maharashtra is mixed farming system, where crop and livestock farming is done by farmers, by the same farmers. And therefore, how do we sort of integrate that better? And how do we have policies which are not sort of isolated to livestock sector and crop sector, but have it the same because the client is the same farmer. If we look at, and I'll build your question, Mr. Chandrasekhar, about the learnings. I think one of the things, 83% of India's milk, for example, does not come from livestock farmer. It comes from crop farmer who also happens to keep a livestock. And so that mixed farming system in Maharashtra also presents a very important opportunity. And the other thing, while I do appreciate the state's diversification, I think within the livestock sector, there are a lot of diversification, untapped opportunity that go beyond just the milk sector, which to include, say, for example, small ruminant sector, especially in places like Vidarbha and so forth. So I think Maharashtra perhaps could use some kind of a sub-strategy within its livestock strategy to give emphasis to the non-large ruminant, which includes the goat sector, the sheep sector, and so forth, which will be very, very important from a livelihood perspective and from the economic perspective also. The second point I wanted to make is on aggregation. As Dr. Shah mentioned, Maharashtra has a rich legacy and history of cooperatives, right? There are several lessons that one learns from these large cooperative movements, which were predominantly focused on a very, very 2 or 3 commodities, right? Cotton, sugarcane, and so forth. So I think there are lots of lessons to be learned from that. And one of the lessons is in form of the farmer producer organization or FPC or producer organization, whatever the parlance we want to use. But I think, that moment in Maharashtra also is quite going quite well. But in that FPO policy, and I am aware of the FPO policy that Maharashtra state has. And in view of that, I wanted to make 3 suggestions. One is to focus on self-sustainability of FPOs. See, FPOs are not just a social unit, and they should not be seen as a good social unit where 1,200, 1,500 farmers have come together. Importantly, also women farmers, right? It should be seen as a business unit that is more compatible to do business with businesses. And not this is not SHGs. This is beyond that, and it should be seen from a purely economic angle. I mean, this kind of a thing coming from a Gujarati like me, I know doesn't suit, but I think this is what
no, it's extremely important. Your genes are talking.
So, by joining an FPO as a farmer, what is the incentive to me? What difference will that make to my income is the question I am asking. That's what we need to have in FPOs. The second one where Maharashtra can really be at the forefront is aggregation of aggregation. FPOs, again, often are becoming very isolated units, and therefore some kind of an association of FPOs or an aggregation of FPOs will be extremely important, which again becomes a larger unit for the industries to deal with and so forth also. And the third point on the FPO policy I wanted to suggest is to put thrust on multi-commodity FPO. At the moment, most FPOs are single commodity or two commodity FPOs. We know that a farmer, especially a smallholder farmer, does not rely upon one commodity, right? So multiple commodities, an FPO that deals with multiple commodities, so that not just 20%.
Sir, I think we have got, Dr. Purvi has got disconnected.
It happens. Let's give her 10 seconds.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, it's happened once or twice earlier. So let's see. All right. I think, okay, let's take this forward. I'm sure Purvi will join back soon. I'll come back to Mr. Parmesh Shah again. Your World Bank, of course, does projects globally, advises countries, etc. So, is there anything, any kind of best global practices that you have in mind that you would recommend, not just for India, but more specifically for Maharashtra?
So, building on what Ushaji was also saying and Puri was also saying, I think one of the things we are doing now is bringing 5,000 best agtech startups all over the world to work with millions of farmers. We've established now a million farmer platform now in Africa, in Kenya, where 68 startups are now working with millions of farmers and providing data-enabled digital services. I'll give you an example that the mechanization in Africa is just 8%. Now they've Uberized the whole tractor system by fitting GPS devices on all tractors and enabling farmers to discover mechanization services. Mechanization rate has increased by almost 65% in just 5 years, which is a very disruptive solution in that sense. So even if you take Maharashtra, in spite of large mechanization and good holding of tractors, accessibility to smallholders to be able to sow on the right date is still limited. So I would say that one of the main things we are suggesting is what is working in Latin America, East Asia. We have now supported big data centers being set up by Ministry of Agriculture jointly with data companies and technology companies, and also help set up some kind of an ecosystem for collaboration between edtechs, fintechs and all, something which Ushaji was describing in terms of Grow Mandi and Grow Asia. This is happening on a very large scale globally. And in India, I think we have one of the best kind of startup environments, but the number of edtechs startups per unit of population is minuscule in India, but even lower in Maharashtra. So I personally feel that while other states are going quite ahead in this area now, even states like Orissa and others, but Maharashtra should go even higher. Second issue, what we are doing is digitizing, creating farmer registries, basically digitizing all farmer data. I think that's also very important. So Maharashtra, if it invests in a farmer registry, so any industry or any agribusiness which wants to work with farmers doesn't have to deal in a transaction by transaction manner. It could really look at the registry there. And second is the DBT system, which Ushaji was also talking about, the e-vouchers and all for the new biotechnologies and various kinds of things, because it's not a question of lack of access. It's a question of discovery of these solutions and transferring them in a more efficient way. Finally, in the Latin America, we work on an approach called productive alliances, in which farmer organizations and private sector submit joint projects and prepare business plans together. Something which Puri was referring to, that business plans, if each farmer organization prepares a business plan jointly with any private sector with it's working on, and then those plans are then funded, then I think this will go a little bit more ahead. So I think we have almost like thousands of productive alliances working in almost all countries of Latin America. And I think we need to see a productive alliance approach, an agtech farmer registry, or what I would call it is a kind of a, incubators for a large number of, agtechs and fintechs to work in Maharashtra. So Maharashtra has to really come to the next generation of reforms to bring data, technology, and digitization together. So I would say that is the next generation of things which we are finding. Even in Africa, I find some countries are doing better than. I would like to provoke Maharashtra by saying that they are doing better than what Maharashtra is doing.
Absolutely, can't agree with you more. I think we need Maharashtra now needs to go one level higher, which is important, and that can happen through infusion of technology, particularly, of course, digitization. Excellent. Purvi, we lost you for a brief time. Are you with me? Unmute.
Yes, yes, Mr.
So,
Chandra.
would you like to continue, please?
I am really sorry.
No, don't worry, relax.
It's just,
it happens.
Yeah. Anyway, I think apart from FPO, I just wanted to make two more points. Number one was on agribusiness, right? I think agribusiness essentially means converting or translating land's production advantages to farmers' profit advantage. And so how does one do that? I think Maharashtra, being the second most industrialized state, how does that, a lot of this industrialization, the infrastructure, all of that get translated into or optimized into agri-businesses, I think would be very important. And therefore, specific policies, for example, I think one of the earlier speakers in the inaugural sessions had mentioned about the export potential of India and so forth. I think, yes, Maharashtra does tap into that and is one of the very prominent exporters from India. But I think one of the big opportunities also is in regional exports, right? There was a mention of Ind gaps by Mr. Malhotra, which is predominantly for the Indian markets. But at the same time, I think, the regional opportunities, say, for example, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, any of these regional opportunities, one of the ways to do it would be to sort of set up a specific regional export promotion council where the commodities, the varieties, the regulations, all of them that can be slightly different from the usual export market. So I do see a lot of opportunities there. And of course, providing some kind of a business support to the farmers will be very, very important. I think there are a large number of, and the Maharashtra KVK moment and all of that is very well known. But in parallel to those type of capacity, which is mainly for production, I think farmers would really benefit out of creating business support, which are only talking about how to market better and how to get better price realization. And so that kind of a business support can act. But yeah, I think at the end, I mean, I was going to talk about climate, but I just wanted to say that, climate should not be just seen as a problem, but it should also be seen as an opportunity to tap into. And I think Maharashtra can play a very important role there.
Thank you, Purvi. I think I can't agree with you more. I work closely with a large number of FPOs, and we know that I can't teach them what inputs to buy, what should be the agronomy or how to harvest. I mean, they know, they do it. But what they lack, which I have found over the last 4 or 5 years, is market outlook. They don't know what's the government's policy on export, for example, or global market dynamics, how those market dynamics impact domestic prices and market. They don't know whether to sell today, hold until tomorrow and sell tomorrow. And that's the kind of knowledge I deliver. I talk about market outlook. I don't give them any price forecast, but I tell them what is the direction the market is likely to be. And then they are very happy with this kind of information. Therefore, there's awareness and training and continuous engagement with them is very, very important. In fact, I'm so fond of saying, हमारा किसान शायद अनपढ़ होगा, मगर वो जरूर अनाड़ी नहीं है. He can make every single farmer in India a savvy trader. Okay, but we need to build capacity in him. And I think this FPOs as a system will enable us to educate and train farmers en masse, 400, 500, 1,000 farmers in a group. I think and that's extremely important. And then you also talked about crop diversification for the FPOs. Don't rely on only maize or only soybean or only cotton. Also do something. I think points extremely well taken. Thank you very much for coming back. I want to inform the participants that if you have questions, kindly post those questions on the chat box. And if you have any specific panelist you want to respond, please write their name also, and we'll take up the question. It's 11:30. We have about 15 minutes more, and I just want to go back to Usha to talk about. After all, you're a seed person, okay? So, what are your thoughts? How should what kind of new policy initiatives that may be required to be taken by the Maharashtra government to further strengthen and entrench Maharashtra as a seed capital of India? Do you find any challenges in the current environment? Anything more that the government can do?
It's a very complicated question in some ways because
I understand, but
yes, but I think Maharashtra government has been over the years very progressive in terms of promoting new technologies and also having mechanisms by which better quality products are available to the farmers. Now, one of the things that I would say is that in terms of when we look at, and this actually goes back to my point about the subsidy also, that private sector has played a significant role in terms of making availability of seeds and particularly good quality seeds to the farmers. Now, but the private sector and the public sector, and not just Maharashtra but across the country, are not treated equally. So what is it that we can do in terms of policy which actually changes this? Because we are all in the same service of the smallholder farmer. And we can actually see the impact of this in terms of lack of incentive. So if we see lack of incentive in the sense that private sector companies are focused on hybrid seeds, they are focused on varieties which they can protect and so forth. And so you see a significant gain in productivity in these crops versus the crops where there's no incentive, there's no protection available. So I think this is a fundamental problem that we've been tackling over all of these years. And I don't have a solution in terms of how it is to be dealt with, but I think having this having a level playing field and providing this creates incentives for everyone. It's not just that private sector has incentives, but it'll be incentive for everyone and creates a sense of urgency. Then whoever has the best product. And I think this also goes to what new technologies, very, very pleased to hear ministers focus on research, because this means that then our willingness to adopt new technologies on a fast track mode. We need to decide that these are now we have the drones, for instance. What is it that we are doing on a policy arena which then gives me a permission for flying a drone within one day? With, of course, whatever rules and regulation. But today it may take me 6 months to get that permission. So, if my focus is on that aspect of technology adoption, technology deployment, then I really need to have policies which actually support that. So it's not just talk, but it's talk with action. So thank you.
Right, thank you. I think, to be fair, I think even policymakers are learning. They are on the J curve, learning how best to deploy, for example, the drone technology, because there are other challenges in terms of security, national security, etc. And therefore, I think it's a process. I'm sure they will come up with a more practical policy for use of drone, etc. But what you talked about, the playing field not being level between the public and the private sector, I take it actually you reminded me of a book I studied in school called The Animal Farm. All are equal, but some are more equal than others. Okay, or that part doesn't matter, in a lighter way. Okay, thanks. I want to very quickly go back to Purvi and ask her a question about financing of smallholders. Any thoughts on how do we strengthen this funding process? Have you done any work? Any suggestions you have on alternative means of financing for small farmers? Any views? And I would actually pose the same question to Mr. Parmeshwar also. Any thoughts on that?
One of the things I strongly believe is that throughout the value chain, every aspect of the value chain should not be funded. Unless agriculture
should not be funded.
Should not be.
Okay.
Unless agriculture is treated like a business. Again, I would emphasize, and not as a publicly funded social sector, agriculture will not do well. And we've seen this. We've seen this in many countries in Africa. We've seen this in our own country and elsewhere, right? So but what are the specific key areas which needs funding? I would agree with what Usha said. Say, for example, should there be more funding in, say, for example, development of product like R&D, for example? Yes, absolutely, right? The other side, from the output side, I think the big funding gaps, or where the funding is required, which is actually in market infrastructure. Today, if you increase the holding capacity of a farmer, if you give that kind of an affordable infrastructure for better marketing, everything else will follow. So the farmer themselves become investor if they see good potential in the market. So I really feel that through the value chain we need to have some of the components which needs much more funding, and some of the components where actually we need to deregulate. So and that extends to even FPOs. You can't keep on financially supporting an FPO. You have to have a maturity index at what point you come out as a funder and let them self-sustain.
Agree completely. I think I've been talking and writing about this. We need to move. I hope we are moving, but we certainly have to move from sustenance agribusiness like in the United States, because the conditions there are different, the challenges there are different. Yet somewhere we need to, the farmers' fortunes have to be lifted above sustenance agriculture. Completely agree. Currently, of course, the challenge is to get loans from the bank. That's a big. Any thoughts on that?
So you sorry, just unmuting myself. I think the two things which we are seeing globally is, one is that, as Puri was saying, the market infrastructure part. I think warehouse receipts have to become a very important product, because there is a lot of storage and warehousing which is not really exploited in terms of financing. World over, I think 50% of the financing happens from warehouse receipts. In India, the silos and all which are there with FCI and all, are not available as a financing mechanism. So I would say that there's a lot of financing required on developing warehouse receipts. The second one is we need to move away from the current reliance on public sector finance for agriculture, basically, primarily. So I think we need to come with this fintech kind of a model whereby, as you see, a lot of SMEs are now being financed through the new digital finance mechanisms. The same thing has to go now for the farmers as well. And that would require a kind of a credit rating system for smallholders, very modern kind of thing. As you have for urban consumers, the same credit rating system for smallholders, which will lead. We have done this now in Africa, an agri-wallet we have created in Kenya for millions of farmers, an agri-wallet, whereby the moment you need a loan for an input, you can apply within 10 minutes, you get a loan. It goes to the dealer and dealer delivers even fertilizer at your doorstep because the loan gets delivered. And you get courier delivery of fertilizers to smallholders at your doorstep. Because it liberates the whole service industry completely if you really have a more dynamic kind of a way of doing that. So a lot of kind of plurality in terms of availability of financial service providers for smallholders, warehouse receipts, and business financing of FPOs. As Purvi is rightly saying, financing is primarily grant financing coming in too much. So I think if business plans can get financed for FPOs, then this will lead to much more professional financing of the architecture and more sustainable financing.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think as I said, we need innovative financial products for small farmers. I think if I have the permission from all the panelists, can we go into the chat and see what the questions are? We have another 4 or 5 minutes before we end this session. Let me quickly look at my request to the panelists. Also have a quick look at the there are some questions which I saw. There should be strict quality regulation for biological pesticides and plant growth. Technology, your this small.
So you're on mute.
Yeah, right. I know. I don't know why it happens. Okay. Working with agri-tech. I'm just looking at various comments that I don't see a question. People have posted what their expertise is and some comments, but which is fine. liquid derivatives market in agri commodities can play a big role, etc. Okay, all that. One very interesting post that I saw was, I think we'll have Mahabharat in agriculture with a lot of drone acharyas. Very good. I quite loved it. It's coming somewhere. A good point Usha ma'am raised about subsidy to the seed treatment. Okay. Validation and bucket of affordable innovation is the need of the hour. Good comment. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sustainability of FPOs is indeed important. Investment in capacity building is necessary. Plus, we should learn from past experience. Yes, that's right. Yeah, very, very good. Very good. Hope the suggestions of Dr. Purvi Mehta on FPO as an economic unit rather than as a social unit is onboarded. Yes, absolutely. Point taken. Point taken. How to promote and strengthen South-South cooperation, including Vietnam and plant genetic resources. I think, Usha, any thoughts on that? How do we promote South-South cooperation in plant genetic resources conservation and use? After all, you have, I'm sure you have MOUs with different countries. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I think the whole topic of plant genetic resources has become very complex over the last 15, 20 years, I would say. Yeah. You know, where we used to have very free exchange of materials, etc., across the boundaries, but which now has become more complex. So that for sure is a challenge. But I totally agree that there are a lot of opportunities, particularly lessons that we have learned in India, and how we can deploy some of those learnings in Africa. And in many cases, the plant genetic resources or the, I would say, improved materials which are available in India are suitable for certain countries in Africa. So there is that maybe under the India-Africa collaboration agreement, we should look at how we include more of this in a more systematic manner to actually engage a few private sector companies, few state government bodies, and how we can have a concerted effort towards facilitating this.
Thank you very much. I think we are coming. We are coming to the end of. We need to conclude this session. Although I'm sure we can go on for a few more minutes, but I can't rob my the other panel, the next panel. I have only there is a question on weather derivatives. Yes, the SEBI is working on weather derivatives. You will, I'm sure, hear sometime during this year on weather derivatives. I'm on the SEBI's advisory committee, incidentally. There was another question. Price fluctuation in horticulture products. Yes, given the very perishable nature of horticulture products, prices will fluctuate, but that's why it's extremely important to process fruits and vegetables, and therefore add value, and therefore they will have a slightly longer shelf life, and that is where the partnership between growers and private sector processing industry would come into play. I'm afraid I'm getting signals that I'm already overshooting this session. Thank you very much. I want to thank each one of the panelists personally. Parmesh Shah, World Bank, thank you very much. Usha, thank you very much. And of course, Dr. Purvi Mehta, wonderful to have all of you. All this is being recorded, and I'm sure our discussion will find a discussion, and the recommendation will find a place in possibly a white paper that the chamber may write for the government of Maharashtra. Thank you very much. Good luck. God bless you all. Stay safe.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to all the speakers. It was indeed a very insightful session. We would now break for a few minutes and will continue with the next panel on role of technology for sustainable agriculture, sharp at 12 p.m. Do stay connected till the end of this event, as we are going to bring to light various facets of the agricultural scenario in our state, Maharashtra, in the coming sessions. Please join back at 12 sharp.
It is the long history of humankind that those who learn to collaborate and improvise most effectively have prevailed. A fine example of these words is the IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, formerly known as the Indian Merchants Chamber. The chamber is the voice of over 200,000 corporates with a combined strength of more than 4,500 members and 220 trade and educational institutions. Identified as a chamber with a global presence, IMC is on the board of the World Chambers Federation and has signed MOUs with the United Nations and more than 150 other chambers of commerce across various countries and government agencies. With the numbers still growing, the IMC has gained the strength to be the undisputed voice of Indian industry.
We're very proud of the fact we therefore represent the cream of the cream industry in this country. On the one hand, we help our members. On the other, we submit recommendations to the government so that they can institute policies which can ease and accelerate the business in India. Our activities include running seminars, holding exhibitions, we host inbound delegations, we take outbound delegations, and we facilitate international trade, which we believe is crucial to India's development.
IMC has spanned over 11 decades. To understand the spirit of IMC, one must go back in time.
Indian Merchants Chamber started in 1907 under the leadership of the visionary Manmohan Das Ramji, the eminent Indian businessman.
The economic policies of the then alien government in India were dictated by associations which had no other interests but to look after the welfare of the colonizers and traders. And it was such associations, uncaring and unfair economic policies that made Indian traders and merchants realize the need to form their own chamber, Indian Merchants Chamber.
These gentlemen of great experience, great patriotism, lent their support, their advice, and their knowledge to government in formulating policies.
I want to compliment the IMC on its proactive liaison and advocacy efforts with ministers, senior bureaucrats, and civil society. Its repository of accumulated knowledge, its long experience, and the cohesion amongst its institutional and corporate members enable the IMC to work very closely with the Indian government on policy matters essential for development and growth.
This was the only chamber whose honorary membership Mahatma Gandhi accepted. Starting with only 23 members, the IMC's membership grew over the years, with many prominent icons of industry as members, as well as parliamentarians and those who later became cabinet ministers. From Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to Shri Narendra Modi, IMC has the rare honor of visits by almost all the presidents and prime ministers of India, inaugurated by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in 1939. This prestigious IMC building stands in the heart of South Mumbai. In 1967, as a memorial for the late Mr. F.E. Dinshaw, a well-equipped commercial and financial library was built. The then Honorable Chief Justice of the Mumbai High Court, Mr. Mohit Shah, inaugurated IMC's International ADR Center.
Cases are pending for years and years. IMC has taken a lead and set up an international ADR center which will cover all alternate dispute resolutions, including reconciliation and mediation.
The IMC Provincial Ravi Gandhi Chair in Banking and Finance, who instituted to perpetuate the memories of late Sri Provincial Gandhi, who was a trustee as well as a past president of IMC. The chair serves dual purposes: promote our own national university of eminence, that is the Mumbai University, and secondly, fulfill the long-felt need as there was no chair for banking and finance in the University of Mumbai.
IMC also has a strong ladies' wing, promoting professional excellence of women entrepreneurs.
In these past years, we have achieved a lot. We have empowered a lot of women from the urban sector. For impact, which we hold on Women's Day, we found that the woman artisan in the rural area is to be celebrated. So we synergized with the urban woman and the rural woman and brought each other into focus.
IMC initiates a number of conferences on topical national interests.
them get involved in actually creating a startup committee. Our agenda, therefore, was defined as thought leadership, advocacy, and partnerships, and extremely excited to participate with several youngsters from across the state, and we spoke about building companies and entrepreneurship.
A variety of awards have been initiated by IMC to encourage innovation, quality, and development in various fields.
IMC is very proud to have the Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award and the Juran Quality Medal. This we started over 20 years back to get Indian corporates to assist them to be able to focus on quality and compete in the world. I must also mention the IMC Juran Quality Medal, and that is given to an individual. The Ramkrishna Bajaj National Quality Award is for corporates, the most prestigious quality award in the country.
IMC encourages innovation, recognizing outstanding services and accomplishments of organizations and individuals with the Inclusive Innovation Awards.
And there was a reason to create these awards, Inclusive Innovation Awards. See, India needs growth, but it has to be inclusive growth. And for that, you require inclusive innovation, because it is only innovation-led growth that can take India up there.
In terms of social responsibilities, IMC has been active through a number of forums. As India races towards a bright future, the IMC is accentuating its progress with its vital strength and leadership by aligning its aims with those of the governments, ensuring India's transformation to a fully developed economy.
IMC will do everything in its power, and so will its members, to achieve this objective, to put India on that pinnacle which India deserves to be.
Our collective ambition must be to take India, Indian enterprises, and the Indian economy to the top of the global ladder. Let us build a grand coalition of all Indians under the auspices of IMC for building a new India today. IMC will have a big role to play in building and nurturing this partnership.
आप जिस संस्था का हिस्सा है, उसका बहुत ही गौरवशाली इतिहास रहा है। स्वदेशी आंदोलन की पृष्ठभूमि में इसकी स्थापना हुई है, कुछ न कुछ योगदान दिया है, और इसके लिए आपकी संस्था प्रशंसा के पात्र है। आईएमसी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। धन्यवाद।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Myco Private Limited, for making this event possible. And now we move on to our second session, Role of Technology for Sustainable Agriculture. The session would be initiated by our esteemed moderator, Sri Jinesh Shah, Managing Partner, Omnivore Capital, and the elite panelists. Joining him in this panel discussion are Sri Pranav Tiwari, CTO, Nurture.farm, Sri Nikhil Toshniwal, VP, Digital and Network Initiatives, DHAT, Sri Pradeep Basu, Founder and CEO, Satshore Analytics, and Sri Josefa Horakiwala, Director, Biostat India Limited. Over to you, Mr. Shah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for this. I would like to share a couple of slides. Is that okay if I can share it?
Just a minute, sir. I'll just permit you to share.
So I'll give you the question. I would just set the context. Guys, it's truly a great opportunity, and I would like to thank the IMC team to help to provide us an opportunity to talk about the role of technology, sustainable agriculture, right? And And I wanted to start the context saying that Indian agriculture sector is fairly very important for all of us, right? It represents around it 15 to 18 to 20% of India's GDP. It is influencing around 40 to 45% of India's population. And truly, it influences the significant policies and the political ecosystem in the country as well, right? All in all, it's important for the country, but the sector has too many contrasts, right? I mean, it is a sector where there's a need to increase the productivity, increase the yield, increase the amount of food water produced for an increasing population, right? At the same time, there's a increasing demand for better nutrition. And as a result, there is always a focus of saying how can we make India food secure and how can we keep producing more, right? But at the same time, we have got major issues, right? We have issues like the dropping water table across various parts of country, the degrading soil across various parts of the country. I mean, the climate is changing. And it is said that this global climate change, if it has a negative impact, around 10 to 20% of Indian marginal farmers could have a significant drop in their income levels and their productivity. So it's going to be a problem if we are not able to resolve the same. From my perspective, it's like a great situation because demand is rising, supply is constrained. And whenever a democratic country is faced with this kind of crisis, I think people make innovation. People take a leap and go to the next level, right? And it is also everyone today for the first time realizes that 10 years ago when we used to talk of agriculture, right? It's only used to be senior people or some corporate professionals talking about agri-tech or how it makes sustainable, right? Maybe government is talking. But today for the first time, we not only have the government, the private sector, but even the startup with the best of talents from IITs and IIMs and people who have global exposures coming to Indian market and trying to solve the same. I would also want to talk about Maharashtra state. What is the contribution? I would just want to share a slide. Let me try to get a slide. I'm not able to. Okay, fair enough. Perfect. So just to two slides. Maharashtra, the importance of Maharashtra in the Indian agriculture is phenomenal, right? Around 10% of India's agriculture population is in Maharashtra, right? Around 15% of land and the cultivable land is in Maharashtra. We contribute to 20% of India's agri GDP and nearly 20% of India's agri exports. Maharashtra is number one, number two in quite a few crops, whether it's horticulture segment, whether it's onions, whether it's poultry, whether even things like fruits, pulses, and even milk. We are one of the larger players across the country. And if Maharashtra is able to take a lead in making a sustainable agriculture, I think India would be in a position to start following the same. I want to break this entire discussion into three pieces, right? We all know that we need to make agriculture more sustainable. So I've broken into three areas where sustainable agriculture could be really useful, right? One is the agro-food life sciences. We have around 1.6, around 1.4 billion people by end of 2030, which is going to need around $1.5 trillion of extra food for consumption, right? We're going to have a demand for more food, fresh produce, animal proteins. But at the same time, we're going to have a constraint on the natural resources we have it, right? So that's one line of thought about how agri-food life sciences can work, right? The second, which is what everyone's working, including the government, is saying, how do we create the agri-stack, right? How do we get the data, what we are getting from across the various pieces of data sets available, whether it's private sector, the government, the startups, and can we create a situation where we are able to optimize the Indian agriculture? And the third bit is the precision ag, right? Which is something I love because that's what I made a career out of it. It's all about saying what kind of new technology can work out, how can we use technology to make Indian ag more sustainable, right? And that is what I would like to discuss around it. I mean, I would like to start with Nikhil. I mean, Nikhil is a good friend. I mean, so I can always start with him. So Nikhil, if you can give a brief about yourself, a small what you are doing, and also an opening remark, I think that would be helpful. I mean, just limit your discussion to 3 minutes. I mean, all people are requested to finish the discussion in 3 minutes. Over to you, Nikhil.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jinesh. And hello, everyone. This is Nikhil Toshniwal from Dehat, Vice President, Digital Network Initiatives. Uh, First of all, thank you so much for all the participants and IMC for initiating this conversation. And this is the silver lining, right? We are at that space where, as Jinesh highlighted, that not even just government, not even just farmers, or not even just farmer leaders. We are talking about the learned technocrats. We are talking about industrialists now focusing our energy into brainstorming this session. So thank you so much for having me around here. And so just to give a brief about Dehat, uh, when it comes to digitization and role of technology over this particular area, we have seen the turnaround. That gone are the days where the question was that whether farmers are being able to understand this technology coming from outside also. No, just like we have seen the urban context, they're also early adopters, and now they are symptoms of those early adopters among the farmers coming to those technologies and asking for various different goals. Be it now they want to understand data related logics, what crop should they plan to. Now they are talking about that, okay, for this crop which was being sold to say XYZ company for chips, if I need to achieve that variety, what is the extra added input should I use? Now, these are the certain early symptoms, Jinesh, which we are being able to see at Dehat. So, at Dehat, precisely where we engage as a platform to provide seed to market solutions to the farmer, be it be at the last mile, in the 3 kilometer at a village level, then these things, when it comes to us, definitely gives a very good positive signs that technology is the answer, and now farmers, and there are certain early adopters which are coming to it. Once you see the signs of an early adopters of any industry or of any value chain, then definitely you see that, okay, now a large masses are going to follow up. And I wouldn't be surprised, and we shouldn't be surprised if we see that 3 to 4 years down the line, we see that large number of farmers now subscribing to digital tools, which my colleagues in this particular panel, a lot of different colleagues in this complete agriculture sector have showcased it, right? A basic tools of seeing their farmlands, farm information. Now farmers have started to subscribe to those things. So that's a great silver line. When it comes to second section about the role of various industries to participate, where this conversation could be helpful, as I want to take away from this thing and to set up, is that now it's a very good time to start thinking specifically on the crop cluster spaces. While at Dehat, when we are into aggregation of output, also giving the inputs and financial services, we have seen that the farmers of a crop cluster, there are certain problem statements which we have answered for a crop cluster, and that crop cluster we have been seeing thriving as compared to farmers in other crop clusters. So this is where I see that where industries, government, various startup supply chains, we can just keep various smaller consortiums. Even the states are too large to talk about. Let's make a smaller consortiums of say grape, grape groups, wheat groups of Maharashtra, because the farmers in those regions are being facing the same kind of issue. Industries are looking the similar kind of quality parameters. Crop advisories are having a similar kind of target submit. If we combine all those things, we'll be able to see that one one value chain by one value chain, there'll be a large formalization and adoption by the farmers, and farmer would have also get a lot of clarity when they see that, okay, these all 8 participants have come specifically from my supply chain. We'll be able to break that issue of not knowing you parameter, right? When we go together as a one value chain of a particular state, farmer will be way more accepted, and we'll be seeing a chain of new early adopters into that. So those are earlier thoughts, and those are going to be my takeaways from this particular part.
Thanks, Nikhil. Right. I mean, I would like to shift to Pranav. Right, Pranav, you've been part of UPL, right? I mean, when we talk about startup UPL, I mean, UPL is not the so-called standard candidate, but UPL through nurture.com is trying to disrupt the way agriculture works, right? So when you give your opening context, I mean, talk about how a large company is thinking around, and how are you guys looking from disrupting the agriculture? You're on mute, yeah.
Hi, Fox. Great to talk to you. And thanks for inviting me to this forum. So if I want to think about what UPL or us or anybody can really start to think about how technology can play a role in the lives of farmers, in the lives of the agri ecosystem, we really need to start from the point: what is the value that we can create? And across the entire value chain of farming life cycle, you will find that there are massive inefficiencies that can be cleared using the same standard methods that technology has been able to play a role in many other sectors. Now, our focus really is how can we how if I start looking at all the challenges farmers today face, ranging from rising input costs to challenges in the labor market to eventually having difficulty getting the fair value and the right value for their crops. A lot of these challenges are solved with large industrial farms because of the scale. They've been able to essentially negotiate better values on the commerce side on either end. They've been able to find machinery that can offset their uh, dependence on manual labor. They've been able to use the right crop models and algorithms to figure out what is the optimal seed and the optimal mix of fertilizers and so on. And none of this information, none of this is available to a small farmer. I believe that's where the technology can play the biggest role, because one of the things that technology does very naturally is to create a level of virtual aggregation of lots of small things. So when there was a single taxi guy who used to operate his taxi, in a day he would get maybe 3 or 4 calls for a cab ride. That changed entirely when technology platform aggregated supply into a single place. And now the same cab guy gets about 10 to 15 rides in a day, amortizing the cost of his resources, the cost of his own earnings, and so on over multiple rides, bringing down the overall cost. To me, this is the power of a shared economy platform that Uber and Ola have created. And I believe that the fundamental principle that we want to go after is how can we essentially create a similar ecosystem for farming, for better access to information, better access to technology, and all the other stuff. And that's been our approach. So to your question about how is UPL thinking about it, UPL has traditionally been an input company. And with inputs, they can certainly solve a certain set of problems. The reason we set up Nurture as an independent company in the UPL family was basically to figure out how can we solve the core problems of farmers in the entire crop life cycle, get them better value on both commerce endpoints, as well as help them take care of their crops in a way that bridges the gap in the outcomes they see here versus the outcomes seen by large industrial farms elsewhere.
Cool. I mean, thanks, Pranav, for this. I mean, this is a great opening remark. I mean, I would like to go to Prateep, right? I mean, Prateep, everyone here looks at ground and soil and agriculture, right? I mean, you are one of the few guys who looks everything from the sky, right? I mean, so would love to get your viewpoints. How are you thinking for agriculture sustainability?
Well, thanks, Jinesh. And hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prateep Basu, and as Jinesh mentioned, my company Saksha looks at everything from the sky, but then the problems that we are solving is on the ground. So let me just give an example of what exactly are we doing within the agriculture ecosystem. So unlike many other data analytics companies who are using satellites or drones, we are not having a direct service for the farmers. Here we are trying to address a problem of the entire credit as an input, like agriculture credit as an input for improving the farm productivity. Now, if you just look at it from a bank's perspective, they can deploy 5 lakh rupees loan within 30 minutes to a person, but it takes them 15 days to do a 50,000 rupees loan for a farmer. That is the challenge. where despite having the ability even to sometimes take loans, farmers don't go to the banks. They will take the loans from middlemen, and there are many farmers who don't even have the necessary land documents to be able to get that loan. So there is a radical change in the product design of in lending that is required, and this kind of institutional level changes that unlocks value in agriculture, in the agriculture sector, is where SatSure adds value. Meaning, we are the people who are working in the backgrounds with governments, policymakers, banks, insurance companies to provide them with tools to assess the risk, monitor the risk, and effectively improve the penetration of such products, which becomes more and more important as as we all face higher frequency of natural disasters, and the perception of the risk needs to keep getting more narrower and narrower. One can't say that we won't do business in this place because it's more drought ridden. Everyone can do business. The pricing of the product has to change, right? That is what we at SatSure are addressing. So thank you. I look forward to this panel. That's a brief introduction about SatSure.
Thanks, Prateek. I mean, over to Josefa. I mean, you've been one of the few guys who've been looking at agriculture without chemicals, making more sustainable way before sustainable was like in fashion, right? So, would love to get your viewpoints and opening remark on the same.
Hi, good evening, fellow panelists, and thank you, Janesh, for having us here and the IMC team. Biostat, in 1986 had developed and acquired certain technologies from the West in the field of biostimulants. At that time, biostimulants was a very unheard word in the agriculture industry. However, in 86 and those times, and we still face the problem today of yields, of per acre yields of farmers of various cereal crops, or maybe fruit or horticulture crops, that they face the yield issue. So biostimulants, at that time was a drive by Biostat to just promote these products purely for the effectivity of yield to the farmer, to solve unknown issues which were there, particularly in the stress-related matters. Over time, how this sector picked up again was also that we were seeing erratic climate change patterns taking place in sudden rains, droughts, too much of sunshine, creating various stresses. So this category, because seaweeds, amino acids were creating stress tolerances towards crops, and of course at that time they were slightly higher priced than the rest of the traditional chemicals or fertilizers used, but farmers started to see this benefits. So they started to pick up the product and pick up these kind of products and use them on the field. So there has to be continuous drive and focus from a field level, to drive these products from a field level, to educate the farmers, to teach them these new kind of practices. Of course, today we can't, biologicals could never replace a chemicals or a fertilizer's efficacy, but it definitely adds quality to the fruits. When incomes rise in any economy, the first demand of any consumer is they want to eat better food. They want to have a better tomato. They want to have a better tasting onion on their plates. So this is one thing where acceptance of the bio product has taken a leap in the market, especially in the last 15 years. Many multinationals, our colleagues at UPL and other Indian firms have been adopting these products in their portfolios. We must also, as recently as the year 2020, during the pandemic, the government did introduce a biostimulant regulation, which brought these products under the purview of regulators, so companies could approach and regulate their products and learn to standardize their products. Many a times you'll see the name pseudo bio, which is going on, where they, because there's no regulation, they would mix some chemicals inside, some fertilizer inside, and then sell to the farmers. And this was the real menace which was going on around in the industry. So and one thing which did lead to this was farmers from the actual biostimulant product were realizing good soil conditioning properties. There's a lot of soil coming. There's a lot of loaminess in the soil coming. There was a lot of benefits to the farmers which were being provided through these products. So having said that, this sector of biostimulants would be the third input product after the traditional chemicals and fertilizers, which would be used by farmers moving ahead.
Cool. Hey, thanks for the same, Muzaffar. I mean, I would like to go to Nikhil. Nikhil, historically, what we have seen that, I mean, the farmers have always been on the receiving end of the terms of trade, right? Whenever a deal happens, farmers generally get a raw deal, right? I mean, the traders, the end consumer, the distributors, the large corporate, they make more money than the farmers get it, right? I mean, how is Dehad looking at this, and what is that Dehad trying to do the same? I mean, Nikhil, you're on mute. Can someone unmute Nikhil?
Thank you. Yeah, so Dinesh, to understand properly, so that's a question of ethical sourcing or fair trade with the farmers when it comes to whichever business which is being done. How do we ensure that the farmer also see the transparency and being ethics into it? That's the question. Yeah. So over here is a platform when Dehad comes into picture. So we help the micro entrepreneurs to either extend those inputs or to purchase from the farmers directly. And whenever it happens, technology is the answer. If I had to put it into one word, that whenever we source from the farmers, we ensure that each and every farmer record to whom it is being procured, there's a digital transaction which gets recorded from a same application, which ensures that within the time period of 3 to 4 hours, the farmers have got the value of the produce which is being collected from them. Now, this thing, had technology not been there as a platform, there would have been a lot of discrepancies, or I would say moral hazards, with certain farmers getting prioritized above any other set of farmers. Certain farmers always complaining not getting the right price or right value. Certain farmers complaining about the subjectiveness about the quality parameters. So in that case, a part Dehad enables those micro entrepreneurs with a set of testing devices, be it moisture meters and such that. Secondly, we help the micro entrepreneurs and the farmers being aware about that this is going to be a digital transaction in record. Whenever something is being procured, it is being attached to each and every farmer ID, and then the farmer records, financial records also get updated, and he gets the value at last. And you see that why this is being accepted in the market, because a part the micro entrepreneurs are seeing that okay, this is being losing his job, right? Because earlier he need to do all the things, balances into his khata and record those financials, then do a negotiation with each and every farmer, a lot of subjectivity. Now he sees that there's a digital system, and the farmers details are being also pre-booked over there. So he also have an understanding, okay, I have paid to all the farmers, and these are the quality which I have accepted, these are the quality which I haven't accepted. And the micro entrepreneur, retailers and aggregators then themselves getting an extra amount from the businesses because of this transparency makes it
when a farmer when they were getting the prices realized within just 3 hours, that itself is a value addition for the farmers. Where a farmer sees that vice versa, what I was doing yesterday and to what I have been engaged today with this platform as a Dehad, I have been at least getting my money within just 3 hours. That too followed by a confirmation call from a central team that have you got your money or not. So those are certain items which we see that farmers are being saying that there's a value into it. Now, however, this is just to start with, right? There are a lot of different communities where the opaqueness still lies, to be honest. And those opacity has to be answered. And I guess this is the way to go to scale these operations up. When we have these operations and when we have, say, the consumer brands or the final secondary process, being more adaptive or being more asking for such kind of services, this is going to change within a very few, maybe a very few years. So it just require a much more motivation by the secondary process to make it announced in the real market that boss, this does matters to them. Ethical sourcing does matters to them. Transparency does matter to them. So that is something which is being announced for a while, could take up these innovations at the last mile. And yes, tools are definitely there of a lot of people in the colleagues.
Perfect, Nikhil. Thanks for the response. I mean, Pranav, I would like to go to you. I mean, historically, agriculture means that companies used to give things to farmer, right? Whether it's a product, fertilizer, seeds, and farmers didn't have much choice, right? I mean, large enterprises have done that, right? At nurture.com, you guys are trying to create an integrated platform that instead of just selling a thing to farmer, you're trying to provide a solution to a farmer, right? So how, if you can explain what is the change in the thought process in the company? I mean, your parent has a different DNA, you guys are having a different DNA. How do you align those things? I mean,
yeah, thanks for asking that question. See, look, when a farmer looks at his season, he's not looking at every step in that season as a different transaction. Once he has decided to grow groundnuts for the season, he's committed. His outcome entirely depends on what he will get at the end of the season in terms of money. So while an input product company, a crop protection company, a seed company, or a fertilizer company could say, oh, I need to sell my fertilizer to him, or I need to sell my seeds to this guy. Their viewpoint is very limited. And once that transaction is made, they are out of the picture. It's only the farmer who's left basically holding the entire risk for the whole season. And that's where, when we started analyzing what needs to happen to really go to the world where the small farmer is playing on an equal footing compared to industrialized large farms. So what we started realizing was that there is no one single thing that will transform the lives of the farmer. It's not like you can get him better seeds and suddenly the farmer is doing much better. He will not. What we need to do is to work with him step by step to solve each of his problems, bring solutions that create value for him in the end. And each of these individual interventions will likely make a relatively small difference to his life. But once you start adding them, all of them together should really make a transformative difference to the farmer. And that's been our approach. That's the reason why we also believe that we need to take a look, take a view that we are a platform that brings all these services to the farmer, and we are not really just there to sell UPL products to that farmer. That could have been a very easy way out for somebody who's starting out like that. That there is a set of products and we'll sell these products to you. So we almost started with one of the most difficult points in the crop, which is to take care of the crop. Now, what does a farmer need to take care of his crop effectively? He has lots of challenges in terms of de-weeding, in terms of spraying, in terms of harvesting. And we started identifying which of these problems are such large pain points for him that can be solved with appropriate kind of mechanization that he himself cannot buy. But given that we can create a very large amortization of those assets over thousands of acres, we can bring these to the farmer at a cost-effective price point. So today, our biggest offering to the farmers is a spraying service. Now, spraying, as you know, is a very versatile activity in the farms. You can spray various kinds of things on top of the crops, and we are able to bring it to the farmers at a price point which is nearly half of what he would typically pay if he were to hire labor. And not just that, by using this mechanized spraying, I'll take an example of a cotton crop, where typically a farmer would go through the life cycle of a cotton crop by spraying 5 to 6 times some kind of a crop protection chemical. If you're using mechanized spraying, just because of the effectiveness, much finer droplets, much more even spray, and so on, you can bring down the total number of spray cycles by 1 or 2. So instead of 5 to 6, he will need to do 4 to 5 cycles of spray, saving his cost on both input products and saving his cost on labor as well. So and all this comes with an additional yield benefit to the farmer, because now if the spraying is much more even, then the net outcomes are all. And lots of small interventions like this will eventually make the right difference to the farmer. So our approach has been we need to look at all the value creation points and figure out how to bring those services to the farmers at a price that makes sense to them, with a value that they can appreciate. So once we start with this central point of basically bringing farmers onto our digital platform, offering the service which they can relate to, we believe that there is an opportunity to start creating a platform where uh, for every step of the way you can start adding services that they will be able to leverage.
Perfect. Thanks, Pranav. This is wonderful, right? Pradeep, over to you. Look, you've been flying and looking from sky, right? But at some point, ground truthing is equally important, right? And for you guys also to calibrate and ensure that what you are saying is really aligned at some point, right? Because it's getting more data sets to make your technology work. How are you guys solving these problems? I mean, because looking from sky is one thing, using AI, ML is working, but ground truthing is equally important in agriculture, and there is no escape to that. So how are you aligning things to that?
We do ground truthing. For example, ourselves, we don't have to always do it. We have a lot of partnerships with different agri-tech companies who are using some of the other services from our platform. And there's a data exchange protocol, etc. that those are built in. And that way we get the latitude, longitude captured along with the information that they are using where they're recording it. Similarly, our customers who are in the banking insurance space, we are not just publishing data to them. So we have a complete SaaS product suite through which all these insights are driven, meaning that if a person who is selling the loan is carrying around a CRM app, there is an SDK in that app which is providing them like direction of where to go optimal, as well as collecting the latitude, longitude of where they are doing the onboarding. Similarly, collections, when they are visiting residents, etc. These all data sets gets captured by us continuously. So the entire model which I have seen industry people follow, put 4,000-5,000 people on the field and do ground truthing, that's a waste model. It doesn't work, unfortunately. Yeah, you have to think of it like a product and an ecosystem, and that's how we have functioned, Jinesh, and that's how we have probably more ground data sets than like individual companies who are only doing ground truthing, primarily through this kind of platformization and ecosystem building.
Cool. And just to continue this point, Pradeep, I mean, how do this data, what you guys make it, right? How is the farmer able to understand that, right?
We don't sell anything to farmers. So we, for example, the problems we are solving is very different. So as I mentioned, it is from a banker's perspective, it's not policymaker's perspective. For the farmer, I'll tell you from the farmer's perspective, the one of the biggest challenges in loan is that you go to UP, MP and all, they will need to get an attestation of a lawyer to say that this is where the land record is. 1,500 to 2,500 rupees they charge. That's the farmer's bigger problem. He has to stand in the queue in front of a public sector bank, because those are the champs in agri lending, and that is his headache, that my entire day goes in just doing this one thing with the bank, and the banker will send him back saying ki 5 photographs chahiye the, aap 3 leke aaye hain. So the digitization in the far agri lending and agri insurance is what we are solving, not from just a banker's perspective, but also from a farmer's perspective, right? If the farmer is able to be in his house and have 10 banks make him offers, where all they have to do is simply take a picture of their KYC document and the land, and he gets a loan completely approved. That is the experience which urbanites like us enjoy. Why shouldn't a farmer enjoy the same? And that is what we are targeting. We are not providing any advisory, etc. to farmers. I think there are a lot of good companies which does that much better than us.
Oh, cool. I think that's pretty useful, right? At some point, all of these things should really help farmers to make better income, right? So if I'm going to you, right? I mean, there's always a debate versus chemical versus biological. It's been historical debates, right? And chemicals are won that game because they always are consistent, right? Whenever you buy a next batch, you know what you are getting into it. In case of biologicals, it's always variations because it's biological, right? So how are you guys thinking? Do you at some point you think biologicals will evolve to a stage where they can fight the chemicals in terms of consistencies and performance? I mean,
So I think it's a very good point. Obviously, chemicals are a 1 and 0. When you spray the pesticide, you see that the disease or the pest falls off, the weeds are killed off. So the chemical engineers today, for biochemists, have standardized the product. Whereas they primarily come from substances like seaweed, from various botanical extracts. So because of climatic conditions, they can have greater of certain polyphenols or oligosaccharides or lesser of them. That's where the question of technology comes in chemical technology, how you have managed to standardize these processes, how you've managed to isolate these certain compounds which is within the biological raw material which you have procured. So this is where technology helps in, and that's how you standardize the process. Biostat has been doing this for the last 30-35 years. The brand which we've been promoting in the biological sector has been growing. So clearly there's been a benefit which has been seen by the farmer. Will biologicals overtake the chemical sector? Maybe, maybe not. It's too early to say, but definitely we are seeing on a farmer's practical level, when he goes to spray a pesticide, he'll always now mix sort of, they call it tonic. The layman, they call it tonic. Like tonic dal do tank mein, and you can spray it. So even the cost of spraying goes down. It's like when we go to a doctor, he gives you an antibiotic and he gives you a vitamin B12. So the same logic is applied to the plant as well. So yes, the sector is growing. Are we able to say reduce the chemical usage because of biological? I don't think so. But are we definitely able to enhance the crop from only a chemical with a biological mixture in there? Yes, that is where the farmer is seeing the benefit. This is where the trade is also seeing. Trade is also making a certain margin on these kind of products. So there in the value chain, everyone has profited from this kind of from these kind of a products. Moving forward with biologicals, definitely today multinationals have come into the field. So the base of this is totally expanding. From being at one point almost not even a 50 crore business in 30 years back. Today the industry globally is about $2.5 billion and growing. And it's only double-digit agri input sector which is growing in India and outside. And I must say that Indian companies, at least in India, have really scaled up their biological portfolios to to points where even multinationals, even though they're selling in 80, 90, 100 countries, are not reaching the volumes of India. So the farmer has accepted as well. So there has been there has been consistency coming. Yes, there are some rogue players down the line, the pseudo bio, as I spoke about earlier. Yes, there are these fringe elements which are there, but overall as a sector regulation coming in is definitely helping in moving ahead with the biological portfolios. uh, yeah, so I think the biologicals is a sunrise industry today, and we cannot avoid it.
Great. Great, Josefa. I mean, Nikhil, over to you, right? I mean, historically, I mean, agriculture has been a battleground for government and large enterprises. And you guys are startups right now, right? I mean, you and Pradeep and Nurture to some extent are startups. I mean, how are you guys looking at things differently, right?
If we talk about government and their interventions, vice versa, like the platforms which is being there for a public sector and vice versa for us. So one good thing is that there have been a lot of proactiveness by the governments to involve public-private partnerships. And we have seen that bunch of colleagues, like even and this panel list, we have all of us have faced certain kind of overlap or have certain kind of welcoming environment by the government itself in terms of those PPP partnership. If we talk about a few items, like with respect to, there have been multiple to and fro with respect to this mandi laws, farm laws. So yes, that is being, there's little bit of uncertainty at the ground level onto few areas where currently pitching them a platform approach of any of us which are being working on as a private partner, as a startup, is something a bit of a tricky uh, to some extent in some of the areas. When we talk about other few things which becomes a face bottleneck, for example, the land records, when as my colleague Pradeep highlighted that, a wonderful job into just decreasing the cost of availing those loans and insurance, that has been long pending. But however, over here also a private company, what Pradeep is being doing, what Dehat can do is that we can make it more accessible. But the final verification of a lot of things comes from the government, in this case in the form of land records. That is something where we see that that has to be really answered, and this is the elephant in the room which is to be taken up by the public sector. That's one piece where we see that still there is an imbalance between the private sector and the public sector, and how aspirations of both of them are similar, but yes, we see a clear-cut imbalance about it. So that's one part. Second part, if we talk about, when we talk about trade, in the seed distribution, we see that, or even in biotic fertilizers, government is being very much concerned about adulteration of inputs, because as more and more farmers are getting aware, there's also more and more companies getting into spurious products, more and more local companies getting into it. Hence, currently the requirement for us to have a traceability about what kind of material is being going last mile to the farmers, right? Is it verified? Is it certified? So that discussions is being there. And in that case, public-private partnership is the way to go, because you will see that largely public companies are the certifiers and the private companies are into the distribution supply chain, which can assemble that. So that is one of an area which can kickstart and take a rocket launch very soon, if it is being taken up, triggered. So Jinesh, overall, there are certain areas where say both the parties, even the startups like us or the government, we see that definitely government is one of a very big participant, an important participant if we need to success in agriculture. There are certain areas where we can make an intervention or innovation with maybe a lack of, with maybe little support from the government itself. But yes, there are certain areas where government has to be the torch bearer, right? And those are the areas where we see that the conversations have been proactively happening, but it's a time to get into execution very soon.
Okay, thanks. That's a great answer, right? Pranav, over to you. We large enterprises, they move at their own speed. There is a startup which moves at a very different speed, right? It's like a rabbit versus elephant game, right? And you guys are something of a hybrid, right? You are a startup by DNA, but you are 100% owned by one of the largest companies in the country, agri companies. How are you guys aligning, and how can you make Indian agri more sustainable with your efforts, right?
Yeah, I think continuing from what Nikhil was saying, that there is a role for many stakeholders here, ranging from public institutions to large organizations and startups. And the way we are set up is consciously, even though we are a part of the, from investment standpoint and from corporate governance standpoint, we are a part of the UPL group. We are deliberately set up as a startup, which basically positions up in a fairly interesting way. We have access to fairly large portfolio of UPL's reach. At the same time, we have the ability to make decisions which are fast, take risks that a large listed public company would be slightly wary of taking, and run pilots which are potentially not necessarily a part of the straight line path of growth for a company like UPL, right? Um, and we've done many of those. When I talked about mechanization is not something that's a part of UPL's DNA. Or when I talk about creating a platform for bringing all the retailers, agri retailers in India into a single platform to be able to buy directly from brands, that's very often at odds with the core business of UPL, because we are selling not just UPL products, we are also enabling retailers to buy non-UPL products. That doesn't matter. I think the idea is that we have been set up with a mandate that we need to operate like a startup with an ambition to really create transformative solutions for the agri ecosystem. And of course, there is enough synergies that we see with our parent company, and a lot of the decision making often goes hand in hand, but we have enough flexibility to operate like a startup and run at a pace that we need to run.
Perfect. Thanks, Pranav. Pradeep, over to you, right? I mean, we've seen in the historically that space tech and remote sensing are technology areas which have not been has been missed out by the large private sector, right? I mean, they've been, but I mean, do you see that getting changed, or you think people like you will continue to lead and innovate and do what is right for your success? I mean,
That's a great question, Dinesh. So I am seeing see change, to be honest, in the adoption of remote sensing technologies by large agri businesses. The question that still remains unanswered, at least to me, is how is it driving value for the farmers? For example, our like work with financial services, there is a clear farmer value and a banker value there, but we have seen a lot of acquisitions, for example, by companies like Syngenta, Bayer, earlier Monsanto for the climate COP and all, which haven't really translated into, I would say, a globally available product or service for the farmers, because there is so much hyper local contextualization that needs to be done to fine tune the remote sensing data along with the ground data to create, let's say, a predictive advisory of when to apply a certain nutrient, what to apply, when to apply crop protection, stuff like that. These are the this is like a holy grail at the moment, with certain companies doing some good work, but not yet scaled at a very large potential, because while remote sensing data from satellites, it is a large data set, it covers huge swaths of land at one go, but the final insight at an individual farm level on a timely basis that adds value to the farmer, that last linkage is still missing, I feel, Dinesh. And it is something which requires a more collaborative approach than disruptive approach, meaning that you have a company that maybe 2 years, 4 years old, may have raised a couple of $1 million, done some learnings, you come and buy them out, then what is the purpose it's solving, right? These have to scale to add value eventually to the businesses and farmers. For example, I'm just giving this thing from Syngenta in the US. They spend $100 million. They have $100 million budget annually for digital agriculture. Okay, out of which they spend, by the way, $8 million on remote sensing data, which is an amazing fraction. But that really hasn't led to any increase in their sales or increase in the customer stickiness. Now the question is, where are we going wrong? Is it the data, or is it the productization, or is it the maturity of the product itself? So these are the key questions that we need to answer. But I'm glad to see that investor interest is very strong in these domains. It requires a slightly more longer gestation period to develop as a product. It's not a supply chain model where you go and scale proportionately to the number of people you can reach out to. So yeah, hopefully over a period of time this will evolve, Girish. And you guys are doing some good work. You're backing some very good companies on that front.
Josefa, over to you. I mean, look, I mean, we at Omnivore we also started focusing on biologicals. Hopefully, at some point, we will also give some company to you guys. There's a great focus by the government to optimize the use of chemicals. Optimize is like reduce the use of chemicals in the farming, right? And there's a nudge by various people, various stakeholders, right? I mean, how are you looking at biologicals as a way to improve the soil? Are we looking at soil testing? Are we doing a baseline to improve the soil? How are we looking to optimize the usage of water? I mean, Indian agriculture uses bloody 85% of India's fresh water, and biologicals and chemicals suck more water than the biologicals. How are you guys thinking? And are you going to really push hard the pedal? Because I think if biologicals has to succeed now, this is the right time. I don't think there is going to be any better time than this.
See, I'd like to answer this question by using Mr. Toshniwal's and Mr. Basu's, some points from there. They mentioned words like traceability. How do you get for a product? How do you get traceability, right? So today, the government, they've introduced mandatorily, at least for us agri input guys, QR codes. You have to have QR codes in the product where you will get traceability. So at some point, if there is a pain point of the farmer, which is brought up to the agri regulator of the area. This can always be traced back, whether it's a product or whether it is whether it is the environment. And one thing is that all these acquisitions, which Sabasu was talking about, when Monsanto acquired Bayer, and how did they manage to get a value proposition to the farmer? $8 million are used in digitization. I'm in agreement with him that how do you use the data? You can give a product to someone without, but how does he use it? He's a consumer. He has the freedom of choice. He can go anywhere, and sometimes the best entrepreneur is the farmer on the field. So when we come to the question of soil and water optimization, this is where the government does need to be a torchbearer. For example, crop rotations. Today, when they say this is going to be a price for potatoes, you know, you will have thousands of acres which are just potatoes, and when the harvest comes, there's an excess supply glut in the market, and the farmer ends up getting very low prices. Same thing happens with rice. Same thing happens, and we have seen the budget this time that there's a massive procurement budget given for rice and wheat, right? Do we have a lot of rice and wheat? Yes, we do. We export a lot of it also. So how is this benefiting the consumer? You know, it's like already you're incentivizing him to grow, right? So that concept of crop rotation, soybean to wheat to cotton to, at some point various crops have various water requirements. If you can manage that, if you can optimize that, definitely there will be a use. Do biologicals help in water retention? Yes, in some cases yes, in some cases no, in some cases no different, right? So this really, you have to go down to the really local level, and see in large farms, yes, you have a better data set because it's a large farm, you have larger acres, but one farmer to the other farmer and 2 acre plots right next to each other, how are you going to, on a practical level, how you need manpower, you need systems, and you need, how do you derive a profit or you derive a business from these propositions to them? So the government really needs to come in here and start asking these kind of questions instead of subsidies, or instead of giving various other schemes for growing crops. So one thing is there on the digitization side, yes, they're quite proactive. Get the QR codes in place, get your products regulated, get them within the ambit of regulatory. But at the end of this is only regulating a business. It's not regulating the farmer.
Sure. Thanks very much, guys. I think we're reaching to the end, right? I mean, any closing remarks, like 30 seconds, 40 seconds each here. Nikhil, we can start with you.
Okay. So great start. Closing remark, I'd be start with the same thing. What is the value chain? Maybe if you're talking about Maharashtra, what is one value chain where we see that all of the interventions which you talked about, we can directly take up with the industry and the government and attack that value chain to set up a story. So that would be just my question, my suggestion over this panel.
Thanks, Nikhil. Pranav, over to you. I mean, for your closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks. I think there were a couple of points that were made about reduction in water use and in general, the switch from chemicals to non-chemical methods of farming. I think each of these are very important topics. The way we see things evolving is that we need to start thinking about sustainability of farming overall, which includes soil health as much as the season's outcome. And there are many things that need to be done for that. For example, when you talk about water use, one of the biggest water guzzlers is, of course, rice. But water consumption in rice can be dramatically reduced by following certain types of practices. In fact, we've been promoting with a bunch of our farmers practices related to alternate wet and dry methods and direct DSR. So these practices not only reduce the water consumption, and this is just a practice change. It's not even intervention with a new type of product. They reduce methane gas emission because there's no stagnant water for a very long time and so on. So, and a lot of these practices not only benefit the soil and the farmer, but they eventually lead to much better outcome from the environmental standpoint, which can be then capitalized in terms of carbon credits and so on. The point I'm making is that when you think of a decision making at a micro 3-acre farmer level, a lot of these solutions feel like they are insurmountable problems. But when somebody can bring technology to aggregate and create a level of virtual aggregation, like many of the technology platforms, including ours, can do, I believe that these solutions can be driven to the farmers, which can lead to the right kind of change we are looking for. Certainly, governments will help, but we have a very large role to play there.
Perfect. Thanks, Pranav. Pradeep, your closing comments?
Yeah. So thanks for a great panel. I think the final comments from my side would be on the trajectory from data to knowledge. Data is not equal to knowledge. Let us be clear on that. So there is data translated to information, translated to knowledge, whether it goes linearly, curve-wise, those are the things that business models define, right? So when we are trying to build businesses using data in agriculture sector, we have to be very clear who is the user, what's the knowledge that that we are giving to them, because that's a value. No one otherwise one can keep crunching petabytes of data without creating any value for themselves or for the user. So yeah, that's my last remark as a data company.
Perfect. Thanks. Huzefa, your closing remarks, please.
I think to sum up this discussion, I think there are two fundamental torchbearers in this process of moving the Indian agriculture. One is obviously the farmer, and the second is the government. People on this panel, we are just ancillaries who can enable this from the government's vision to the farmer. So if we can have a certain amount of regulation coming from the government, increase, yes, we have been talking, the government's been talking double farmers income, but it's not all that easy. A lot of steps need to be taken from a regulatory point and an enforcement point. So once these two have been coupled with each other, then all these integrations amongst us ancillaries would definitely be able to badhao the farmer further. And at the end of the day, badhna zaruri hai.
Yeah, I think point taken. Thanks, Huzefa. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you, Pranav, Nikhil, Huzefa, Pradeep. It was a great panel. I loved enjoying talking with you. Over to the IMC team, Selby and Anita. Please take it over from here.
Thank you, panelists. It was really a very intuitive session. Surely technology would add immense value to modern agricultural growth. We would now break for lunch and join back sharp at 1:30 p.m. to initiate the next session on value addition and food processing opportunities. Do stay connected and join back after lunch to witness the panel discussions till the end of this event, as we are going to clarify various facets of the agricultural scenario in our state, Maharashtra, in the coming sessions. So, meet you again at 1:30. Thank you. Hello, sir. Back, ladies and gentlemen. We take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Myco Private Limited, for making this event possible. And now we move on to our third session, value addition and food processing opportunities. The session would be initiated by our esteemed moderator, Sri S. Nagarajan, COO, Rallis India Limited, and the panelists joining him in this panel discussion are Sri Ameya Dupelia, Head of International and New Business, Food and Inns Limited, Ms. Joanna Kane Kotaka, Executive Director and Co-Founder, Food 2030, Sri Samir Somaya, CMD, Godavari Biofineries Limited, Sri Suresh Saraf, CMD, Saraf Foods. Over to you, Mr. Nagarajan.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, very good afternoon to everybody. It is indeed my pleasure to be able to moderating this panel on a very interesting and a very invigorating topic, I should say, the opportunities for food processing, as well as the challenges that that as a country India is facing in this area. Of course, I'm going to be joined by a very, very experienced set of panelists coming from diverse industries, tremendous amount of practical experience. We're going to be having the opportunity to ask them some questions which will help in answering IMC's objective, which is really to make some tangible suggestions from IMC's point of view to the government, which can potentially be useful for policy making. What I propose to do is to ask one question of each panel member to begin with, and thereafter, depending on the time that is available, because this is a very vast topic, and I'm sure there are a number of questions, number of areas that potentially can be covered, but depending on the time that is available, we might be able to go around for one more round of questions with our panelists. In between, what I would also request everyone to pose the questions that you might have in the chat box, and in a very random way, obviously keeping the topic in mind, I will do my best to pick some of these interesting queries that come along. So I guess we will go about it in this fashion, and without much ado, maybe I will request Anita if she can just put up a couple of slides just to frame the topic. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Anita. You can go to the next slide. I hope everybody is able to see the slide well. Maybe, Anita, if it is possible, you can minimize the portion on the right and bring it to full screen. Yeah, I think this is better. Well, I think the India's food processing sector is already about $158 billion US, worth about $158 billion US. And the most interesting thing is that it is expected to reach $500 billion US in another 4 or 5 years. It's a significant growth in a short period of time, which is really being driven by a tremendous large home base that we have. I think many countries derive their advantage from having a good home base, and India certainly has that advantage. The retail market in the country is more than $1.3 trillion, estimated to be more than $1.3 trillion by 2025. Of course, we all know that we have 1.3 billion plus consuming market. And the most interesting thing, of course, is that we are morphing from an income pyramid to an income diamond, with the middle class increasing in terms of proportion to the total. We also have the strength from the standpoint of being a very large producer of agricultural commodities. If you talk about fruits and vegetables, if you talk about sugarcane, spices, milk, number of products, we are actually one among the largest producers in the world. And the Indian consumption is also expected to triple as the prosperity levels in the country are going up, making India the 5th largest consumer in the world. So I think having a large home base is a very big advantage that India has. Of course, food processing sector is extremely critical for our external trade. Processed food has more than 10% share in our export basket, and the agri products that we export was over 38 billion US dollars in 2021. There is a reasonable diversity of destinations. It could certainly be more, but certainly we do have large exports to US, the Middle East, parts of Europe, and of course parts of Asia as well, and some parts of Africa. Clearly, this is a very important sector from our external trade perspective. So not surprisingly, because of the advantages that the home base offers and because of the criticality to trade, there is also tremendous amount of government focus in this sector. The recent PLI schemes have called for a 10,000 crore plus outlay in multiple projects. There is the PM Kisan Sampada Yojana, which has more than 30,000 crores of investment envisaged. Several mega food parks, 41 mega food parks are coming up. 353 cold chain projects, which are crucial from a food processing point of view. 60 plus agro processing clusters, 292 food processing companies, food processing units, a number of backward and forward linkage creating projects, and many Operation Green projects have been approved. So clearly, this is an important area which is deriving a lot of government focus and government trust, and that actually plays to the strong advantages naturally that food processing has. Not surprisingly, because of all these positive areas, there is also good amount of investor interest. The government, of course, has permitted 100% FDI in food processing. We got about $4.64 billion of FDI from 2014 to 2021, and this is expected to further increase. Food grocery and food services segments are growing tremendously, 25% and 15% CAGR, which is obviously very alluring for many overseas investors. The food and grocery market is already the 6th largest in the world, and as the prosperity levels increase, as the food processing industry develops, there will be an even better ranking that India can potentially capture. And out of the total food market, Indian food processing industry is able to capture roughly 1/3 of it. And the proportion of food processing, processed foods in the total food export, food market, this is something which is also expected to increase because of increasing urbanization, nuclearization of families. In short, I think this is a tremendously positive sector poised for significant growth. Anita, if you can go to the next slide, please. In order to capture the potential that the industry offers, there are certain challenges that require to be overcome. And to name a few of them, well, while the Indian industry has a lot of promise, it is also true that the quality standards that are presently prevailing are somewhat less than desirable, or less than, let's say, world-class levels, which means that the value addition that typically happens in this sector tends to happen overseas. Now, how do we improve the quality standards? How do we improve the value addition consequently? There is insufficient FDI. Although the FDI has increased, it is still falling short of what it takes to actually create a world-beating country. Access to credit and subsidized financing, particularly for a number of smaller companies, that is still a problem. Despite the introduction of the food processing fund, the industry does suffer lack of resources. So while there are a lot of good things that are happening, there is significant amount of activity that has to be done more. More requires to be done. When it comes to the supply chain infrastructure, I think everybody can easily empathize with this. The supply chain infrastructure in India can be classified as poor, inadequate primary processing, storage and distribution facilities. Although so many projects are underway, there is still a long way to go. 30% of the production ends up getting wasted. There is still an insufficient link between the production and processing, which is also very important to be strengthened so that we are able to capture the potential that the sector offers. The holdings are fragmented in India. Farm productivities are quite low when you compare to the global standards. There is also high seasonality leading to lack of predictability. There is also tremendous amount of perishability because of poor storage and other supply chain related aspects. So a number of these areas will require to get fixed in order to become a reliable supplier, which the world can rely upon, apart from being a quality supplier, which of course the world will go to. The Indian market has been, you could say, a little bit traditional. The adoption curves for something new has always been a little bit on the slower side. If you compare it with some of the advanced countries, the new products have taken time for getting adopted. Despite there being a large consumer base, historically, we as a nation have preferred fresh food over processed food. There are a lot of things that are changing in the last 20 years. There is certainly the component of processed food is increasing. The urbanization levels, though they are increasing, are still lower if you compare it with developed countries. Therefore, the requirement or the dependency on processed foods has been traditionally lesser than it has been in developed countries. Of course, it is changing, and it is expected to change in the days ahead. But clearly, the adoption curve needs to really also pick up, which actually has the other side as well. The food processing sector will also have to measure up and meet to the requirements of the customers, rather than bemoaning the fact that the customers are actually slow in adopting. I think there is also a tremendous opportunity for the sector itself to innovate and provide optimal solutions. Finally, I think the investment in the sector, although increasing, is still inadequate. We know that the laboratory and quality standards in the country can do with some improvement, especially because there is a large unorganized portion. How do we leverage new technologies to be able to deal with this fragmentation? Because it is one thing to be able to deal with consolidated entities, easy to actually do a specific effort around them. But here we have number of smaller organizations which are producing, which are in the sector. How do we actually build good standards, good laboratories, which will be able to deal with this large unorganized portion? The global quality standards, we should not forget, are pretty high, and there is tremendous amount of competition from other companies which have walked the path that India is now kind of walking. So there is tremendous competition that comes from global leaders as well. Today, the value of exports, the exports that we undertake are relatively low value. Most of the processing that we undertake can be classified as primary processing. Of course, there are bright segments where there is a lot of high-end processing that happens. But how do we actually make this pan-India? How do we make it pan-industry? How do we actually increase the value addition through more of secondary processing and not just having primary processing? So these probably give a kind of an overall framing of the opportunity and also the challenges that we will require to overcome in order to capture the opportunity. Thank you, Anita. With that, I now turn to my very experienced panel coming from multiple industries, multiple sectors, for their perspective on some of these areas. And perhaps I would request, I would go to Ameya Dupelia first, the head of international and new business from Food and Inns Limited. So Ameya, in your perspective, how do you think one can resolve, how can the country resolve the issue of inconsistency in the produce when it comes to quality or even quantity, the amount of production itself amongst Indian farmers? What kind of a strategy should Indian companies undertake in order to deal with the global competition from the giants, meeting these standards? How do you see this aspect, Ameya?
Thank you, Nagarajanji. It was a very apt introduction, I must say. It covered a lot of the key points, and again, thank you to the IMC and co-panelists for giving me this opportunity. I think a very good question. It's difficult to say strike a balance between quality and quantity. And for those who don't know, Foods and Inns is an Indian-based food processing company that deals in fruit, vegetables, and spices. So we work across the gamut of all of these products and effectively try to value add and then push it in export as well as in the domestic market. But Nagarajanji, to go back to the question, I think inconsistent quality and quantity is something that we are all facing a perennial problem in terms of balancing. From where we stand, if I break it up and just look at quality first, from a real perspective on the ground, what we see today at our plants, about 10 to 15% of all the produce that we get into our plant are effectively wasted. And that is mostly because it's either sunburnt, it's overripe, it's extremely mature, there's a spongy tissue, there's a pest infestation. So these are all types of problems that we see. And we effectively go back to the farmers, go back to the mandis and say, these products are rejected. From our perspective, we cannot put them in the processing line. We need to work out a way to resolve it. And it's very likely that I cannot resolve it back with the farmers or the mandi. So effectively, my yield comes down and my cost of that product goes up. Now, this is because of a consequence of poor quality produce coming into our plant. I think that the large part to it is, yes, there's very little maths and science in Indian agriculture as a broad picture. I think we need to calibrate it bottom up. We need to inculcate this education, this farmer training into our smallholder farming community. And a couple of really simple tips and more so affordable tips that our horticultural team takes back to the ground is mostly around improvising our farmer training programs. So we have modern pruning technologies, nutrition management, composting, distributing fruit fly traps, integrated pest management. So we are actually running programs covering all of these agendas with smallholder farmers. We're also ensuring planning is better between harvest and production. And we're also trying to just do simple things like layering the trucks so that there's no grazing of the fruits and vegetables when it's being transported from farm to factory. We need very simple solutions. It is not that the smallholder farmer is going to do anything complex. Yes, there is technology today. We are leveraging it where possible, but at the end of the day, we need to make it very hands-on for the farmer and very affordable for the farmer. I think the second part question in terms of quantity, that's also been an issue because it's surprisingly, and just putting facts here, that India is the second largest producer of fruit and veg in the world, so about 280 million metric tons. And we are the largest producer in the world of bananas, papayas, mango, ginger, okra, and spices. Now, apart from mango and spices, the rest of the products that I get into my factory are extremely negligible. And you'd wonder why. I mean, India is the largest producer in the world. But the fact of the matter is that I think the captive consumption in India is very high. So obviously those farmers are feeding 1.3 billion people first before they are actually going to the food processing plants. And fair to the farmers are going to get a better price in the retail market than they will get with a food processor. And I think the second reason is there's just loss in the value chain or food supply chain. So farm to fork in India is 7 hands on average. So there's value leakage across that. And farm to fork in the US is 3 hands. So I think the loss is over 40%. I think people have put a blanket number of 40% food loss in the farm to fork system, but I actually think it's slightly more than that. And that's the area that we really need to focus on. So again, improving farm yields is important to increase the quantity, increase the production. I think the Indian farm yields for fruit and vegetable are about 10 tons per hectare, and global is about 15 tons per hectare. Along with, increasing the farm mechanization, optimizing the value chain as well. Sorry, Mr. Nagarajan, you had another question on top of that, which I've probably lost.
No, I think you did touch upon some of the important areas. What I was asking also was that what kind of a strategy could Indian companies adopt to deal with this kind of global competition? Because other countries potentially have solved this problem, maybe through different means, but how do we deal with the developed world, really? How do we compete with the top companies, top countries in the world?
Correct. And I think that's such a relevant question, especially where I'm sitting, because I work with big companies to create new products and also try and work with smallholder farmers. So I'm sitting right in the middle to answer that question. I think from where India stands, and I'm just taking a case study here for mango, because we are larger producers of mango in the country. And I compare India to Mexico. India is the largest producer of mango in the world. Mexico is the 5th largest producer of mango in the world. Believe it or not, but in 2021, Mexico exported 90% more mango than India did. And that's really shocking to me, sitting in India, being a food processing company in India. I think India's loss is someone else's gain. Even though Mexico is the 5th largest country, they're still pushing out a lot more mango than India is, for example. And we really looked into this because we took out this data internally, and I actually had the numbers because we were presenting it to the state government as well. And we're really trying to understand why is this the case. And the case is, or at least 3 or 4 overarching points that come through, is unfavorable duty structure. It really makes India very difficult to compete in Europe, UK, US, just because Mexican products or Brazilian products into Europe are duty-free, whereas Indian products are going to have to pay duty on it. There is lack of awareness on pesticide, and I'm a big advocate on this space. I think we are not doing enough work on pesticide. The international markets have their pesticide limits set in terms of carcinogens, ethylene oxide, etc. But Indian farmers are spraying whatever they can to ensure that they get the highest produce to push out the best price in the market. I think that training needs to be really inculcated. I think there's limited access to credit as well on the ground for farmers, and there's volatility in fruit prices. The farmers sometimes are just opportunistic, and case in point is tomato. You saw this year, I've seen tomato at 180 rupees, I think in November, December, and 20 rupees in January, February. How do you run a food processing business, with that? I can't have a factory that's on start-stop. Once I start it, I need 200, 300 tons to scale it out, to keep my costs flat. But I can't just start it for 5 tons and then stop it again. So, these are the actual real challenges that we're facing, but I think we need to come together as a force for good. I recognize this and bridge these gaps with the government as well as with smallholder farmers.
Thank you, Ameya. Those were very, very good insights that you offered in a very, very wide range, talking about the need for affordable technology. I guess frugal innovation, is one of the phrases that people use. Simple solutions that smallholder farmers will be able to adopt. The kind of improvements needed in terms of duty structures, in terms of being able to be aware of residue levels that are important in the global context. I think these are terrific points. Thank you for that, Ameya. And I think coming as it does from somebody like you who is experiencing it every day, it actually brings it all alive. Thank you. Maybe I will move to Joanna for my next question. Joanna, I think this kind of goes back to the point about slow adoption that India has traditionally been characterized with in terms of new products. So given that millets are actually a healthier alternative, which can potentially improve the nutrition security for people in India, how should we think about promoting processed millet and processed millet food products so that the adoption levels amongst Indian consumers actually picks up to a very good rate.
Okay, thanks, Nagaraj. I guess this will approach the other end from what Amaya was talking about. So more from the consumer side, what are some of the issues? Millets have been a traditional food, of course, in India, yet now could arguably be called an emerging new market. And there's a lot of talk right now about them because next year is going to be the UN International Year of Millets. So everyone's saying, right, how can we maximize leveraging this opportunity? And it will be a fantastic opportunity, but how do we do that promotion and marketing side, which is critical? Because what we do find is one of the biggest hindrances has been the image of millets. Seen as a little bit old-fashioned and not an aspirational food. So how do we change that? So we actually conducted a millet survey with 15,500 face-to-face interviews across 7 cities in India. So it was large. It was a few years ago, but we got some really, really good insights. So what we found is the number one reason why people eat millets, the biggest reason across all those 7 cities, was that people who said, I have a health problem. So they were people who were looking for solutions. So just having the availability, the awareness, the millets out there and easily accessible is important. Then what we found is, so they're sort of the early adopters. Then what we found is the next sort of adopters or that next market segment are the people who were health and fitness conscious. And what we found was a huge gap between the people who considered themselves reasonably or very health conscious and the level of people who were actually aware that millets were healthy. And there was a very, very large gap. So there's an opportunity just through awareness to build that market. But of course, what we really want to do, though, is get to the mass market. So how do you get that next level? And what we found, the biggest reason why people either did not eat millets or did not eat more millets was because they weren't eaten at home. So if we can influence the right person who most influences what's eaten at home, we can have a multiplier effect and have a large reach. Now, how do you do that as well? And certainly a very big factor there are the small entrepreneurs and small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who are there, who are really the pioneers at the moment in the industry, and how they're creating modern, convenience, exciting products. So they're really playing a big role, and we do need more of that and a lot more support for that. But what we found that was really interesting is, so we've talked about the largest reason why people eat millets and the largest reason why they don't eat millets. The second largest reason why they do eat millets or do not eat millets is actually exactly the same. So the second biggest reason why people said they ate millets is because they liked the taste. But the second biggest reason why people said they did not eat millets is because they did not like the taste. So what it means is that there's 2 factors there. One is perception. Because there's been a sort of old-fashioned image to millets and people think they don't like it or they think healthy food isn't tasty, but also it's about having those products there on the market, you know, the pancake mixes and the smoothies and all sorts of exciting products that people will enjoy and realize that millets can be really, really tasty and nice. So that will play a key role. And this is where these small and medium enterprises are playing a role in changing the millet. So, but what we need is, that whole marketing side, campaigns, how you do that around creating the right image for millets, how you create a buzz for it, how you make it exciting. A lot of the millets at the moment are being sold more at the high end, sort of urban markets. Now that's still important because that also helps change the image and create an aspirational market. But what we have to do is find that gap to get to the mass audiences. We did a study, the first sort of science-based study on bringing millets into school feeding programs. And we did that with Aksha Patra. And so what we did is we worked closely with the chefs at Akshapatra in designing the menus, and then we fed that to the children. And we had 2,000 children involved in this. And we not only tested the health benefits, but we did sensory evaluations. We tested every month a survey to see how much the children liked the food. Now, every one of those millet products got 4.5 out of 5 or higher. And actually, we did something extremely radical, because this was peri-urban Bangalore, where it was very high rice eating area. And what we found, and we didn't serve rice for 3 months, which was probably a bit radical, but the children loved the millet food. So what it was, it's about how you make it tasty. And what we did in combination with that is we ran an awareness program with the children, and we made it fun. So it's those combinations that made it important. But still, it won't be viable unless there's a level playing field. So when you come back to the whole production side, there isn't a level playing field. There isn't the same support for millets, although the central government and many state governments now are trying to make a change for that. And so, yeah, so there's a lot to be done here, but we definitely need that side of running the campaigns, changing the image, creating a buzz and excitement around this.
Thank you very much, Joanna. That's a wonderful explanation that you offered in terms of looking at the different segments in the millet market, looking at those people who are already, in a sense, pre-sold, those that are not yet that convinced, but maybe still health conscious. Awareness is an important area. We touched upon marketing being a key area in terms of creating awareness and getting a lot of people to know about the benefits, and of course back it up with multidimensional support, whether it is supply chain or whether it is in terms of level playing field in regulatory terms and so on. But one question that if I may, as a follow-up, ask on that, Joanna, is that given the fragmented nature of the country with a lot of smaller organizations, food processing companies, and each one innovating and trying to sort of find that kind of a sweet spot, let's say taking millet as an example, which will really appeal to the customers, would you say that that kind of a model is what would work for India, or would it be the monolithic large organizations that will have to spend a lot of marketing budget, for example? And I'm drawing that example or that template from how conflicts, for example, in this country have become popular in the last 20 years. They were not that popular prior to that. But last 20, 30 years, there has been tremendous change in people's behavior, that conflicts is slowly becoming an important part of breakfast. So is it a monolithic, large organization-led model that might work in this marketing area, or would it be much more fragmented from your viewpoint, Joanna?
So what's happening right now, it's the small and medium enterprises that are the pioneers that are developing this industry. In the last 7 years, you've seen a huge increase of startups and smaller companies getting involved with millets and bringing millet products to the market. And because there's so much consumer awareness needed to be built, they're running cooking training, they're going out, having very personal sort of connections with consumers, developing recipes, running a lot of social media programs, etc. So they really are the pioneers that are building the industry. Now, what will happen is the large companies will come in, but they'll come when it reaches a certain scale. And that will happen. So what I think actually is needed is for the government to further support those small and medium enterprises who have been the ones to build that industry. There is a lot of support for companies to start up through incubators. There's very little support once they do start up to help them get to scale. And I think we should do more to support those small and medium enterprises so that they can continue once the industry reaches scale and the larger companies come in. We need both. It's not one or the other, but how do you fairly support both? And of course, the big companies are critical because they have the large advertising budgets. But the Indian government and state governments can play a role in running campaigns, just like they have for eggs or other foods that they know are super nutritious and will be valuable for the industry. And millets have the advantage, they're not only super nutritious, they're extremely environmentally sustainable, they've got a low carbon footprint, they're climate smart, and got a lot of potential there too, and for export as well.
Thank you very much, Joanna. If I may shift a little bit of focus to Mr. Suresh Saraf, this is actually leading on from the point that Ameya made about lack of funding, lack of credit facilities across the industry. If you look at the smaller organizations particularly, what are your thoughts, Mr. Saraf, on the lack of financial resources? How big is the challenge that this creates, and what could be done in this regard by the government or by industry? What is your thought on increasing the availability of finance?
Thanks, Mr. Nagarajan. I do agree with my co-panelist, Ameyaji. This is a very, very big challenge, or as I say, I think like him, we are also into fruits and vegetable processing. You typically have a very short season. So I think any fruit or a vegetable will come in a season, while the customer expects us to deliver the product throughout the year, which is the same for every food processing industry, which means you need a large working capital in a short period, and then you realize money after a long period. Now, this is something which doesn't happen in every industry. It's more particular to food processing industry. Also, the other challenge of food processing industry is that most of the industry in India, at least, I'm not talking about, I will probably exclude players, large players who are into the retail segment, retail or a branded segment, but most of the food processing and value addition in India is in the MSME sector, which is small and medium players, which is constrained by resources. Now, everybody needs to invest a lot of money in the raw material, and that's why, like he said, that there are 7 layers between the farm and fork. It happens only because of the lack of resources. The industry doesn't have enough money to buy out with the farmer. In turn, you get middlemen. This middleman will make sure that farmer loses, and they will buy from farmer at a lower price, supply to industry. Both are the losing in the end. The solution, yeah, probably some kind of a lending institute or lender who understands the peculiarity of food processing. You have almost all the lending is the traditional, which is not really very supportive to food processing industry per se. The need of funding is more cyclic. So I would in season need more money and get lesser money at the end of the season. So it's like let's say example of a green peas, because that's currently in season. So you have a season of 6 weeks when you need to buy tons and tons and tons of material and then produce, expand, and sell it over next 12 months. Now, what can you do? I think we say there should be, probably government should look into it, either in terms of providing a specialized institution or bigger financial institution having more specialized cell to look into food processing financing needs, more of the working capital than the capital side of the funding. And the other is, of course, the MSME also suffers because typically they will get the low rating due to mismatch of financial ratios. You have high inventory, low turnover. It doesn't, I think you have an inventory which lasts for 6 months, 12 months. The banking terms, they want a turnover to inventory ratio, which will be lower. Now, all these terms will in turn mean you get a low credit rating. In turn, you get a higher interest cost, which is a very typical problem faced by most of the industry. unless and until something is done, this will keep challenging, and the challenge keeps increasing. So the lenders have to kind of look at it, or probably if there are lenders who understand the specific challenges faced by the food processing industry, who has a deep knowledge of this sector, that can, I would rather say that the lender has to be kind of a strategic partner rather than just a pure lender. And the day that happens, the industry will grow, and in turn, the farmer will grow. Like when we look at our motto, at the end of the day, food processing, my belief is, will grow only if the farmer grows. We as a food processors are fully dependent on the farmer. They have to grow, they have to earn, they have to make it sustainable. They have to, and to do that, the end of the solution would be probably the industry being able to pay faster and remove the middleman, so that the money which we today are paying goes to the farmer. Farmer in turn starts growing, cultivating more for the industry, then cultivating for, they're still cultivating, but like until the agriculture becomes industry oriented from purely retail consumer oriented, a lot of challenges will not go away. And I generally believe that this will happen with a better financing, short-term financing, better financing rate, and more availability of funds. That's probably my view on funding.
Very, very important thoughts you mentioned, Mr. Saraf, particularly about the industry will do well only if the farmer does well. That is so true. One follow-up question, if I may. Yes, I think in terms of lending, more lenders, people who are willing to take, who have the knowledge and therefore are willing to take the, plunge into the funding of the value chain components of the food processing sector. Very, very important. Do you think newer technologies could in any way assist some of these lenders in being able to gauge the risk? And therefore, are there models emerging that you see where people are leveraging technologies to be able to take those bets? Because at the end of the day, like you correctly characterized, agriculture is increasingly realized as being a business. Ameya talked about the risks that are involved. You also talked about the risks that are involved. So are there patterns emerging where there is an increasing realization that it is actually to be viewed as a business, and we have technologies that can help in that dimension?
Oh, I'm not really, I think it's more, when I look at it from my experience perspective, it's not really the technology which will help. It is what the change of mindset. So when you go to a typical banker, he says 90 days is the rotation time. Now in food industry, you can't have a 90 days of rotation of inventory. You can't turn around in 90 days. And then he says, this is not fundable or not financing. So I think those kind of set mind, they're not willing to understand that I need to buy in six weeks and sell over 52 weeks. So the technology is helping. Technology will help us in processing or in connecting to the farmers, which is helping at all. But the working capital financial need, I probably believe it's more about the changing the mindset, changing the pattern from the kind of set parameters. So you have current assets ratio or X ratio or Y ratio. They will have to be probably created a different ratios for food processing industry, and especially onto the horticulture segment, where this is a problem faced by everybody. And unless and until this is solved, the tomato like 220, which Mr. Ameya faced, is something we face. We sell material a year in advance. It's not that we sell every day. And then we calculate a price which is a reasonable price for farmer, and then if you just miss that 20-day season, you end up paying 200 rupees. Not worth it, not survival.
Very true, very true, very true. Thank you, Mr. Saraf. Finally, let me turn to Mr. Samir Somaya. We talked about a wide variety of products in the food domain that can potentially come out of agriculture, but agriculture can actually support a wider variety of products beyond food itself. So are there some thoughts that you would like to share about opportunities that lie in this wider platform for value creation?
Thank you, Mr. Nagarajan. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank IMC also for giving me this opportunity to speak today. It's been a wonderful session from the morning itself. I think agriculture can be seen as a renewable resource. You know, for too long, as a planet, we have been working with fossil resources that drive our economy. And the fundamental view of the fossil world is to extract, and then what you have today will be less than what you had yesterday. If you do the farming right, and I'll repeat that, if you do the farming right, then you could have equal resources or maybe more today than what you had yesterday. And so I think that is the first point I'd like to make. Godavari, at Godavari biorefineries, we primarily use sugarcane and we use it to make sugar. Now, sugar has been notorious in terms of the sugar cycle as far as the economics is concerned, where it has had very volatile surpluses and deficits until a few years ago, when the government suddenly saw the potential of the sugarcane surplus as being able to support the energy security of the country and simultaneously ensure that farmer incomes would get preserved. And so therefore, I think you can see agriculture or agriculture produce being easily able to support the production of foods and also the production of fuels, in this case, biofuels. Now, I'd like to take two separate angles here as I go forward. You're also seeing huge biomass. As you make any crop, there is also a lot of biomass being produced. And that biomass itself can be further used to make a lot of product. You're seeing India also imports a huge amount of CNG. You can make bio-CNG with it, but you can always go further. You can always convert the, let's say the cellulose also into higher value products. As a chemical product, you can convert it into cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin fractions, and continue to make biochemicals and biomaterials of the future. So I think there is a huge opportunity as the world looks to meet its needs of nutrition, it meets its need of climate change, fuels, and biochemicals and materials in a sustainable fashion. I think agriculture can play a big role. I'd also like to, talk a little bit about farming itself. And if you look at intercropping, one can have a very unique look at a farm, that a farm produces one product at a time. But if you do products like intercropping of, let's say, protein, peas with cane, and this can be done, we're seeing a huge demand increase in plant-based protein to substitute the kind of, or to address climate change by reducing reliance on meat. And you're seeing a big opportunity there. Now, if you do things like this right, you intercrop any two crops. So I'm just giving an example of cane and let's say peas. You could create a symbiotic relationship on the farm, reduce the amount of chemical fertilizers you may add. If you add that, and you might get twin products out of it, and you might address that from a nutrition and a climate change point of view. So I think there is a huge opportunity of looking at agriculture, biomass, and smartly farmed product to meet needs of the economics as we go further.
Thank you very much, Mr. Somaya. I think those are excellent thoughts, and thank you for expanding the mind beyond just looking at classically servicing the demand created for food processing to looking at in the emerging milieu where climate change and sustainability and these things are likely to become important, how can we actually use maybe a refreshed way of thinking or a new way of thinking to service the demands that might potentially arise. So that's a wonderful thought. Thank you, Mr. Somaya. I think we've had the chance to go around all the panelists for one question. If there are any questions that any of the colleagues on the, any of the people on the call are able to offer, please put it into the chat box. But meantime, what I would do is maybe in a kind of a rapid fire fashion, because we have about 10 more minutes to go, maybe I will just go around and ask each of the panelists to suggest what might be their top 3 recommendations to improve the food processing industry in India. What would your top 3 be? So maybe I would I'll start with Joanna. Would you like to go first?
Sure, happy to. Okay, I would say number 1, we need, if we're to develop any industry or product, we need equal efforts on both demand and supply side. So we tend to put our efforts on the supply side. Can we put equal attention on an investment on developing the demand side? 2, I would say, let's provide more support for the micro and small and medium enterprises, the pioneers that I described before. So how do we support them through acceleration phase? And 3, I would say we need a level playing field, or if anything, even incentives, because when you're talking new industries and new areas to develop, it's not always profitable and viable initially. They need that kickstart. And of course, often you're starting behind the starting post because there isn't a level playing field. So how can we look at policies that help that?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joanna. Maybe Mr. Saraf, would you like to share your thoughts on what could be the top 3 recommendations you would offer to use Joanna's word, kickstart or jumpstart the industry so that it reaches escape velocity?
I would not like to repeat on the financing, but yeah, my top agenda probably would be farming practices. And the topmost thing, the lack of the worry about what the farmer has used and how to make sure. I can't go out and check every okra I buy. And then when I make a dispatch, I'm always concerned about what the customer will find. So unless and until we do something seriously, and that probably only government can do it. The second will probably be better agriculture practices, so linkage between agriculture, universities, and farming and industry in a more practical way. I think we do spend a lot of money on research, but are we doing it what industry wants? So that's probably the second topmost agenda. And of course, an easier and timely availability of financing. Those would be my 3 top.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Saraf. Would you like to go, Ameya?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Mr. Saraf has covered a couple of points there. But yes, we do need to orchestrate a food processing transformation. And from where we're sitting, yes, number 1 would be awareness, pesticide awareness at farm level. For us to run an export business at such a scale, there is very, 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 very little knowledge on what are the right pesticides, what are their effects on health and beyond. And foreign countries are very well versed on what is allowed and what is not allowed. We need to drive that education at farm level. That's and manage the spraying cycle accordingly and move to more chemical-free spraying cycles. Of course, that affects yield, but that needs to be balanced. Number 2 would be for us also to rebalance the power from mandis to farmers, to really orchestrate these smallholder farmers to become micro entrepreneurs, to start focusing on profitability as well as farm output, because I think that drives a tectonic shift in the way food processing works. As Suresh ji put it correctly, the value in food processing is backward integration to some extent. We need to elevate and differentiate that farmer and help them give us better produce. And the last point for me would, again, running an export-based business would be duties. I need the government to work on a duty structure or almost eliminate it, to be very honest, for us to really blitzscale food processing from an export perspective. Yes, India is a big consumer and the consumption story is playing out, but we can also double down on that from an export perspective, and we need some support on the duty structure as well.
Thank you, Ameya. Mr. Somaya, your thoughts, please.
So my panelists have given a wonderful set of recommendations. So I endorse all of them. What I would like to add is that we've, in the prior session, especially, we also see ag technologies coming up in terms of ag infotech. Would there be ways in which the government would encourage the connecting of this ag tech with the ground on the farmer? I think there needs to be a little more hand-holding and connect over there. The second thing in terms of education, and if I make a particular recommendation to Maharashtra, is that the government should allow and encourage the teaching of agriculture also in private universities. This is largely done in most parts of the country, and not still in Maharashtra. I think with that, you will provide a lot more innovation also, because I think the world of education is becoming more porous, and the silos of what might be an agriculture university degree or a science degree are all merging, especially in the way we see that. So I think that's a strong recommendation I'll make to the government of Maharashtra. I otherwise endorse the other points made by my co-panelists.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Somaya. I think we are coming to a close of the session, but I thought I'll just take a minute to kind of synthesize the views that all the panelists have offered. I think it's obvious that the suggestions that are coming up are in a multidimensional fashion. Clearly on the consumer end, in terms of awareness creation, demand creation, there's a lot of work that requires to be done, both by industry as well as government intervention. On the producer side, that is on the farmer side, I think already Ameya touched upon the point about knowledge, practices, knowledge in terms of the residue levels, practices that are undertaken. Mr. Saraf talked about the agricultural practices. In a way, try and create, I think the word used, Ameya, was micro-entrepreneurs. Try to envision each one of the farmers as micro-entrepreneurs who are able to sort of compete and win. Clearly, there is a requirement of investor support, broadly defined. It could be lenders, what you mentioned, Mr. Saraf, about possibly having a completely new paradigm that they use rather than conventional metrics which they use for lending of working capital requirements, maybe investors as well. And of course, Mr. Somaya touched upon the technology aspect of it, whether it is ag tech or whether it is in terms of technology education that is undertaken, particularly the example of Maharashtra. But above all, I think there is also a lot of support that everybody is recommending needed from the government to create a level playing field. I think Joanna mentioned that. Duty structures to be favorable so as to allow the jump starting of the food processing sector so that it can really reach to very, very high levels. So I guess with that, we are coming to a close on this session pretty much at 2:30. I want to thank all the panelists for their erudite inputs that they have offered. And I hope everybody felt that this program was useful. Thank you very much, and over to you back, Selvi.
Thank you to all panelists. It was indeed a very interesting session on Agri and FMCG. We would now break for a few minutes and will continue with the next panel on strengthen agricultural market linkages sharp at 2:45 p.m. Do stay connected till the end of this event, as we are going to bring to light the various facets of agricultural scenario in our state, Maharashtra, in the coming sessions. Do stay connected. Hope all will join back sharp at 2:45 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Myco Private Limited, for making this event possible. Anita, with your permission, shall I move ahead with this next session?
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our fourth session, Strengthen Agricultural Market Linkages. The session would be initiated by our esteemed moderator, Sri Ashay Doshi, Director, Bloomfield Agro, and the panelists joining him in this erudite panel discussion are Sri Amit Agarwal, co-founder and CEO, Agri Bazaar, Sri Samir Sheikh, Regional Head, Buying and Merchandising, BigBasket.com, Sri Yogesh Thorat, MD, Maha FPC. So over to you, Mr. Doshi.
Thank you, Selby, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining this extremely interesting IMC Agri Conclave. I hope everyone's found extremely good value until now. Looking forward to this session on a very vital topic on agri market linkages. Personally, I'm director at Bloomfield Agro that produces biological inputs. So vertical integration is the need of the hour from farm to fork. And the agri linkage companies are playing a vital role in this. As you know, the problems in agri market linkages are varied. Today, only 2% of India's market is organized, over 90% is unorganized. We have agri market linkage companies that are decentralizing agri food systems, offering better connectivity, better rates, as well as better benefits to the farmers so that everyone in the chain benefits. More importantly, they're removing the information asymmetry and promoting real-time trading for produce. Agri-market startups since 2015 have raised over $350 million, and they're offering very innovative solutions. And not only startups, we have food processing companies such as Maha FPC. We have new companies such as Big Basket also playing in the realm. So I welcome Mr. Amit Agarwal, Mr. Yogesh, and Mr. Samir. Thank you so much for joining. Before we get started, I'll quickly go over the format. We will do this panel interview for around 45 to 50 minutes, after which we will go into the Q&A. So we encourage all our audience members to put in questions that we'll pick up towards the end of the session. And so for our esteemed panelists, our audience is also very eclectic. We have leaders of the agri industry. We have consulate members attending today. We have investors. We have members of the USDA. So very interested in listening and hearing your perspectives. After this session, what we hope to do is also, as part of IMC, put together a white paper for the government of Maharashtra as well as the union government, from all the recommendations from you, tactical guidance that we know we can take forward. So without further ado, we will start. Let's talk about more of a broader landscape around the agri-market linkage, which is around the challenges and opportunities. We will start with you first, Mr. Amit, for the Agri Bazaar. Agri Bazaar is one of India's largest online marketplaces for commodities trading. Today, you have 1 lakh users, 33,000 listed entities, listed options, and you're using technology such as AI, ML to facilitate your trading. So in your experience, what are the challenges that you're facing? Some of them are, standardization of produce, adoption of technology by small farmers, sampling product quality, and how are you going about solving these challenges, and what opportunities do you see?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for inviting me here. So so Agri Bazaar, we have been running this company from last 4 years, and we are very happy with our success. We have onboarded more than 3 lakh farmers, and 35,000 users are there, and which of those are very active users. So the thing is, when we go to at farmer level, so you require a lot of licenses and other things. and some states are very open, and some states are not very open. So that's the number one challenge. Why can't farmer can sell anywhere? Like he so he just required to go to APMC mandi, or so where he can sell. And so that's the the commodity sides. Like we deal mainly in commodities, meaning grains, oil seeds, spices, cotton, and other things. So these so that's the first requirement, which sometimes we wonder why this restrictions are there. Anybody if is growing somewhere, any farmer who's growing, so he has to be free. He can sell anywhere, like the way the fruits and vegetable farmers, they can sell anywhere. So that's the first challenge which I from regulatory side, which I face, especially in this is like Maharashtra. Yeah, we deal with a lot of farmers in Maharashtra, but via through cooperatives and FPOs and other channels. That's the biggest challenge in front of the scaling up. And technology side, my experience is this now farmers are very much familiar with the app, and they are on this WhatsApp, YouTube, so they are quite familiar. If there is a value add in their business, or selling crops or buying agri inputs, so they can adopt the technology very fast. So that's not a very big hindrance for us. Of course, there is a hindrance in front of in terms of delivery logistics. So sometimes we don't get if there is a small lot, so we don't get small size of you can say truck or logistics service provider who can give delivery on time. So that's the logistic challenge. And but many startups are coming, and we are also tying up with the new age agri this logistic startups, so that problem can be solved quickly. So I think that this problem, the logistic problem, will be solved as we get the scale in rural areas.
Right.
And third is in terms of quality. So quality, we know we have developed a algorithm where we know that based on our past experience, which area, what kind of crop is going to produce, and what kind of variety is coming from that particular area. So that sense we have developed in terms of technology, and we tell our processors, buyers, this is the area you will get Sharbati Gehu, you will get Lokwan Gehu from this particular area. And we also check quality at the time of sourcing, at the time of loading. We get the samples and we just give our results. And at the same time, the moment that lorry get discharged at warehouse level or at factory level, mostly at factory level, we also send we also get the samples and we match the quality. So 99% quality matches if somebody is checking at the time of source and at the time of delivery. Yeah. So basically, AgriBazaar is solving two problems. One is a major this quality on the problems, and secondly, this payment. Sometimes there is a trust issue. Buyer feels that he doesn't want to pay advance. Seller feels that why should he load the truck if he doesn't get the payment? Then what happens? Yeah. Right. So we resolve that problem through our wallet system. We have wallet where it's one of its kind, and anybody can transact through the wallet. Entire transaction routed through the wallet, and we have full control. Once any farmer or anybody who's a small trader, he sends the truck, he get the money once after this delivery happens at the time at delivery or at factory or warehouse level. So these are this buying selling system is running in India from last 40-50 years. We are just making it digitized.
Yes, absolutely. You are organizing an unorganized sector. I think before I go to Yogesh ji and Samir, I wanted to ask you, I want to go back when you said that technology adoption has not been an issue for you on the farmer level. You hold live auctions. At least in my experience in dealing with farmers, they are more suited to, they rather focus on the production and their involvement in the market is not as high, or the education level is not as high. So how are you solving that problem? I mean, it's an incredible feat if you're saying that technology adoption has not been an issue amongst them. So how did you go about solving this, or have them gain trust in you? Mr. Amit, can you?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there was a network issue. I missed your last.
Sure. My point was, how did you go about influencing the farmers to adopt technology? Because at least in my experience, the technology adoption angle takes a little more time. So when you have live auctions, when you have real-time pricing, that is something that takes time to make them understand or be comfortable with. So what is it, at least in your training or your education, that you have been able to do that solve this problem?
See, in India, if you look at the farmer story, farmer in India, in any scenario, he grows very well, in any condition, but at the time of selling, so he lacks how to sell properly. Yeah. So we always tell, if you sell online, so you get multiple choices. That may give you better realization of your crop. That's the whole story. If farmer is able to sell, if able to make some profit through online sales, so automatically he's tempted towards. So our story is like, यहाँ पे आओगे तो ऊंचा बिकेगा.
बराबर.
Yes. Or you will on buyer side, buyer will also save some money. If farmer go to mandi, physical auctions, there is a some leakages, some there is no assurance of the on the quality part. There's a logistic cost involved from mandi to warehouse, or mandi to to factory level. So if farmer is taking that same goods to the factory, or the owners go down, so he's saving one leg of transportation. So buyer will also give better price, whatever he's saving. If he's just passing 1% or 2% extra, so it will create a huge differences in terms of profitability or realization of the farmers. So our first thing is you get multiple choices, your profitability can be increased multifold.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I think you brought up a very important point on cutting out the inefficiencies.
Yeah. And secondly, once the farmer registered with us, then we also give multiple services. Like we start tracking his next crop. So so that next year we can give traceability data to our buyers. With now traceability is a very, so with traceability, buyer can, if buyer get the traceability data, so he can give more prices to that particular farmers. If he get the complete, this crop is from where, what kind of pesticide, what kind of fertilizer he has used, especially exporters. So I have seen premium in rice segment. So we have tracked a few thousand farmers in Punjab, and we gave complete traceability data to the exporters. So exporters also they got good price from the foreign buyers, and the same they have considered, and they have passed that benefit to the farmers. Yeah.
Great. Thanks so much for those insights. I think you brought a good point about organization and cutting the inefficiencies. So I want to bring in Mr. Yogesh Thorat of Maha FPC. So Yogesh ji, your FPO, Maha FPC, has around 540 FPOs within 28 districts. As of last year, you all did 1.6 lakh metric tons of agri commodity supply, was 650 crores. So what has been your experience going from what Mr. Amit said around standardization of quality within the FPOs, organization of farmers, the small and marginal farmers, to in this umbrella of FPOs, and how are you solving for those issues?
Coming to the basically whatever farmer producer companies are doing right now, and the topic of the discussion is around market linkages. So what is the first stop for the farmers to come into institutional framework? And I think since last 1 decade, efforts of national governments, international organizations, and some other CSR projects they materialize the idea of bringing farmers together. And I think the point of standardization, which is the first step, because small and marginal farmer is the nature or characteristic of the Indian agriculture. And to address these first challenges, I think FPO played crucial role, and definitely MyPC experience commodity handling in bulk can happen at the farmer's doorstep if FPO is acting as a first stop for the farmers to integrate or to link with the market. So this is basically idea of collectivism. So in collectivism, again, institution development and business development, these are the basic two challenges, because we have history of the cooperatives, and when we are carving out from the cooperatives and coming for the corporatization of the cooperatives, then institution development had bigger challenges, and simultaneously we have challenges for the market linkages. So whenever point of the market linkages is coming into the reality, then I think it is not a single step or one stop solution again, because it is again vertical and horizontal integration, all ecosystem stakeholders. And what are the broader challenges for market linkages or ecosystem development of the FPOs or even agribusiness ecosystem at the backward side or either at the forward side? So I think there is a lack of basically 3 C's. That means lack of collaborations, secondly lack of capital, and thirdly lack of the competency. So coming to the lack of basically synergetic or collaborative approach. At one end, in your introductory remarks, you mentioned about the startups raise huge funding. But again, a startup is one ecosystem and FPO is acting as another ecosystem working in silos.
Right.
So there is no close synergy between these two startups. Basically, we are calling farmer producer organizations as startups, but these startups are promoted directly by the farmers. And whenever startups we are considering right now who are raising the funds, these are promoted by skilled human resources, educated youths, and particularly having good knowledge about management science and everything. So basically at one end there is a huge fund flow into the agricultural startup ecosystem, but simultaneously FPOs are crying for the capital. So where is the lack of the capital? In case of the capital, as I said, right now in various forums, I also mentioned that Indian banking system is very stringent, and they are not extending agriculture finance into the agribusinesses and particularly into the FPO ecosystem. There might be some serious concern or points, but we need to address the problems. And right now we are independently working on capital raising only through the equity of the farmers. So basically those farmers who don't have strong capital base, again our startups or FPOs are dependent on the farmers, and we are expecting our capital base will increase based on the equity shares from the farmers. I think we need to change these dynamics so that we can address the problem of the capital raising. And thirdly, lack of the competency. We are lacking in the competency in 2-3 areas, particularly in case of the management. We don't have professional management right now. Unless and until professional management is not coming into the field, so we cannot expect the changes which are required for the modern management or successful enterprises or the ventures. Secondly, in case of the management science, we are lacking in the technology also, because as Agarwalji was mentioning of the adoption of the technology. Yes, farmers are willing to adopt the technologies, but where is those technology service providers? Because right now we are very familiar with the social media like WhatsApp, Facebooks, and everything, because we have easy access to these tools. But when coming to the service providers required for the supply chain management of the agricultural commodities, these service providers, particularly easy access to various tools and technology required for the running the supply chain management operation, I think that is the missing link right now. And if we are addressing these broader challenges, then I think we can create a great synergetic collaborative ecosystem for strengthening the farmer producer organizations and connecting the farmers.
Those are incredible points, Yogesh ji, because I personally had not thought about it this way. When you look at the numbers for startup funding, who's raised and where the money is going, I think this is a very important point as to where actually the money is being deployed, where it is needed, and how to connect that ecosystem. Actually, this is a great platform for IMC because we have investors. We saw Jinesh ji from Omnivore, who was moderating the previous panel, and we have all the agri investors also watching this. So I think these are good real-time ground level insights that you have brought up. So thank you so much for that. I will come back to you for some follow-up questions, but before that, I want to bring in Mr. Sameer Sheikh of Big Basket. Welcome, Sameer. Thank you so much for joining the panel last minute on short notice, but looking forward to learning from your experiences. So Sameer, Big Basket, extremely successful, acquired by the Tata Group. The main point I'm seeing is 80% of your fruits and vegetables comes directly from the farms. You all have adopted 50 collection centers in 15 states to make that happen. So, I mean, that I see as a model and very, very successful market linkage model. So I won't ask you for the challenges. I'll ask you about how you went about achieving that and then the challenges you faced on that way so that other players who are watching this can learn as to how you can do this at scale.
Yeah. So initially, so there was a lot of challenges. The major challenge was the touch and feel thing, right? So making customers buy fruits and vegetables online was one of the biggest challenges which we faced. And before pandemic, there was a good enough contribution of entire customer base who used to order fruits and vegetables from us. And after pandemic, the only option or major option which was left with customers was to buy things online, right? And we already had a supply chain base built, but the sudden surge in the demand was very difficult for us to manage the entire thing in a very quick, short span of time. So it took us enough time to convince our farmers, okay, there's going to be a surge in the demand. You need to, buck up your harvesting and ensure that there's a future harvesting also, which is there. And so in that short span, there were a lot of action which was done. Okay. So taking Amit's point forward, right? He said, why can't farmers sell anywhere they want? Similarly, why can't customers buy wherever they are, right? Taking that mindset in, we were pushing a lot of our farmers to, educating them and guiding them as to which kind of seed they should use, what will be the harvest, and out of that, because a major, like Amit and UK said, there was a lot of concern on the rejection of the quality at the seeds collection center level itself, of the customer. So we ensure that we guided them what kind of seeds to be used so that when the produce comes to our collection center, they don't get rejected. Right. So there were a lot of guidance and all which was done. So one is the accepting the technology, using it. Okay. And second is enabling them by using the technology. We will use the technology, but it will enable them to help, for their harvesting purpose. So here we are not asking them to use the technology. We are using the technology for them. Okay. But for their benefit. Right. So, one simple thing I'll tell you, a lot of farmers came to us that they want cash transaction to be done. No? They'll pay, they'll give the produce to you and they want cash in exchange. And since beginning, we were not supportive of cash transactions, okay? Because there were a lot of malpractice which can happen, a lot of transparency issues which comes up. So we asked all our farmers to ensure that all the transactions which they do it, we will transfer it to their account. Okay, and thanks to a lot of yojana which our PM had done, okay, it helped us because a lot of farmers already had bank accounts in. Okay, all we had to do was connect with the farmers in the system itself. Okay, because we did that, there was initially there were a lot of reluctance by farmers to come on board, but they were getting payments within 48 hours. Okay, and which was never heard of during that time when we started all these transactions, 3-4 years back. And since then, because they were getting money within 48 hours into their account, and if there is any emergency need, we try to convince our finance team to do the payment within the same day itself. Okay, and so in some of the cities it's happening in 24 hours. Okay, so that has enabled to create that sync and trust between the farmers and the organizations, especially e-commerce company, because in past there are a lot of e-commerce company which has come and gone, okay, which has created trust issues between the farmers and the e-commerce company. So that all these things cumulatively help us to create a demand and a sustainable demand to build that trust. And once the farmer trust has got built, then they at times they have stopped checking their accounts because they trust us that whatever they have supplied, the payment will be done.
Correct.
So we have spent enough time with them, understanding what kind of quality is acceptable for our customer base and what kind of seed they should plow, so that the harvest is accordingly, and accordingly they are very happy that the payment is happening within 48 hours. So all these things has helped us to ensure that if there is any reluctance to use the technology can be used by the organization, which will help them enable to harvest more or take more out of it.
Right. Thank you, Samir. A couple of questions for you. So again, you seem to have achieved quality standardization pretty well. That is a problem that small and marginal farmers face when you aggregate them. So what is the average size acreage of a farmer that you're dealing with? Because Big Basket primarily for now is dealing with tier 1 and tier 2 cities.
Yes.
With farms that are right outside the city, so connectivity into the city is easier.
Yes.
So are the farmers you're dealing with larger scale farmers, or are they small and marginal farmers also? Which will bring me back to Mr. Yogesh's point about overall collaboration.
Okay, so we have both. Okay, we have marginal farmers also, and we have larger farmers also, and also we have appreciated a lot of farmers to try new things. Okay, so I'll tell you, one of the concern which we got from the farmers was they wanted to experiment more. Like Mr. Yogesh said, farmers know how to produce and how to produce it, right? They just need a good platform to sell those produce. We ensure that they get a good platform, a good customer base to try to sell their product. Okay, now a product like chili jalapenos, okay, or scotch. Okay, so these are very different and niche products, which if we start doing a market in one of the markets also, then there won't be enough customer base for it, right? So we like one of the farmers in Nasik, we started bear with them, which is not easily normally available. So we created a market for them, and it was very good, and they appreciated. So it gives them opportunity to experiment more, right? So though the quantity initially will be very less, okay, hardly not even 10 kg also, okay, so at least it gives an opportunity to try and experiment. So we have smaller marginal farmers also, and we have big farmers also. Okay. Based on our forecast, whatever we have, it is distributed among the farmers. Okay, and whenever they come with their produce, based on the quality acceptance, all we accept it.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Samir. I want to bring in Mr. Yogesh here. So, Mr. Yogesh, based on what you've heard right now, what is not stopping the farmer producers companies from engaging with the big baskets or the agri bazaars, or what extra is needed for your farmer base to clearly and very efficiently work with agri bazaar and big basket?
So I think we need to change the entire approach for the market linkages. Right now, the approach for market linkages is to address the problems whatever farmers are facing. I think we need to change the approach. We should give product to the farmers. So this is my product. For example, if I am in commodity handling or particularly in warehouse marketing solution, so say that this is my product for the warehousing management to the farmers. So whatever I have to do, that is my responsibility. But if we are addressing only problems and making some interventions accordingly, and we are only making standardization in processes of our institution, I think that is not the solution expected by the farmers. Because whenever we are even farmer producer companies, when they are approaching to the farmers, the first question of the farmer is that it is okay that this is farmer producer company, I am member and shareholder of the farmer producer company, but what product and which services farmer producers company is going to offer me. So based on product and services, farmers are joining to the organizations, I think, and that is again a similar case or similar suit to linkage with the front end buyers like you mentioned about Big Bazaar and all the players.
Okay, got it. Now, those are Interesting point. Mr. Amit, would you like to add anything to this before we jump on to the next segment on government and private partnerships?
Yeah, so like, as I said earlier, we need to give, alternative channels to farmers, choices to farmers to sell produce. And once we get, able to give choices where he can sell, so he can increase, his profitability. Definitely, with efforts of, this FPOs, they are in much better shapes compared to earlier. So this Maha FPC and other, FPCs are, working from last 3-4 years, and they are doing, really good work. They are aggregating the agri produce, and they are just, offering on our platform or some other platforms. But the major objective is to get the better price for the farmers.
Absolutely. And I think the
so
common,
FPO in some sense, again, is a platform to sell.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, FPOs, what they're solving for is collecting and organizing the small and marginal farmers so that organizations such as AgriBazaar and Big Basket can utilize that platform. I think the common theme, at least from this section, that I took away was the democratization of capital as well as technology. It should be flowing across the chain and not only on, a startup level or a company level, but also on the farm level.
Yeah. So, but Yogesh has brought in very good point.
Absolutely.
On one hand, that these agri startups are, getting money like us, from investors, and on other hand, like FPOs are not getting equity, even debt from banking, channel. So
Absolutely.
that's the actually, real big pain. And I think we should discuss this. How can we solve this? All the investors are on this panel, and all the bankers. Any, if there is any good suggestion, so it's we can discuss those suggestions. It's a really very good point and a good problem to solve.
Yeah, and we organize, as part of IMC, we organize this as just so that these insights come out once everyone is on the table together, right? So that's the beauty of these platforms. And as we said, that we will definitely take these suggestions into a white paper and try to implement and try to make clear that awareness, at least after this session. So moving on to the next segment, I think all three of you mentioned government work, the union government as well as state government that has worked pretty well over the last few years to make sure that the linkages happen efficiently. The government came out with ENAM, which is like Electronic National Agricultural Market, that was able to link, several thousand APMCs across the countries. They were able to map out the distance of the mandis to the farmers. What is the average? 6 kilometers is mentioned as the average distance from a farm to a market. So the government is trying to collect this data. So now I want to start from the reverse side. Mr. Samir, on your end, which more collaboration or intervention or involvement from the government and private side would you like to see to solve some of the tactical problems that you're seeing or regulatory problems that you're seeing in these linkages?
Actually, so in last few years, there has been a lot of changes which has been done, okay, especially by the Maharashtra government, and it has proved beneficial for us. I'll tell you one of the things is which can be done or pushed more is on the organic farming. I think there is a very huge, very big scope for supporting organic farming in terms of pricing. The farmers can charge a premium price for organic produce because there's a huge customer base who are looking for a healthy lifestyle. Okay, now because organic as a produce is difficult to be available for the customers right now, people are moving to hydroponic products. Okay, because they're assuming it is not infested with the chemicals and all, and that's the reason they probably would be healthier if a government can push more and give more support for organic farming by any ways, by a lot of means, because there are a lot of people who are much more qualified and educated and who knows how things can be changed. So if we can push organic farming a little more and support farmers and do something towards organic farming, I think there's a huge scope, because we have seen the customers asking for organic products. They are ready to pay premium. Okay, so we in fact we have started, so we have 12 dedicated collection centers only doing organic. Okay. Initially, there was a lot of reluctance from the farmers. Okay, because they were saying, that the quality of the produce when you do it organically is not as per the conventional one. Okay, so there is a reluctance by farmers because they were like, अगर आप buy नहीं करोगे तो फिर हम लोग कहीं नहीं जा सकते, right? And so we gave them assurance कि you don't worry about कि हम buy नहीं करेंगे. We are giving you assurance that whatever you produce, we will buy it. Okay, so irrespective of whatever the quality is, we take the hit because we are try to build that farm. Because how organic farming typically works, it's not one farmer and one plot. Okay, it's need to be a cultivation of farmers, because if I'm a farmer and I'm doing organic, if the plot which is beside my farm is using chemicals and all, by wind, air and flies and everything, it will come to my farm also, right? So eventually when we test the produce, if it has any chemical residue in it, so it will get rejected, right? So it needs to be a cultivation of multiple farmers, and I think there's a good scope where the state government can help and push over there.
Great. Yogesh ji, would you like to add to that in terms of the viability? के हो सकता है कि there's an end market है जो organic that's paying premium. What are the challenges on the ground level that government can solve to make this demand supply problem, more solvable?
Yeah, according to me, role of the government is not the business. Government is in the for making the rules and making the acts. And you mentioned about the INAM also. I think INAM had its own problem, and all the stakeholders might agree with me. INAM had not materialized into reality. The case is very, very different, because in case of the technology also, we need integrated solutions. So just we don't want a platform for marketing. We don't want only platform for monitoring the traceability. If we are coming with because this is the era of the data analytics, and in case of the data analytics, AI, if we are starting from because in case of the organic also, organic commodity, definitely these are the premium commodities, and it requires premium customers also who can pay and buy the commodities. So accordingly, which route we are giving them to enter into the system. So according to me, I think we need to have very robust infrastructure of the digital or electronic information system for managing the supply chain operations of these organic or other produce. So and in case of the farming also, 80% small and marginal farmer, which is the statistics of the Indian agriculture. Again, by default, a lot of natural farming is happening. So though government had given thrust on natural farming through budget and all kind of things, but by default, a lot of farmers are doing natural farming, or it is a way of livelihood to the farmer. So according to me, supply of the organic or natural produce, that is not the constraint, but the constraint is special purpose vehicles required to supply the commodity to a particular destination or the consumers. I think if we are bridging the gap, and I think technology can play a crucial role, service providers can play a crucial role for this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those are very insightful points. And you mentioned something interesting about infrastructure. So Amit, talking about infrastructure, warehousing is a big problem in India, where post-harvest losses are around at 30%. Cold storage, cold chain is an issue. So again, bringing the government picture into mind, what do you foresee as a partnership as well as government actions that can solve for some of these, execution and tactical level issues?
So dry warehouses, I think that problem has been solved. We have enough dry warehouses, for commodity like soybean, wheat, grains, etc. What we are lacking is some kind of cold chains, a cold chain near at the airport, or where air logistics logistic can happen easily. A few days back I was in Nasik, and Nasik farmers and few companies, FPOs were just sharing that this export can be double if there is a air logistic is available right from Nasik to Dubai or somewhere else. So that can be more faster. Right now these grapes come to the Bombay, and then Bombay exporter buys and then sells. So these export, if you require a lot of export from India, then you need to build this logistic nearby airport or within the airport. So that's the one thing where government can intervene and can develop such kind of facility. Yeah, that's the one thing. And if you look at the Maharashtra production, Maharashtra is a state where these fruits and horticulture, you can say gives the maximum production.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. And do you have, in your experience with AgriBazaar, have you had experience with the government, because you have live auctions and live trading? So in terms of pricing and everything, do you feel like companies need more support or guidance, or is it working as smoothly as you would think it should be?
So in AgriBazaar, like, most of the cooperatives, those who, owned by Ministry of Agriculture, they are using AgriBazaar. That's the only thing is when we, as I said in my, on your first question, that government should, allow farmers to sell anywhere through any platform. That is not there.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was, one of the farm laws. And why I don't understand why it is not there. When I'm, if I have a manufacturing facility, if I am, manufacturing, so I have right to sell anywhere. Similarly, you consider farmers are, they have the factory like farms. They are producing with their hard work of 6 months, 7 months, and they should be free to sell anywhere.
Yes. So I think that's an interesting point. I'm going to bring in Mr. Yogesh here. So, I mean, I was a supporter of the farm laws. Whatever happened, you can still implement it on a state level. Do you think farmers are ready to enter into contract farming and other contracts with the bigger companies? Do you think they have enough representation, education to be part of, a formal ecosystem? Ke uske liye thoda time hai.
So, if you're asking me, the contract farming, again, if I'm getting a better deal, I'm an educated farmer. If I'm getting a good deal, from McDonald's, if McDonald's is ready to give me, 3 years advance money, or so, and ready to give me right inputs, right, guidance at free of cost, whatever, there. So why not? That option should be there. That option should be with me, not with the government.
Yes, yes. And Mr. Yogesh, any comments on that?
Yeah, in case of the contract farming, I think contract farming is not new concept, and we are even right now using various tools of the contract farming. Even future trading is also one of the tool, and a lot of interventions has been made by SEBI and the SDX platform also. But again, it is a matter of who are the user and what is the necessity for them. In case of corporates also, for what purpose they are making the contracts with the farmers? Either they are making contracts for good quality production of the commodity, or they are making just contracts for a regular supply of the commodity, or what is the crux of that partnership? Basically, contract farming, I through the look through the lens of the model of partnerships. So I think various apart from agri marketing reforms and repeal of the farm act, I think there are innovative ways for partnering with the farmer, and I think we may call it as a contract farming.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And before I go into, I think this discussion has triggered a lot of good questions and comments on the chat. One thing that market linkage we can also think about is also not only linkages within the country, but also outside the country. France is known for its wine, for example. Switzerland is known for its cheese. India obviously has done well with grapes, for example. What do you think is needed, for example, to make the Alfonso mango the crown king fruit across the world, connect with market linkage? We've done it with milk. Amul has done a great job as a cooperative with milk for market linkage. I think they have achieved in India something that is, and internationally something that is, very, very phenomenal. So what do we need to replicate this milk model that we've done successfully to other crops, say tomato, say mango? How can we take this not only across India, but across the world? So Samir, I'll start with you and then move on.
I think, Ashish, there are a lot of certifications which are required when you export. Okay. Once you are through with those certifications, I don't think there is any problem. Okay. a lot of our produce gets rejected because of the high, residue factor which is there in the produce. And I remember interacting with a few of the farmers, and there are a lot of their produce, especially mangoes. We have successfully captured it, right? I think strawberry also have a good opportunity, but again, the how it will be supplied over there, will it sustain, not sustain, all those things are the factors, some of the things which is there. Grapes, you're already doing it, right? Now, there are a lot of other products which we can do it until unless we get the certification cleared. Okay, I think over there we are stuck, and that's the reason why if they also say that they have organic products, okay, but they don't have the certification. If by any way our state government can help in the certification part of it, okay, it will help us to give a good exposure of organic produce across the globe, because we have a lot of such farms and products which we can export. So like some of the products in the grapes also, if you go in the market, you'll find GAP certified. GAP is Global Agriculture Practice, which has been certified, right? So it's similar kind of certification. If we get for export purposes, there's a good opportunity over there.
Thanks.
But there will be a lot of guidance which would be required. I'm not sure, if farmers are aware about all those certifications which they're required to export. That's the reason why they go to an exporter, but you buy it from us and then you export it.
Correct. That's for example, that's not the case in South Africa, where there are grower exporters with 200 acres of land. In Maharashtra, for example, grape exporters really are traders who are procuring from the farm and then exporting. So, Mr. Yogesh, your inputs on this, please.
In case of particularly access to the international markets or the export, I think even in case of the commodity wise, we should have a clear-cut strategic framework, which are the high value commodity, because basically these are the matter of the handling the supply chains. So how we are smartly handling the high value supply chains.
Yes.
For example, there is no merit for export of the onion commodity. That we realize after handling huge or bulk volume of onion commodity in domestic market. So we need to, because see, basically supply chain operations required for 1 container of onion and 1 container of the pomegranate, I think all operations are similar. So we need to identify again which commodity we have to export, or we need to focus. Secondly, destination of the export again. So whether we are exporting to our neighboring countries, or we are exporting again to high net worth countries. So that is again matter of money realization. And coming to the again point of which produce. So basically whatever India and Indian culture or agriculture is specific about natural farming, I think in that case we are doing effective marketing branding of particular products. And if we are working in that manner and giving traceability and all integrated solution through electronic platform, then I think not only startups, FPOs, but farmers will get good prices.
Okay. Thank you, Yogesh. Mr. Amit, any comments on this?
Yes. So, as per me, like, seamless marketing is required for Indian products. You look at the, this Washington apple. इंडिया के गली गली में बिकता है वॉशिंगटन एप्पल, स्टिकर लगा हुआ है रेड कलर का, सॉर्टिंग, ब्रीडिंग एंड ऑल. यू लुक एट द कीवी फ्रॉम न्यूजीलैंड. मतलब इंडिया में ऐसी कोई सिटी नहीं होगी जहां पे न्यूजीलैंड का कीवी नहीं मिलता होगा.
सही बात है.
ब्रांडेड कीवीज. सो वी नीड टू हैंड ऑन द मार्केटिंग, like, and their cooperatives like US cooperatives and this New Zealand maybe cooperatives, they are doing a lot of efforts on marketing. So we need to spend on marketing. Seamless marketing hona.
Actually, I totally agree with Amit. I think, and it's what the government of that respective country has done, and the entire marketing was done by them to promote their product. I think I totally agree with Amit.
Yeah, and secondly, we need to spend on supply chain. थोड़ा कोल्ड स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी होना चाहिए, उसका एयरपोर्ट के पास, पोर्ट के पास, वो एक थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेंथन होना चाहिए.
Absolutely, क्योंकि मैं भी sometimes I get shocked के रास्ते पे we are seeing Australian apple, New Zealand apples, whereas in Himachal and Kashmir you probably can grow better apples than there. But I think we have to organize well. We have around 10 minutes left, so I think there are some nice questions in the Q&A box. So I think the first question that I thought was pretty interesting was, around the talent available in the agriculture ecosystem. What do we need to do to entice youngsters, not only from tier 3 or tier 2 cities, or even from tier 1 cities, to be involved in agriculture? The MSc agriculture graduates average, starting pay is around 25,000-30,000 rupees, at least on a tier 2 city level. So what do we need to do, as Mr. Yogesh ji has said, in terms of capability and talent and education to attract more qualified and interested people in this field?
Asha, I would like to say something on this. So I'll tell you, there was one very good experience of mine with respect to this activity. Okay, so we wanted to hire some agronomists who will be there in our collection centers, who will educate the farmers what kind of seed they should use and all those things, right? So we said we will hire from the nearby agriculture college. Okay, so in Nashik we went to KK Wagh College and we hired few people from them. Okay, for across a collection center which is there in Nashik and Girnare and all the places. And because they are based on the same location, they have their families and friends who are doing the farming and all. So one is, it helps to create that trust, okay, which is the major thing which helps to build that connect with the farmers, right? Now, if their own son, their own family members is part of these companies, it helps to build that trust. And also whatever they are going to say to them to help them grow more and build, have a better efficiency in terms of the production rate and all. So it builds that trust, and it's so easier to convince them then. Okay, and so on one way, whatever they are learning in those agriculture colleges, we are using the same resource, okay, hiring them for this activity to do it in a much better way. And it has helped us a lot to to build a farmer base. Today across Maharashtra we have 1,000 plus farmer base from whom we are buying regularly, right? And it's a good number, and this is one thing which has helped us a lot. So we are utilizing the education qualification which they have, and also utilizing the experience of the farms and the connect which they have. So I think that was a very good learning for us.
That's great insights on the ground. Thanks, Amir. Mr. Amit, any comments on this?
Yeah, so there is no platform where these companies can connect rural youths, those who are BSc agriculture, MSc agriculture, and I've seen, like, it is my experience, these people, youths from tier 3 and tier 4 cities are not very active on LinkedIn and for the job purposes. Yeah. So if somebody creates some connecting services with the youth and some kind of job portal, especially for rural community, rural youth, so that will create a huge difference. Yeah, because we require like a lot of people. All the agri startup, they have raised a lot of money, they have to show proof, and without team it's very difficult to grow in rural, in any area. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So getting talent from the right channel is missing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because when we also hire, it's all word of mouth. मतलब उससे ही होता है कि
word of mouth.
One person who we hired knows someone from somewhere, and we interview, and then that's how. But that's not scalable, right? If you want to become a 300-person organization from our current state, that's not scalable to do that. So that's a good point there. Yogesh ji, any comments on the talent angle?
As we are aware that union budget uttered about revision of the agriculture syllabus. So that is the fundamental question, whether present agriculture universities and students coming out of these universities, those are prepared with the skill set required for the industry right now. And I think on that front, being agriculture graduate, I feel that skill set is missing among the youths, particularly coming from the agriculture background or agriculture education. So I think again, point of collaboration, industry associations are required with colleges and agriculture universities. And if we are making the orientation of the student to support the farmers through institutional arrangement, and then I think there will be retention of the employees for agricultural ecosystem. Otherwise, retention of the employees is very, very big challenge. And even in case of 10,000 FPO program, there are challenges to recruit even the CEOs. CEOs are key persons for that organization. conversation, but unfortunately, whatever remuneration those people are getting from government schemes and programs, I think nobody is interested to join the farm gate institutions. Rather, they prefer to stay in the urban cities. I think that is the one of the hindrance for bringing talent into the agriculture.
Very, very great insights. I think that, this conversation has really gone down, even though it's within the hour, it's gone down to a crux of a lot of issues, and we've discussed a lot of, challenges and problems. In the last 5 minutes that we have, I want to switch the last question on something that, excites you and energizes you more about this space that you see in the next 5 years. So what, as you stand today in 2022, looking at 2027, with regards to market linkages, what is something that really excites you, and what are the opportunities that you see that are going to be, that people should take in the next 5 years as it relates to market linkages? So Samir, you want to start that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you the new project which we are working on right now, and it has already been initiated in Bangalore. And soon it will come to Mumbai also and Pune also. So we are coming up with this Fresho stores, which are dedicated for fruits and vegetables only. Okay, it will have a traceability of the farmers. Okay, traceability of the farmers means it will give picture with name, with a GPS location tag, as to this is the farmer from which this produce has come from. And it will be there in each counter, as in for onion it will be separate, for potato it will be separate, for fruits it will be separate. It will give those information to the farmers or to the customers who are coming to our stores, right? And on the product, on our products also. Now just imagine when you receive a product and you just scan it and you know, okay, this is the farmer from whose farm I have got this produce. I think it's a good feel-good factor which is there, okay, and it will add more from the customers as well. They want to help the entire agricultural business, and it will give that traceability and open transparency to them. I think that is one thing which is happening in near future. Okay, currently we are also using a technology called as Farmers app, okay, which helps us to I keep a track or database of the entire farmers about their farms, what kind of seed they have used, when is the harvesting going to happen, what quantity will be there, the entire traceability of it, right? Like I said, we need to be technology enabled. We don't need to ask farmers to use the technology. We are using the technology and making them enabled for it. Okay, this Farmers app is helping us. It gives the transparency about the prices also, at what price we are going to buy. Okay, the entire digital board is there and the collection centers. I think so it will be amalgamation of this thing which we are doing right now and the traceability thing which we are doing in Fresho stores. I think from big basket perspective, this two things is there which is going to come in the future.
Very cool. Thank you. Mr. Amit?
Yeah, so from AgriBazaar perspective, I think, we will be, onboarding 10 million farmers in next 3-4 years, and making them independent to sell their crops on digital platform, make the right decision. So we are excited about selling their crop digitally. So they need not to go to mandis and all. They can just use your app and AgriBazaar app and sell the crop digitally.
Fantastic.
Whoever is giving the best price.
Great. 10 million farmers is a great feat. Good luck for that. And Mr. Yogesh, what is something that excites you?
Yeah, I'm really excited about cash inflow through agri startup ecosystem in the country, but I'm really worried about cash outflow through multiple books of accounting. And if we are addressing these two issues effectively, then we can get good investment for doing the business.
Great. I think these are very, very insightful conversations. I personally I didn't even know when the hour went, and I had to check myself not to overshoot the time. Thank you so much, Yogesh ji, Amit ji, Samir ji, for your time. Hope you enjoyed the conversation. And as I said, our follow-up will be, we'll get your feedback. We will amalgamate all your points into a white paper, and hopefully keep the conversation going with you and engage with you going forward with IMC. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sure. It was our pleasure.
Thank you. Over to you, Selby and Anita.
Thank you to all the speakers. It was indeed a very knowledgeable session on strengthening the agricultural market. And now we move on to our fifth session, investment opportunities in agriculture. The session would be initiated by our esteemed moderator, Sri Rajesh Srivastava, Chairman and MD, Rabo Equity Advisors, and the elite panelists joining him in this panel discussion are Sri Emmanuel Murray, Senior Advisor, Caspian Impact Investment Advisor Private Limited, Sri Hemendra Mathur, co-founder Think AG, Ms. Reema Subramanian, co-founder and managing partner Ankur Capital, and Sri Sujit Sehgal, author Agritech and Farming, former head of equities at Foreign Bank. Over to you, Mr. Srivastava. Yes, sir, you're unmuted.
Yes. Thank you very much, SLB, and good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen and my esteemed panelists as well. It's a pleasure to be here in this last session of this IMC's conference. I was partly present in the last session. I think it was a very animated session going on marketing. So good for us. The only thing, just as my initial comments before I get on to the fellow panelists, first, that I always believe that investments, credit, financing, they are as important inputs as any. So whether you call up seeds, fertilizers, whatever, and you talk about marketing, talk about logistics, I think without financing also, things don't see light of the day. So we are indeed into a very important sphere of discussion today, and I welcome you all again to this session. A few opening comments, which I must do. I think it was not that we didn't know, but also coming from the Honorable Finance Minister and the Economic Survey, that agriculture allied sectors, they proved to be the most resilient sectors in the last 2 years during the pandemic. And then the growth, which has come on from let's say 1 or 2% some years ago to now 3.6 to 3.9% last year. And I'm sure that's going to continue this way. So imagine that in a 5 trillion economy, which India plans to be, and you have a sector which is going to grow at 3, 4, 5%. And I think that's going to be indeed something which is huge and where we all are focused today. The other thing which is important, of course, is that the overall employment potential, the gross value added, and the fact that it's just not the primary production which is of importance. Actually speaking, the impetus has come from all the other sectors, allied sectors, including livestock, dairying, fisheries, which actually have been able to push this growth into 3.9%. I guess when you look at what's going to happen in the next few years, the focus is definitely going to be on productivity than to production, and that takes into account all of what we're discussing today in terms of drones, etc., etc. So technology is to be the great enabler, and investments are going to be extremely attractive and inevitable, if I may say, in this sector. Maharashtra, and I must say a line or two, I think, which is the focus today of this conference. I think that's been a great contributor to the Indian overall GDP, not just agri, but also agri. And the good part is that I think in Maharashtra, you now have all these new age sectors of what's called as sunrise sectors also growing, not just the sugar and the old horticulture and whatever we've known Maharashtra for, which is indeed very, very good happening. And that says a million things about the overall infrastructure and the facilitation which the governments successively have had for the state. Let me stop here and get on, because I am aware that we have just about 45 minutes for this session. So I guess we need to continue at a faster pace. I'm not going to introduce any of the panelists for too long, because I guess the best intros come from themselves. So I would just say the name and introduce the organization and leave it to them to say a few things about them. The way we'll do is that a few minutes of an overall of the intro speeches, and then we'll get on to the questions. If I may, start with Dr. Rema Subramanian. She is the co-founder and managing partner of Ankur Capital, which is a very, very well-known venture capital firm. And she's been the founder, so you can imagine that she knows it all from the start. While she would say what Ankur has been doing in terms of its focus on the agri sectors, but also importantly, just as some kind of a lead on from me, I think it'll do very well, Dr. Subramanian, which you can speak about the unique risks which agri, of course, has had always, but the early stage investment which you do particularly, and how does that get confounded? So over to you, Dr. Subramanian.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. I'm not a PhD. My partner is a PhD. So, and just wanted to make that clear. Thanks for the organizers. Thanks for having me here. Ankur Capital, we started about 8 years back, at which time agri-tech was not something that regular VCs would look at. So we were pioneers in that way in terms of looking at a sector much before the generalist VCs started looking at it. So as a fund, we are an early stage fund. We look at technologies for the next billion. Agri-tech is one of our most predominant sectors. 60 to 70% of our fund is deployed across agri-tech companies. The rest goes towards health, education, clean tech, fintech. So we have the entire other sectors which look at the next billion Indians. Agri has always was one of our starting points of Ankur Capital. And we looked at agri-tech from a couple of perspectives, and why we started looking at agri-tech was because of the early part of last decade, like when we were at 2010, 2012, you went into India, the interiors of India. You saw that there was highwayization that was happening, a lot of highways getting built. There was, you could see Orange and Aircel and every other telecom that used to get listed out there in the side walls of houses, mud houses that you would see. So you realize that telecom was penetrating into interiors. There was infrastructure that was getting built out. The third was that there was a lot of activity happening around signs as well, which was like, BIRAC was doing a lot of such. So that led us to start Ankur Capital, early part of last decade. And we were among the first ones who did investments into agri-tech perspective. And when I look at agri-tech, so what we look at is the fact that there are three major pillars that we look at. One is around supply chains, the fact that we have very fragmented, intermediated supply chains, and how do you bring in efficiencies, and how do you bring in, how do you reduce wastage in those supply chains? So that largely rides on a couple of things, which is around creating infrastructure, which could be cold storages or warehouses, etc. Or it could be in terms of digitization, using digital platforms to connect various stakeholders. And the third is a fintech layer to weave them all. So that was under the digitization. The second pillar around agri-tech has been around biotech, which is looking at how do you improve efficiencies of production at various stages of the production. Okay? Whether it is better seeds, whether it is using, isolating, for example, proteins or alternate to meats and stuff around that. So that was the other one, which is using biotech science, deep science, to look at how do you increase efficiency in agriculture. And the third is around the way in which consumption patterns are changing and food processing around that. From where we started off 8-10 years back to where we are today, I would say is a fact today, every VC sees the potential of agri-tech. 10 years back, people thought this was like one not-for-profit sector. Today, you have right from soft banks and tigers of the world, everybody looking at this sector. So that shows that the potential of this sector, ultimately capital is needed to make changes and bring in scale to a sector. And I think that is happening today. So I'll stop here to say is the fact that we are at very exciting times. We're still at the inflection point. There's a lot more to come. And we're looking for an exciting discussion today and a lot more capital coming into the sector to see the change that we all would like to see at the farmer end in this country. Stop here and over to you.
Thank you, and apologies for conferring a doctorate on you today.
Thank you so much. I should say thank you without having done the work.
All right. So, but great. Maybe you would like to say a few things about Maharashtra itself, as what do you see and how do you see Ankur playing more, a better role for investing in Maharashtra?
Our first decision to get into agri-tech was because of Maharashtra. Cropping technologies, our first investment in agri-tech, which was much before its days, which was looking at digitizing farmers, was in 2011, 2012, was when we had gone into interior Maharashtra. We had seen that farmers who were growing baby corn and were growing it for the export markets and were all adopting cropping technologies, right? And it was to show that the farmers in Maharashtra actually were adopting technology much before a lot of other states that was concerned, right? And that was one of our key things of getting into this, was to say that, to show that, there were farmers. It was not just talking in the air. It was not just saying, oh, this is very, very far away. You actually had farmers who had 1 acre, half acre, 2 acres, who are adopting technologies. So Maharashtra has always been on the forefront of modernization, of technology adoption. And we have seen this across. All of us who are from Maharashtra will know that this impacts us in every stage of our life. And we've seen this happen in the case of agri-tech. So we've seen this in the case of Cropin, which was like 10 years back, 12 years back itself, where they were adopting digitization, to the fact that when we're looking at biotech being embraced, if you look at some of the companies that are there in the Nasik region, they're all looking forward to the latest technologies to implement in their farms. So whether it is for better seeds, or whether it is for using satellite technologies for weather prediction, you see there is no prod required. You don't have to sell it. All they want to see is the fact that, tell me where the proof is and how can it be done, and they're all happy to embrace that. So I think Maharashtra is already and can actually be in the forefront of adopting newer technologies and bringing in the efficiency much before a lot of others. And whether it is in terms of adoption of practices, whether it is in terms of intercropping, intracropping, you see that happen at every stage. I'm happy to be here in Maharashtra and ensure that our agri-tech companies, we get all of them to look at Maharashtra as one of the first states to work in.
So thank you very much, Rimaji. Thank you very much. I would like to come to Sujit yourself now. This is Mr. Sujit Sehgal, who's an ex-banker for many, many, many years. And also then he wrote many books, but one of them which strikes the root of this conference today is his commentary on global agri-tech landscape. So maybe Sujit would like to take off from there and connect up to what's happening here in India on the tech side. And also please do comment a little bit on the budget, which was announced a few days ago, where so much of discussion happened around agri-tech. So Sujit, over to you.
Sure, Rajesh. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks to the Indian Merchant Chamber for having invited me to be a part of this panel. Very, very glad to be here. So actually, let me just kick off, since we have, paucity of time. And I've written, a couple of books on agriculture, farming, and rural India. My latest book is on agri-tech and the future of farming. And in that book, I have spent a lot of time looking at the global agri-tech landscape and how it has evolved. Also trying to sort of compare and contrast it with what is available in India. And are there any gaps? Are there any differences? And kind of using that as a, to lay down the path for the future to in which direction agri investments, new startups can go. So I think 2 points really stand out in this sort of analysis. And the first thing is that the whole agri-tech adoption curve all over the world, and I looked at something like 8 or 10 countries, pretty much covering all the large countries that matter. And the agri-tech adoption curve has been different for almost every country. And the catalyst that has driven adoption has tended to be a little different, right? So it could be, labor shortage for some country, it could be food security for another, or it could be a lot of distress in farmers for another country, or shortage of resources, which drives them, like, for example, Israel. So I think so that's, we need to see what is that thing that is going to really drive the take up in India. And I think, to my mind, it is the fact that Indian agriculture is defined by its fragmentation, which is majority small farmers and small farm holdings, and therefore leading to economics of agriculture being much more stressed and challenging in general versus other countries. So I think that is one thing that is I would like to to share. The second thing is that when you look at the landscape overseas, it has been mostly driven by, if you draw a matrix, it's looked at two cells, right? On one hand, it's been more upstream. It's been a lot to do with mechanization and automation, and trying to use robotics or sensors. So it's been a lot to do with more mechanization and sort of high tech and upstream. And second thing, it is generally kept the more farmer focused, where the customer has been more a farmer himself. And it's logical because farm sizes are very large, affordability is much more different. When you come to India and you look at how it has evolved, although we have companies doing almost everything across the value chain, but of course there are clusters where you see maximum sort of visibility and maximum supply of such companies, and they tend to have taken a more midstream to downstream approach, where they're either looking at, as Rima mentioned, supply chain, marketplaces, and so many companies have focused on that. In fact, if you look at the statistics of fundraising in India, majority of the money has been raised by more downstream companies. And the second aspect has been that therefore they have been more business focused or end consumer focused, rather than making the farmer as their customer, again because of affordability and small size of holdings. So that is a little bit on the landscape, how I see it. And therefore from there, when I like in my book, I've divided this whole value chain into 3 parts. I call it to the farm, on the farm, and from the farm. So I think my personal belief is that we need to pay agricultural investment opportunities actually hugely lie in the center, which is on the farm. And I think we can talk more about it in the discussion going forward. But I think that's probably I sort of sum up my initial remarks there, and then we can come back to things. And Rajesh, you mentioned about the budget. I think 2 two things stood out for me in the budget. I think some of the announcements that have been made already in terms of drone policy, which came out just few weeks before the budget. So I think the budget sort of reiterated those initiatives and policies of the government. But on the other hand, cut in subsidy of fertilizer, food, and even Narega, keeping Narega flat or cut versus actuals is also the other part of the story. But the way I look at it is a very different. I think I am all for making the farmer less dependent on the government. I think that's where agri-tech is playing a role. So I think I look at it from that sort of glass half full approach. So I'll just stop here, Rajesh.
All right, thanks, Sujit. I think interesting. There are a number of dichotomies in agriculture, of course. One of them is the shortage of labor versus mechanization, which has been always a matter of discussion. And in between somewhere, there is the migration of rural labor to urban areas and all. So all that is complex. Let me turn to Hemendra Mathur now. Hemendra is the co-founder of Think Ag. But also importantly, Hemendra has been my colleague for many years. We worked in Rabobank for many, many years. So it's always a pleasure to have you, Hemendra, in the same panel, because my sense is that we often repeat what we say, but that is fine. Go ahead. I think interestingly, Sujit mentioned a few things about tech and everybody's, and I mentioned about this dichotomy of the farm labor and mechanization, because India, certainly the catalyst here is not the shortage of labor, as in some countries it has been, like Australia, Israel maybe, but not here. So what's your comment on that one? And the second thing which I would want you to discuss a little bit about is your prognosis, because I know that you do such a lot of good research, and Think Ag again is a leading house for that. So maybe you should comment upon a bit on what's your take on which are the agri subsector which you think will be of importance in terms of investments. So Jeet did mention that there is a lot more opportunity for investments on the farm, not really to the farm or farm, but maybe I don't necessarily agree on that, because to the farm is also inputs which attract actually a lot more of VC and PE, honestly speaking. And then from the farm also the logistics part. So the warehousing and logistics start. But let's leave it to Hemendra as an expert to talk about it. Yeah, Hemendra.
Thanks, Rajesh. Always a pleasure to be panel with you and rest of the panelists. And thanks for the cues on what I should be talking about. Yeah, I think tech adoption to me is the core of how the investments would shape up in time to come. As I always say that as far as agri-tech is concerned, we are already in the phase 3. Phase 1 was 2011, 2016, a lot of experimentation, POCs, some bit of suspicion whether it will work or not. 2016 to 2022 was high degree of entrepreneurial activity, followed by a huge amount of capital inflows, almost $2.5 billion invested in last 10 years, and almost $2 billion came in last 36 months. So I think that's all good. The phase 3 to me is all about driving agri-tech penetration amongst farmers. I don't think it has crossed 10 or 15%, and the potential is to take it to almost 90-95%. And that will drive a lot of changes that we want to see in a supply chain to make it more demand-driven, transparent, data-centric, and efficient. I think that's the core. Unfortunately, there are a lot of tailwinds that we see. The amount of investment that we are seeing in building physical infrastructure in rural areas, I think that's one. The digital infrastructure, especially broadband connectivity to 600,000 villages, is going to change a lot. Geo did the magic in last few years. I hope that magic continues, and hopefully we migrate to 5G, which make many business models much more amenable. And thankfully, there's a lot of smartphone penetration happening in rural India. And thanks to COVID, farmers are digitally connected more than most of us think. They are doing UPIs. They are making input purchase online. So they are becoming smarter with use of technology. So that's on the point number one. On the segment which I feel bullish about, clearly to me, the sector which is emerging very fast is agri fintech. It's an interesting intersection of agri-tech and fintech, essentially, with solutions around payments, savings, and especially credit. I think the way PSL lending is done in the country is bound to be transformed. And the reason I'm saying is not because there are enough entrepreneurs who are doing it. The reason I'm saying because for a change, the mainstream banks are taking a leap forward. And through ThinkAg, we were fortunate enough to work with State Bank of India for almost a year and a half in building some sort of agri-tech thesis. And they came up with an RFP, partnered with about 22 agri-tech startups with some pilots already on the ground. And I'm seeing with SBI taking the lead, the multiple banks, large banks, both from private and public sector, coming up with an agri-tech thesis. So that's great. I believe that can bring a lot of farmers under the hold of institutional credit, which they are kind of deprived of, and also makes the cost of lending or the challenges of lending to farmers for the bankers, make it very, very efficient. So I think that's one sector. Another sector where I want to see more momentum is how technology can drive climate resilience. We have some interesting startups in the ecosystem already, but we need a lot of handholding. We need a lot of partnership for those solutions to go to large number of farmers. So I think these are two segments for me, which will shape agri-tech going forward. Of course, we have seen market linkages and data advisory. They've already touched a level of maturity, and of course, they will continue to grow. Last point I want to touch is on Maharashtra. Given the fact this event is in the state of Maharashtra, I had a chance to work with World Bank IFC last year to build the Maharashtra agri-tech policy. And some very interesting points came in, and just take 2 minutes to summarize the key points. I think one thing which is very clear, if you want to drive tech adoption among farmers in Maharashtra, we need to build a strong public data ecosystem. We can call it an agri-stack or whatever. I think that is very critical for benefits of new technologies to reach out to farmers, especially financing, insurance, etc. I think that is one intervention with the state of Maharashtra can look at how to. I'm sure a lot of records are digitized. It's a question of how they can open it up, how they can build a data sharing policy. There are, of course, concerns around farmer privacy, but I think if you look at the trade-off between benefit and the challenges, benefit really outweighs the challenges. So I think that's one area. Second, I think a lot of startups in Maharashtra face challenges in terms of interacting or talking to the government. So I would recommend a facilitation cell, which could be one single window sort of point, or one department which can talk to agri-tech startups and look at their challenges, especially around getting licenses for storing and selling seeds, fertilizer, agrochem. I think that area that came out as a very sort of area where a lot of startups are facing challenges in the state. Third point I want to mention, which again came out in the study, is some bit of institutional framework that is needed. I think there were a few ideas which were discussed. One was Center for Excellence for Water Use Efficiency, given the fact the whole Marathwada region is one of the, I think worst affected from climate changes and has a lot of shortage of water, and rainfall is deficient. So can we build some center of excellence? It could be existing institution or it could be new institution that can be decided. And secondly, in terms of the emerging areas, clearly horticulture in Maharashtra is taking big strides, especially grapes, banana, mangoes. So can we create some center of excellence for horticulture crops, on pre-harvest, post-harvest intervention, processing, storage, shelf life improvement, etc. So I think these are the things where Maharashtra can take the lead. And fortunately, there are some very good startups in the state of Maharashtra. I work with many of them, as far as technology, Terra, INI Farms, AgroStar. I think there are probably 2 or 3 dozen startups who are doing very interesting work across crops, especially horticulture crops and oilseed crops. So yeah, these are some of my remarks, and I'll stop here. And over to you, Rajesh.
Thank you, Hemendra. Thank you very much. Some very good suggestions, and you've created some good jobs for IMC. They should take it up, actually speaking. You talked about the the facilitation desk and also centers of excellence. And I would recommend to Mr. Chandrasekhar, Anita, you that you should make a note of it and see what best you can do, seriously, because you work there. IMC should be able to create that kind of a desk more effectively, actually speaking. So we'll come back to Hemendra in a while. Let me go around. And last but not the least, Mr. Emmanuel Murray. Emmanuel, it's by design that I came to you the last, because I think if you look at Caspian, I guess you are the most diversified financial services platform in that sense, equity and debt, and then you venture debt, all of that, and advisory. So maybe I should let you speak a little bit of what you do for sure, but also let us know, as just a cue, talk a little bit about the distressed debt part in agri and the resolution thereof, because the banks obviously are suffering, will suffer even more. And then somebody has to be speaking and the focus on distressed debt. So Emmanuel, thank you for joining, and over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rajesh. So briefly, I think the participants here, I hope know Caspian, because we have a fairly large portfolio in the agri space. And in Maharashtra itself, INI Farms, SP Agri, Ecozen, Promethean, Bloomfield, larger quarter of our agri portfolio is in Maharashtra. And what's unique about us is we bring the venture capital mindset to debt. So the kind of debt that we provide is much needed. VC funding can give you capital for technology, for the team, and for infrastructure, but for working capital, it's better to have debt rather than diluting yourself. So that's the whole thesis around which we have been working. Initially, we were largely working with agtechs that had been funded by VC firms, but later on, I think as we saw the quality of enterprises, that not all of them could be funded by VC, and they would be waiting endlessly, but had great business models, had committed founders. We have been doing a large amount of debt funding to early stage agri enterprise. That's another 20 odd companies that we have funded. And that's why I think it's important that everyone here knows, unlike in VC fund, we can fund multiple companies doing the same thing. There's no limit to the kind of things that we can do. Talking about distress, again, I think both Caspian and we are quite removed from reality. So being able to talk about what's happening on the ground is quite complicated. We do have, I think, on the other side, a large microfinance portfolio. And in spite of all that the economy has gone through, that portfolio is doing well for us. So really, we don't know unless, I think, ourselves personally travel around and see. Its evidence doesn't show us. Maybe we've been prudent in the way we operated and therefore it hasn't hit us. But our portfolio at the moment is doing exceedingly well. And unless I have some field exposure, it would be unfair for me to be talking about things that I haven't seen. So sorry, on that subject, I would prefer to say that I'm ignorant.
All right. So are you done? Can I move on? Okay,
sure, please go ahead.
Thank you, Manuel. I think let me come to Sujit. Next book you write should be on distressed debt in agribusiness. Take it from me. It'll sell very well. So
I hope in the near future distress comes down. I'm betting on that.
Yeah, but your book will be handy. So please do. So I think
Well
that's
noted.
important. Yeah, but coming back, I guess one of the things which Emmanuel you should touch upon is the experience with the FPOs, because I remember while we were talking, this thing came about, and FPOs are so important in the today's calibration that I think we need to strengthen them. What's lacking there? How do you? all of us will agree that aggregation remains to be the single biggest challenge in agri, and that you need to bring farmers together in some shape or form. So your comments, and then I'll go around. I think everyone will have a thing or two to say about FPOs.
Right. Yeah. So I think Maharashtra again has taken a leap in this space, and not recent, even from, let's say, Maha Grape or Maha Mango. These federations of commodity cooperatives have been there for a very long time, and that I think is the innovation as well as the foresight of the government, the partnership with farmers, all that has enabled that to happen. FPOs are taking that whole idea forward, saying that farmers can come together and collectively deal with the market in a manner that is more fair than alternative channels. And now with the government's program, that is happening on a very large scale. And to make this particular movement significant and vibrant, I think that collaboration between startups who are operating in this space and the FPOs needs to be built upon, and that is what is happening. So startups have both market connects, because each individual FPO is too small. There are two reasons why corporates do not wish to deal with FPOs. A is that they're too small, and then the corporates feel there'll be an emotional blackmail that will occur if we're going to deal directly with farmers' institutions. So they would like to be one place away from directly dealing with farmer institutions. And that is where I think these kind of market linkage companies will operate. And also the federation models are coming up in FPOs. So there are federations now for onion and other commodities also coming up, or there are state-specific federations of FPOs that are going to come up, or they are in the works itself. And they will lead these kind of linkages that will happen. In reverse, I think these will be platforms which will enable technologies that are being provided or developed by these startups to ride on and be available, as Hemendra was saying, to the large number of farmers. So the coverage right now of these new technologies, new solutions is 5 to 10%. But if we use these farmer collectives as the medium and use technology platforms where we bring together, aggregate some of these solutions together, there's a great potential for scalability that's going to happen. And it's only a matter of time when this happens. Now, the other point about FPOs is the assumption that was made that bank credit would flow to the FPOs. Now, that hasn't happened in any significant way. And I think growth in FPOs will not happen without this. Credit is a lifeblood for these institutions. So how do we enable, or let's say, how do we drive credit or drag credit to actually come into this FPO system is a challenge I think we're still trying to grapple with, because banks have low cost funds and they can also provide credit in a manner that is most efficient, which an NBFC cannot do. So NBFCs like Samunati and Napkisan at present are doing it on a small scale. But I think there would be a stage where just like in the microfinance, banks would on a large scale come into this space and start lending. And at that point of time, this whole movement will really scale to a very large program.
All right, great. So any one of the other panelists, basically how to make FPOs more investable and bankable? Rima, you?
Yeah, unfortunately, the FPO framework, legal framework, currently does not make it amenable for VC kind of investing. And so there has to be the intermediaries who may have to come in, which is basically the aggregators or the new age startups that are there, which has to play that intermediary role. There are a lot of challenges on the FPO front for us to invest into FPO, basically because of the fact that we can't take a stake in those companies should they not be able to? So what I see is the fact that it has to be the banking sector which has to come in for the FPOs, and we would have to invest into the companies that would be the layer between the FPOs and the market in some sorts. That is how the flow. And what is happening today is the fact a lot of new age startups are actually funding the FPOs for working capital through their balance sheets. And that is happening in order from a business perspective, they have to do that in order to be able to work with the FPOs. So that's I think one of the ways in which this will get addressed, apart from any direct finance through the banking sector, would be through the new age companies working with the FPOs. And all VCs are open to funding new age startups, supply chain startups, even if they have credit to FPOs as one of their expenditure items. So that's kind of accepted. So today, if you look at it, for example, we have a couple of our companies. So for one which is in aqua supply chain, a couple which are in input output. All of them deal with FPOs, and all of them do give credit to the FPOs. So I think that's the indirect way in which we can address the credit situation, which is very necessary for the capital to flow into the farmer end. So we can do that through the FPOs. That's how we see that addressing it.
Wonderful. Hemant, a quick word from you, anything? Can't. Where you are? Are you
I can. I was not able to.
You can.
No, absolutely. No, this is a good question, Rajesh, which you have raised in terms of the FPO bankability and investment. I think one opportunity which I see, which is still not very visible, is how to make these FPOs get into value addition. They are still producing and selling. They are traders. We need to change that through some farm level value addition, which needs some bit of investment in physical infrastructure, sorting, grading, packing to be at the least. And then probably, if you can do some secondary processing, that's another opportunity. But thankfully, there are enough technologies today which can help FPOs develop brands. So instead of selling commodities, I think probably for the first time in the history of independent India, I see there's an opportunity to build farmer brands. I think it's a matter of time. I'm working with a few FPOs to demonstrate. I don't know how long will that take, but I think that opportunity exists. How to empower farmer organization to develop brands. Give them tools on what inputs to use, best practices, and essentially link them with the markets and help them develop the distribution and marketing and branding strength, which is probably not their core, right? So I think that opportunity exists. Sahyadri Farms to some extent has demonstrated, how to take products to the brand, to domestic market and also to the international market. But we need to have many Sahyadris, and of course Sahyadri coming from Maharashtra is a great testimonial for the state, but we need to replicate that model. And that probably is the only way forward to make these FPOs investable and bankable.
Yeah, no, I heard in the last session, I think the speaker from Big Basket said that, they're talking about traceability right up to the farm level and then to brand the farms per se, like we do in India and Netherlands, for instance, in terms of tulips and the flowers, actually, not just tulips, but all flowers. But that's how it is. But I'm mindful of my time to a couple of minutes more. But coming back to Sujit yourself, what do you see in terms of the artificial intelligence and the drones we talk about to be used in agriculture? How far away are we? Number one, and number two, if at all it has to happen, will that be a state intervention, or can there be a private sector model?
I think interesting question, right? And the point to really understand here is that again, whom are you focusing on? And in my opening remarks, I said that actually the need is to focus more on the farmer directly as your buyer, as your consumer, as your customer. And I am a strong believer that on two things. One is that the price or the cost of these new bleeding edge technologies is actually not very high. A, and B, that even a small to medium farmer, you will be surprised at his ability and willingness to pay for these things. Once, of course, he is convinced, he has seen the evidence, and you have shown tangible, proof that these things work. So I think, therefore, I don't think government should be playing a role in that, other than the policy and of course they are subsidizing these. That is what they should limit it to. But I think aggregators, whether it is an FPO or it is a private agri-tech startup who comes in as an aggregator, whether farming as a service, whether it is companies who are aggregating other equipment, other mechanization equipment to make it available to the farmer at a lower cost. And there are companies in China who are doing the same for drones. So I think it will be, everybody will be surprised at the the willingness, ability of small to medium farmers to adopt it. And therefore, I think we are not very much far away from that happening. I would bet in the next 24 months, you will already be seeing a lot of these more high-end technologies being put on the farm, and a very large role has to be played by FPOs. We discussed that a few minutes back, and I think FPOs need training, managerial training, risk management training, and that whole a little bit different way of looking at things, rather than just focusing, as Hemendra said, on buying and selling stuff on a low value. So they need to upgrade themselves, even get good CEOs. SFAC funds a CEO for 2 years. After that, that CEO leaves. And I've spoken to at least dozens of FPO ex-CEOs who left a great dream that they were building because that funding dried up, and they moved on. Very sadly, they moved on. So I think those are the things. But FPO will play a big role. Private sector, new startups can play a big role. And I see adoption very, very fast, even at the small farmer level.
Yeah, thank you, Sujit. I think this is the coming to the end of this session. Unfortunately, we had a good discussion, warmed up now, but time is a constraint. I think I'm as the reason I focused on this FPOs is because I personally think that aggregation is key, and this is a good vehicle to be. But absolutely bang on that the level of professionalization in FPOs, all the trainings, orientation to investments, to banking is still lacking. I'm sure it's a process of evolution, but all of us, private, public, all of us put together, can hasten this pace of change in the FPOs, because without that, it will be very, very tough even for VC funds like Ankur or Caspian or anybody else who can do the seed stage to go up to so much of disaggregated farming. It's impossible. But agri-business per se, downstream, beyond farm, most certainly is a great opportunity of investment. And, I've made tons of money on logistics, warehousing, and processing. So all of that is fine, and inputs as well. But on farm, and just about as Hemendra said, I think just post-harvest, just on farm, that's also something which is lacking. That's where we should focus on. But in terms of the capital required, for sure, huge, because again, a sector which is 18-19% of GDP is not small and growing so rapidly. So we need to stay focused there and keep on revisiting this amongst us to see that what new models can arrive. And Rema, you are absolutely right. If you cannot reach right up to the bottommost of the pyramid, then you have to find the intermediaries to do it, which is what I think is the right way, like microfinance, Emmanuel said. So thank you very much once again, my fellow panelists, for joining me. It was a privilege to be moderating, and also for all the participants. And let me hand it over back to Selby and to Anita in IMC. And thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for inviting me to be here today.
Thank you. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you to all the speakers, hopeful that more and more investments will empower our agri sector. It was indeed a very interesting session. We take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, OK Paper Private Limited and Micro Private Limited, for making this event possible. As we come to the conclusion of this very topical and highly interactive event, I invite Sri G. Chandrasekhar, Economic Advisor, IMC, and Director, IMC ERTF, to present the concluding address, The Way Forward. Over to you, Mr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, Selvi. Friends, I'm back after the first session in the morning earlier during the day. Maharashtra driving India's next agriculture revolution. This is a theme of today's webinar, and it fits so well with the theme, IMC's theme of the year, which is engaging Maharashtra, building India. And therefore, because Maharashtra, we are convinced, is going to be the engine of growth as far as this country is concerned. And then we have an ongoing relationship with the government of Maharashtra and with the people of Maharashtra, obviously. And then we've had phenomenal, fantastic sessions, 5 of the sessions, but it was inaugurated by the minister this morning. And I was so delighted to hear the minister's very crisp, very pointed statements. I'm so sorry. Very pointed statements about the role of the government in agriculture. I'm not going to dwell on that because I captured that as a moderator of the first session before, but for the benefit of those who have probably joined late, he talked about focus on research, how research findings can help increase application of research findings can help increase farmers' income, how Maharashtra can become the seed capital of India. It's already the seed capital, but that position can be entrenched. And we talked about supply chain efficiencies, role of women in agriculture. It was very heartwarming, touching, and straight from his heart. It was wonderful. I want to thank Shri Bhuse Sahib, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Maharashtra government, for his wonderful inaugural address as a chief guest. We also had Mr. Malhotra this morning, S.K. Malhotra, Commissioner of Agriculture in the Union Agriculture Ministry. He talked about biosolutions. He talked about the upcoming role of drones in our economy. He talked about how the government policies are now going to be focusing more and more on quality rather than on quantity. Yes, I think in terms of quantities, our production of grains, our production of horticulture crops has all been reaching new highs year after year. Therefore, we need to now start looking at quality. And in that context, it talked about GAP, good agriculture practices. We have global practices, but the government is now coming up with, or has come out with, IND-GAP, Indian good agriculture practices, etc. And the role of millets he talked about. But I think that was the inaugural session was really good, very, very impressive. We had the first technical session of business session, policy initiatives to spur agriculture development. We had some fantastic panelists who brought so many different dimensions to policy making. Again, I don't want to dwell at length on that, but all that I must say is, sorry, the point is, there is, I believe, a need for an ongoing awareness and education program as far as growers are concerned about various policies of the government, various schemes of the government, various technologies that are available, various benefits that they are likely to reap by adopting technology, etc. Also the role of FPOs. I think throughout today's seminar, the focus has been on FPOs and how to strengthen the FPOs. The importance of data and the importance of accessing data also became a point of discussion. That this session was followed by a session on the role of technology for sustainable agriculture. I think that session was also awesome. There's so much to learn, so much to think, so much to talk about. I have always believed, and at least over the last 7 or 8, 10 years, I've been writing consistently about the need for infusing Indian agriculture with multiple technologies. When we talk of technology in agriculture, everybody starts to think about agriculture biotechnology. Fine, good. We need agriculture biotechnology. But there are technologies beyond ag biotech. We have information technology. We have satellite technology. We have nuclear agriculture technology. We have nanotechnology. We have drones. with digitization, blockchain. I think that's actually a very long list. And therefore, we need to start now looking at how to invest Indian farm sector. I'm not saying agriculture, I'm saying farm sector end to end. We need to infuse and invest this sector with multiple technologies that will obviously bring in a lot more efficiency than we have at the moment. After that, we had one session on value addition and food processing opportunities, both on the output side and on the input side, how crop losses can be reduced through processing and value addition. There was at some length discussion on millets, and we have, of course, United Nations has declared 2023 as the year of the millets. Millets are extremely important, particularly for Maharashtra. Bajra, jowar, and other and minor millets, and of course makai, that's corn or maize. I think there's a huge opportunity for processing these millets, both from the health perspective and from value addition perspective. I remember, and let me take this opportunity to share, way back in 2012, for the government of India, I wrote a white paper on how to mainstream coarse grains. They are now called nutri-cereals, but 10 years ago, they were still called coarse grains. How to mainstream coarse grains to publicly funded welfare programs. And this was released by a minister and all that. I'm so happy that report is now in the public domain, and a lot of work is being done. And therefore, and the United Nations has declared 2023. I think it's a huge. Millets provide, the coarse grains provide an extraordinary opportunity in our country, both from a health perspective and food processing and export point of view. I think that's something all of us have to know. Then we had the session on strengthening agriculture market linkages. Again, top class speakers, very good inputs that we got. Talked about the vertical linkages from farm to fork. I think that's where we need to infuse efficiency, is extremely important. And of course, we also have to look at horizontal linkages. Vertical linkages are of course extremely important. In infusing, in bringing in efficiency, obviously we need to use technology, particularly from the point of view of traceability and compliance. Very important points. And then there was a point that was so well made. We have various products or crops, and then we have various services, technology services. There is a need now to bring a fit between products available and services offered. I think that fit is there to some extent, but I think there can be a greater fit between products and services, in which case the service providers have to do a lot more research with the product producers or the primary producers who are farmers. And the primary producers have to be very clear in their mind about what do they expect from the market and from the service providers. I think that these sessions are very good. Of course, the last session chaired by Rajesh was wonderful, as always, with our friend Sujit there, and Emmanuel and Haimendra Mathur talked about the key point that I thought was important. Maharashtra government must set up a facilitation cell for startup. I think it is extremely important. I'm hoping, and I'm sure that this will become a part of our recommendation. One of the reasons why FPOs are facing capital crunch is, if I recall correctly, PE is not allowed in FPOs. Private equity investment is not allowed in FPOs. Over the last 2 or 3 years, I mean, I have been thinking, I've been talking to people. Somewhere I think we should start a movement, talk to policymakers and allow them, let the policy allow private equity investment in FPOs, which will make FPOs more efficient and they will make them more accountable. Okay, and then therefore I think that's important. Is what is my belief. And the point is so well taken that FPOs should no more continue to produce commodities. They must do value addition, and that is what will allow them to capture greater value from the market and improve the profitability. I think we've had of those 5 sessions, starting with the inaugural and 5 business sessions, extremely important. I just want to make a few statements, kind of rounding up or summing up, and these are my thoughts. One is that the Indian farm sector, I'm not talking only about agriculture, I'm talking about the allied activities also, poultry, fishery, etc. The Indian farm sector deserves support. 3 kinds of support. One is policy support, second is investment support, third is research support. And while things are working, I think a greater engagement of policymakers, a greater engagement of investors, greater engagement of researchers with the primary producers and other institutions, other stakeholders, I think will actually accelerate the growth of this sector, growth of the farm sector. That's number one. Policy support, investment support, research support is a need of the hour. Importantly, we as a nation, India and Maharashtra, of course, in particular, we have tremendous natural endowments in terms of land, in terms of sunshine, in terms of rainfall, in terms of coast, etc., and in terms of rivers crisscrossing the country, crisscrossing the state. I think we need to leverage this strength of the natural endowment. I think as a nation, we have done much less. We should be able to do more to leverage the strength of this natural endowment. Maharashtra, I believe, is particularly so well placed to drive India's farm transformation, and therefore the government, the policymakers here need to pay greater attention to the issues of on the input side and on the output side. And obviously, the seminar today has provided so much of policy recommendations, which I hope we will be able to take it to the policymakers, to the minister and other officials in the government of Maharashtra. Now, the objective, in my view, should actually be sustained growth in the farm sector in a sustainable manner. Sustained growth in the farm sector in a sustainable manner. I think that should be the way forward, for which we should be looking not only at the input side, but also at the output side. We should also focus on demand. Demand is important. Consumption is important, because there is a huge nutrition challenge that this country is facing, particularly in the rural areas. Serious, pervasive protein deficiency, calorie deficiency, I think we need to address. And therefore, there is a nexus between agriculture, nutrition, and health. I think our agriculture policies have to recognize the nexus between agriculture, nutrition, and health. And that's what is going to drive our nutrition security. We may be food secure today to a significant extent, but I can't say that we are nutrition secure. I think we still have some way to go before we can claim nutrition security. And therefore, sustainable growth in farm sector in sustainable way. And that Sanskrit word for sustainability is Shashwat. Generally, people think Shashwat means permanent. Shashwat actually means sustainable. When something is sustainable, obviously it will be permanent, right? Okay, I think that's the thought. That's the thought I want to leave. And finally, what I want to mention is that farmers will need awareness and education program and training and hand-holding. But the most important part is there are legacy issues in agriculture. We can't wish them away, and therefore don't expect an overnight transformation. But transformation can happen from time to time, but we need to work towards it. And that calls for Shraddha and Saburi. We need commitment toward transformation, but we need Saburi, that patience for the transformation to happen. I think that's what I wanted to share. In all this, the most critical factor will be political will. we need policymakers and the government, both at the center and in the state, to demonstrate adequate political will to ensure there is genuine transformation in the farm sector in India, and of course, certainly in Maharashtra, so that our aim of increasing farmers' income, growers' income is realized sooner than we can imagine. I think with these words, I want to thank our sponsors, of course, OK Paper Products Private Limited, and of course, Maiko Private Limited for supporting us. I want to thank all the panelists for coming into this event and sharing their very in-depth knowledge. I want to thank each one of the moderators for moderating this session so wonderfully well and sticking to the time. The IMC's Agribusiness Committee members have done a lot of work in the last probably a month or a month and a half. I want to thank each one of them under the leadership of Ashish Barwale, who is a young dynamic chairman of the IMC Agribusiness Committee. I want to thank IMC's IT specialists like Selvi who are here, and of course the officer in charge of the Agribusiness Committee at IMC, Anita Naik, who's done a tremendous amount of work in recent weeks. So with this, I want to thank everyone. Good luck. God bless you all. Stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.